Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Chapter 1, The Merchant of Marvel. Queens, New York City. Ring. 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 The final bell echoed through Midtown High School, and students immediately flooded into the hallways. One student was already halfway out the classroom before anyone else could stop him. "Hey, Kahn!" Carl jumped to his feet and shouted after him. "You promised we'd play video games today." Kahn paused at the doorway, turned around with an innocent smile, and shrugged. "Not today. I said next time." Carl frowned. "You said that yesterday." "Exactly." Kahn grinned. "And tomorrow will be the next time." Before Carl could argue, Kahn waved and disappeared into the hallway. "See you next time, Carl." Carl stood there speechless. He's definitely doing this on purpose. A classmate walked past, laughing. If you keep reminding Kahn every day, he'll probably keep saying next time until graduation. Carl sighed dramatically. I swear, Kahn loves guns more than his best friend. He packed up his bag and headed home alone. The co-op game they had been trying to finish still sat unfinished after more than 100 attempts. Carl silently vowed that if they still hadn't beaten it by the 200th try, he'd drag Kahn over no matter what excuse he came up with. Kahn had changed. Or rather, he had changed 3 years ago. The year was 2000, and it had been 3 years since Kahn had awakened in this world. At first came disbelief. Then fear. Then excitement. Then even greater fear. Because this wasn't an ordinary world. This was Marvel. He confirmed it less than a year after arriving. Using the inheritance left behind by his parents and the knowledge from his previous life, Kahn began investing in the stock market. One of his earliest investments was buying shares in Stark Industries, a decision that only strengthened his certainty about where he was. His parents had planned well before their deaths. Knowing their son's health wasn't great, they had arranged lawyers and trusts to ensure the inheritance transferred smoothly. Even after America's painful estate taxes and legal fees, Kahn still inherited nearly $1 million in cash, 3 houses, 2 cars, and the family's most valuable asset. A 34% ownership stake in a private hospital. If not for taxes, the family fortune would have easily exceeded $5 million. Still, that was more than enough. Kahn invested over $600,000 during the market boom. With memories from another world and an understanding of future trends, he poured money into technology companies, oil, and other promising industries. Marvel's technology wasn't exactly the same as the world he remembered. Superheroes and super geniuses had pushed scientific progress in different directions. But the overall economic trends were still recognizable. The result? Within only a few years, Kahn had turned his fortune into tens of millions of dollars. For most people, that meant retirement. Luxury houses. Sports cars. Private chefs. Vacation homes. A lifetime without worrying about money. But Kahn wasn't living in most people's world. He lived in Marvel. Money couldn't stop alien invasions. Money couldn't stop mutant terrorists. Money couldn't stop mad titans snapping their fingers. Without enough strength or influence, even hiding underground wouldn't guarantee survival. And besides, he had a cheat. One that refused to let him live peacefully. Perhaps because his soul had merged with the original owner's body, Kahn possessed an extraordinary memory and incredible focus. Subjects that once seemed difficult became surprisingly easy. As a result, he ranked first in Midtown High School's senior class and had already received interest from several prestigious universities. But studying wasn't his main priority. Every afternoon after school, he rode his motorcycle out to a shooting range in the suburbs. For an ordinary human living in Marvel, firearms were the fastest way to increase his chances of survival. The moment Kahn parked outside the range, someone greeted him. Right on time as always. It was Jimmy, one of the range instructors. Unlike most customers, Kahn spent a small fortune there every month. Naturally, Jimmy treated him like a VIP. The usual today? Jimmy asked with a grin. Same guns. Kahn nodded. And moving targets. You got it. Jimmy led him inside before chuckling. Honestly, Kahn, with your current shooting skills, you could enter professional competitions. You might not win first place, but the top 10. Easily. It wasn't empty praise. After only a year of training, Kahn's accuracy had already surpassed most experienced shooters at the range. Kahn simply smiled. He knew exactly where he stood. He could handle pistols, rifles, and shotguns with confidence. But paper targets weren't enemies. Until he had real combat experience, he couldn't call himself a fighter. Still, every improvement increased his chances of surviving whatever disaster Marvel decided to throw at the world next. Bang! 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 Gunfire echoed continuously through the range. Hours later, Kahn lowered his rifle and let out a slow breath. Jimmy clapped from behind. You've improved again. Your grouping today was even tighter than yesterday. Kahn accepted the bottle of water Jimmy handed him. Eat more vegetables. Sleep 8 hours. You'll improve too. Jimmy rolled his eyes. Easy for you to say. After taking a drink, Kahn glanced around to make sure nobody was nearby. Then he lowered his voice. So, did you find what I asked about? Jimmy immediately became cautious. Kahn, those weapons aren't exactly legal. You live in Queens. If you're worried about safety, I know some excellent bodyguards. Kahn laughed. Relax. I've got property outside the city. I just enjoy collecting interesting firearms. He leaned closer. It's not like I'm planning to start a war. Jimmy hesitated. Then he remembered something far more convincing than Kahn's explanation. Money. With a sigh, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a folded note, and handed it over. Go to this address. Tell them Jimmy Burley sent you. They'll know what you mean. Kahn drove to the location Jimmy gave him. Although it was a bit out of the way, it was still in New York City, but it was not far from the suburbs. After getting out of the car, Kahn pushed the door open and walked in. This is a standard gun store, and there are guns sold in the United States on the surface. Kahn looked around. If there were only these, he would not need to ask Jimmy for information, and ran so far to buy things at the same time. Boss? After Kahn finished yelling, a man slowly stood up from behind the cash register, a middle-aged man, except that the beard on his face was unkempt, and it was almost connected with the messy hair, like an ape without leg hair. If you are old enough to buy a gun, you can look at it as you like. Seeing Kahn's age, the owner of the gun shop thought he was a young man who was interested in buying firearms secretly. Most of these people were not luscious, and he could only buy one of the cheapest shotguns with enough money for his whole body. Choose what you want, tell me after you choose, and see if you are here for the first time, I will give you a 10% discount. I've already chosen, all of the above, boss. Kahn walked into the cash register, took out a checklist from his pocket, and handed it over on the table. The gun shop owner took a look at the checklist and frowned. There are a lot of prohibited ones. I was introduced by Jimmy. The gun shop owner said with a bad temper, why didn't he introduce you to Stark Corporation? Stark Corporation won't break the law for such a small amount of money, boss, you can say the number. Kahn indicated that he can buy the items on the list at a high price, although it will be a little more expensive, but he can only pay more if he wants to buy these items now. At least this gun shop owner does not seem to be dangerous. If Jimmy introduces him in the case of the mafia, Kahn would rather buy guns through regular channels. His contacts are completely useless in this regard. Of all the people he knows, only Jimmy can show him the way to buy a gun for the sake of money. Others will definitely persuade Kahn to call the police or hire bodyguards. But his cheat will not recognize the New York police and bodyguards. Even if Kahn shows the employment contract, it is useless. The owner of the gun store said to Kahn with a serious face, "It is a crime to sell these things. If the police find out, I will." Boom. The $30,000 bill was taken out of Kahn's arms and slapped on the table. "This is a deposit, boss. If it can be traded, the final payment is also cash." Seeing the intentional expression of the gun shop owner after seeing the money, Kahn continued, "Besides, you should know Jimmy. He doesn't need to hurt you. Don't you? This is not a deal, and I will look for you in the future." The current $30,000 is still very valuable, and what Kahn wants is only for his own use, but there are pistols and rifles, and there are too many bullets and grenades, but the total price will not exceed $150,000. This is a big deal. The owner of the gun store thought about it for a while, and then looked at Kahn's expression repeatedly, but he didn't see anything, and it was impossible for him to figure out all the details of Kahn after such a short exchange. "I can do this business. These things will be assembled within 5 days. You need to leave an address." After thinking about it for a while, the owner of the gun shop decided to take over the business. Jimmy's introduction was on the one hand, this guy was pretty reliable, and none of the people he introduced had problems. On the other hand, Kahn was a bit too young, and the clothes on his body and the car he drives outside are not cheap. Kahn took a pen and paper from the cash register, wrote down an address and phone number on it, and said, "This is my phone number and address, you'd better call me before you come." It's another home Kahn's parents left behind, just 4 blocks away, and has a large garage that Kahn rarely visits. After the owner of the gun shop accepted the phone address Kahn left, he immediately collected the $30,000. Kahn's business was enough for him to earn for 3 months. After negotiating, Kahn drove away. After going back, Kahn had to learn some medical knowledge by himself. The reason why his grades were the first in Midtown High School was because of his excellent memory, so Kahn didn't want to waste time on some boring electronic games, especially the 2000. In his opinion, the game is very boring, whether it is the picture or the plot. Self-study medical knowledge is not because of the 34% hospital shares, but because medicine is of great help to Kahn's time travel. Arms can only give him some sense of security in the face of human creatures, but medicine can make Kahn face emergencies. The situation is to ensure your own life. Bandaging, suturing, and the application of some medicines and diagnosis of diseases. His family runs a hospital, and his deceased parents have left many books on this topic, and Kahn will test some operations on dummies, and the success rate is 100% so far. I just don't know how many of them can be saved by putting them on living people. Kahn is a little excited today, and when the ammunition item is in hand, he can try to use his cheat. There may be danger, but Kahn has long been mentally prepared. As a common man like him, there are too few ways to obtain extraordinary power, and the system brought by crossing is the most suitable method for him. I will use the trading system in 5 days. Do you want to be more proficient? I am very familiar with firearms, but I have only watched videos of rocket launchers. Kahn was a little excited today. He gave up self-study after only 2 hours of studying. After taking a shower, he poured himself a glass of red wine. As long as the police didn't come to enforce the law, he would not be committing a crime. At that time, let's see what world can be refreshed. If the problem is not serious, then go and see the system. A transparent panel appeared in front of Kahn's eyes, and only he could see the system panel, which Kahn had tried many times in front of his classmates. The above information is not much, and the function is very simple. The system can collect a world, and then Kahn must go to that world to negotiate a business in person. Only when the transaction demand of any native in the world is obtained, can the trading system of the heavens issue a transaction token in that world, and then Kahn can freely trade in and out of that world through the system. In other words, the first transaction is the most dangerous. As long as the first transaction is successful, Kahn can quickly return to the Marvel world through the system, or slowly create a world of his own in the transaction world. Power. And the system also comes with 50 space grids. Each grid can only accommodate one kind of item. 100 kilograms of items will display one unit in the space grid, and one grid can store 999 units. If Kahn trades the most basic flour, those 50 space grids can be filled with 4,995 tons of flour, which is considered to be a very large amount. Danger and opportunity coexist, but as long as it succeeds, the opportunity will far outweigh the danger. Kahn thinks he can take a gamble. He has thought hard. The life of a rich man in common is not what he wants. Kahn wanted to see more of the world. Hey, Kahn, you let me go again these days. If you don't come to accompany me to clear that video game, you will lose me, a very excellent trader. Carl Shelton put his arm around Kahn's neck and said threateningly, Carl's father is a well-known stockbroker on Wall Street. Influenced by his father, Carl began to study the American stock market since he was a child, and he was very good at trading. Good. After Kahn knew that Carl was good at trading, he entrusted him with money to let Carl open an account for him. With his father's help, it was much faster than Kahn opening an account by himself. After opening the account, Kahn was in charge and Carl followed orders. Both of them have made a lot of money so far. Carl didn't invest much money each time because he heard his father say how scary the stock market was when he was a child, so he didn't earn as much as Kahn. Now most of Kahn's funds come from he managed it himself, but entrusted Carl with just over $1 million. Not to put you off, Carl, I think you need this more than the game. Kahn took out a few study books, which he had used, filled with notes he left behind, not intentionally prepared for Carl, but he just brought them here today. Carl, after reading this, it should be enough for you to pass the exam in school. Carl took it and flipped through it. The dense notes on it immediately made him feel like his head would explode. If there is anything that can make him sit down and read carefully, then the only Wall Street financial statements. Kahn, I'm not aiming for Columbia, this thing. What? Are you saying you won't need this? Carl, look at the notes inside, and look at me. How long do you think it took me to prepare this for you? Kahn spoke righteously, continuing to attack Carl's shame before he realized something was wrong. Brother, you know me. After reading this, I will definitely be sent to the ICU for emergency treatment. Carl said apologetically. He could feel how much effort Kahn put into this basic teaching just after watching it, but Carl felt very sorry for rejecting this offer. Forget it, maybe I didn't think about it properly, it's not your fault, but Carl, I need your help with something. Kahn took advantage of the situation and made a request. Before Carl could react, besides being sensitive to the stock market, this guy was as slow as a retarded patient. Carl was the only one who could still maintain a virgin owner in the last year of high school. No problem, if I can do it, I will never refuse. Carl agreed in one breath. His father's connections are relatively wide, at least much better than the down-and-out Pinter family, and Kahn also has a lot of things to do, so it's better to let Carl run errands than him to play video games all day. I want to rent a warehouse with a higher security factor, and help me find a reliable supermarket supplier. It may be useful after a while. Kahn doesn't know what kind of world he will be trading in, but the only things he can get at the moment are living supplies, medicine, and ammunition. Among them, ammunition cannot be supplied on a large scale. Now he can only hope that the first trading world can successfully complete the transaction. Carl asked suspiciously, are you going to open a supermarket, dude? This is not a good choice. Do you want to disband the Wall Street Lightning Group? I have other uses, please Carl, I will contact you when the time comes, and the lightning combination you mentioned never existed from the beginning, and I have never joined any combination, especially an organization with a strange name. After speaking, it was almost time for class, and Kahn ended his communication with Carl. Kahn's time in class is the most free in the school. As long as he does not disturb other people and violate the laws of the United States, no one will care about him. This comes from his grades, and basically the people who have entered Columbia University are you don't need to learn some knowledge you already know. Kahn even decided that he would go to the teacher to ask for a long-term leave later. Recently, Kahn stopped wasting time in school. Thinking about it now, he still knows too few things, but if he is really asked to learn for 4 or 5 years and wait until the peak of his life to use the trading system, it will be difficult for Kahn to do so. It's like a game fan facing a new game. It's definitely not realistic to ask him to practice his skills before playing the game, because he can't help it. A few days later, Kahn came to another house that was traded ahead of time. Although there were many buildings here, there were not many people living there. Kahn's parents also didn't live here much after buying it. At night, Kahn saw a minivan parked in front of his house. After flashing the lights 3 times, Kahn opened the garage door for the owner to let the gun store owner drive in. All the things you want are here. There are bullets on the outside and guns and bazookas inside. If you leave here, I will never admit that I sold you these things. After the gun shop owner finished speaking, he helped Kahn move the ammunition boxes down, and then opened them one by one for him to check. After confirming that the ammunition was correct, Kahn jumped into the carriage again and checked the firearms he wanted to buy. Pistols, rifles, and submachine guns are all fine, and the sound is crisp. Kahn has also played with the guns for several years, and it can be seen that these batches are new. He saw the bazooka for the first time, so he couldn't tell the difference, but he still picked it up one time. No problem, boss, happy cooperation. After Kahn finished speaking, he returned to the house, took the remaining balance, handed it to the owner of the gun shop, and said at the same time, "Boss, I hope you can give me an excellent discount for the next transaction. After all, I have to consider long-term deal." In the past few arms purchases, Kahn could only buy from these people. After he develops his power, he may place an order directly from Stark Industries. "Call me George, next time it will definitely be a real price, I won't entrap old customers." After confirming that the money was correct, George, the owner of the gun store, drove away from here. After the money was made, he planned to take a rest for a month, at least to confirm that Kahn was not crazy before reopening the store. After he left, Kahn put all the sorted ammunition and firearms into the space backpack of the trading system, but before that, Kahn had loaded all the firearms into clips, including the shells in the bazooka. Very convenient. Kahn tried to take the gun out of the space pack and put it back in, just for a split second, so that he could surprise him. Then the next step is to search for the first trading plane through the system. After Kahn got the gun, the house was useless. He drove directly back to the place where he lived. Compared with the place just now, the villa here is safer. System, search the trading world. Following Kahn's order, chaos appeared on the panel, and then countless starlights flashed, and finally a shining starlight appeared on the panel. Kahn hurried to the starlight point after seeing this, and then the world was displayed on the system panel. Some scenes. Green's multi-pocketed thick vest. Many people are fighting in a battlefield, but they don't use guns, but use some gestures to let themselves spit out water, fire, wind and thunder, and there are 4 corners of the shuriken and tied cloth. There is no sharp edge to the bitterness of the strip. In addition to the scene of this battlefield, Kahn also saw other places, where civilians went to the streets to buy supplies, and businessmen ate and drank in the izakaya, laughing and talking about business. This is the world of ninjas. The Hokage ninja was originally an indigenous planet. If it develops normally, the people on this planet may have the coexistence of local extraordinary existence and technology, but because of several foreign Otsutsuki, the development of this planet has been completely changed. Chakra. Otsutsuki Kagaya planted a sacred tree on this planet. Because he plotted against the fellow Otsutsuki Ichishi, he sneaked up and sacrificed a ritual to the sacred tree, and finally ate the chakra fruit by himself. The concept is inconsistent with Otsutsuki Yui and Otsutsuki Himura, and was finally sealed. Finally, chakra was spread to the world by Otsutsuki Yui. After his son Indra developed ninjutsu, the ninja class gradually entered the stage of history and gradually grew. In the pictures I just saw, it seems that a war is going on, and I don't know when it is. If it is the Fourth Ninja World War, then we should wait for a while, but the Fourth Ninja World War unified the Forehead Protector, and just now there were both Konoha Forehead Protector and Rock Shinobi, and it was ninjas fighting each other, so it should not be the Fourth Ninja World War. Kahn thought in his mind that the other three ninja wars were lighter, and the Fourth Ninja War would be a landslide, and if he ran slowly, he might fall into infinite Tsukuyomi. Since we are still in the middle of the war, we can slightly change the food we thought about before, add half of the medicine, and only leave the instructions. Kahn had gone to some private receptions with his father, so he knew some people, including several from pharmaceutical companies, from whom he could order a batch of medicines directly. Moreover, Kahn requires quite a lot, so it should be a breeze to remove the logo or change the Japanese manual. Antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs, antipyretic and analgesic drugs, vitamins and various first aid medicines, as well as medical equipment and so on. Kahn can bring a lot of things, but the question is, what can he get from the world of Hokage? The banknotes in the ninja world are passed first, and the value after taking them is not as good as toilet paper. Gold is the most direct, but it seems that there are not many golds in the ninja world. The only one who knows is the fourth-generation miner in San Shinobi Village, and Kahn not a gold shop or a metal company. So gold and other rare mineral resources are the last option. Risking his life is not enough to get some gold back. In this case, he might as well go to Wall Street to do business. If you want to make money, the world is full of business opportunities. What Kahn wants is to be able to touch the strength of extraordinary. The most magical energy in the ninja world is chakra, but this is the product of the Hokage ninja world. People in that world each have more than 100 trillion cells and are born with stronger than Kahn. Don't say whether you can extract chakra by yourself, even if you extract it, the amount of chakra will not be much. Need something. Orochimaru, or Tsunade. Kahn took a piece of paper and wrote some plans, but then he tore it up. Now all I think about are lofts in the air, I can't even determine the time of the ninja world, and I don't have any more plans, but what Kahn can be sure of is that if he wants to obtain the power of extraordinary, then 80% of it will be pinned on Hashirama cells. If you only think about chakra, then he will always be a weak chicken, maybe a short-lived weak chicken. Now all Kahn needs to do is to be fully prepared, whether it is medicine or clothing. Fortunately, I can speak Japanese, thanks to the FBI. Carl, what happened to the warehouse and supplier I wanted? It took 30 seconds for Carl on the other end of the phone to open his sleepy eyes. After glancing at the time on the wall, he suddenly shouted into the microphone in disbelief, "Kahn, why don't you check what time it is?" The American Constitution protects the sacred and inviolable hour of sleep of all citizens. It's 12 o'clock at noon, Carl, are you drowsy? I'm going to tell your father, you're playing all night again. Carl woke up immediately, put on a smiling face and said, "Please Kahn, I was joking with you just now, the warehouse and people have been found for you, I will take you to see the warehouse first in the afternoon." "No problem, I'll drive to you in half an hour." After Kahn finished speaking, he hung up the phone, then in his father's study, he found the phone book left behind, found the name and phone number of the manager of the pharmaceutical company according to his memory, and called. "Jess. I'm Kahn Pinter and I want to do business with you." The sales job of a department manager in a pharmaceutical company is a bit low-level, but Kahn Pinter is the major shareholder of a private hospital in New York, and for Jess, it is also a contact that needs to be maintained. Medicines and medical equipment worth $500,000. At the beginning of the 21st century, buying so much at one time, even if Jess is a manager with a high status, he must be respectful when facing a big customer like Kahn. Afterwards, Kahn took Carl to look at the warehouse again. The security and area were good. For Kahn, it was a good transition in the early stage, and few people came here, and the degree of confidentiality was enough. When Kahn earns enough money in the future, he will build a few more confidential warehouses. Large quantities of goods will be purchased and large quantities will disappear for no reason. Once or twice, no one may notice, but if there are too many times, people will definitely come to his door. What's more, he wasn't the only warehouse Carl found for him, it's just that there were fewer renters here and it looked empty. After renting the warehouse, Kahn sent Carl back, and then he was going to talk to Jess about the drug business, and after talking with Jess, he would go shopping for other things. It is impossible to only lack medicines in the ninja world. If it is the second or third ninja world war, then food can also save lives. In addition to trading, Kahn always remembers that he must stand firm in the ninja world and develop a force, just like Kato, but he cannot die like Kato. He has no background, relying on a bunch of samurai waves forbearance will occupy a country. Gun ammunition, the Khan's weapon against wandering ninjas and bandits, even a chunin could kill if enough people wielded them. The lethality of firearms is not small. The power of some rifles is almost equivalent to that of chunin's shuriken, and the rate of fire is fast. Chunin, who has no defensive evasion skills, is really a lot to say when he encounters a firearms team. Kahn directly asked the school for a long vacation, so he cancelled the agreement with Carl, but because the 2 days cost too much, Kahn gave Carl another sum of dollars to help him invest in the stock market. Recently, the United States appeared again. The breath of war, whether it is oil or gold, has a lot of room for manipulation. Because Kahn needs to make money, he chatted with Carl about the direction of making money next day. After leaving Carl's house, Kahn is preparing for his ninja trip. It's really desolate during the war. After Kahn prepared everything, he came to the world of Hokage ninjas through the trading system, but the landing location was random, and he had to find a trading partner as soon as possible so that the trading tokens could be placed in this world. Is it only 2 days, and after each shuttle, you must appear within 50 miles of the transaction mark, and the transaction mark is, the transaction object? This is really a shit-like rule. You must find a longer-lived transaction object. And only this one chance, I can't go back yet. Therefore, Kahn was a little anxious. If he didn't find a trading partner within 2 days, he would lose the world and the trading system would be refreshed again. But how difficult it is to find a person who is willing to trade and has a long life within 2 days, not to mention that as long as the world trading token is bound, it will take at least 2 years before it can be freely replaced. Shift, why is this system so troublesome? Wouldn't it be simpler? And this shitty weather, it's been raining. Fortunately, Kahn brought a complete set of daily necessities, including umbrellas and raincoats. It's just that there were too few people, and he didn't know where it was. He had been here for 2 hours and had been driving in the wild. If no one can be found for 2 consecutive days, then Kahn can only miss the plane of Hokage. As a rich man who has no shortage of time, Kahn has also practiced some martial arts and physical exercises in addition to training firearms. It is not difficult for him to walk for several hours. The key is that Kahn does not know how long it will take to see him after meeting people. I don't know how long it will take to find a suitable trading partner. Is it so unlucky for the first transaction? The Pent family believes in Tish so much, and she didn't want to keep the only heir of the Pent family under Yuichi. Kahn walked for another hour or 2, and finally found a place similar to the ruins of a building, which can be regarded as a temporary shelter from the rain. We don't know when the rain will fall, and when Kahn passed by, he saw traces left by the war. He didn't know which direction to go, which is the safest way to find a suitable trading partner, but for Kahn, if he is really in danger, he would rather return to the Marvel world as soon as possible and give up the Hokage plane instead of continuing the transaction. Anyone there? Kahn, who never left his gun, yelled, then observed carefully for a few minutes, then released the drone to look around, and decided to take a rest here before moving on after confirming that there was no one there. He needs to replenish his strength, and if it is not possible to reach out to the battlefield, Kahn will definitely take out a steak and make himself a delicious meal, but for now, he can only eat a little chocolate, energy drinks and jerky. While eating, Kahn used the drone to explore the surrounding environment, but the scope of the investigation was limited, and he did not get any useful information. 4 hours have passed, and there are 44 hours left. Kahn checked his watch, but he suddenly heard a soft sound, then immediately dropped the energy drink in his hand, stood up with guns in both hands, and shouted towards the place where the sound came from. Who? Kahn yelled and waited for more than 10 seconds, but there was still no response, so he thought about where the sound came from and fired a few shots. The bullets hit the ground and the wall, making a bang-bang sound. I'll say it again, don't blame me if you don't come out. Don't shoot, I'll just come out. After Kahn warned, there was a slightly immature voice from behind a large boulder, and then slowly came out an orange-haired kid, who looked about 10 years old, with a stubborn face. Although he was a child, Kahn did not relax his vigilance, and asked with gunpoint, "You are the only one? What are you doing here? I checked just now, and there is no one here. What is the purpose of your coming here?" "Looking for something to eat. I am a homeless person, because I am too hungry, so I came here to see what I can use." Yahiko replied nervously. The blonde weirdo in front of him does not look like a ninja, but he is older than himself, and the unknown hidden weapon just hit the ground and even the stones were broken. "They will definitely die. There is no village around, you come here alone to look for food? Brat, it looks like you are dishonest." Even as a child, Kahn has always kept a safe distance from this kid, and there is no cover around him that other people can get close to. If he finds something wrong, he will definitely return to the Marvel world as soon as possible. Yahiko saw Kahn pointing the black muzzle at him. Although he didn't know what it was, Yahiko also felt Kahn's malice. So Yahiko hurriedly waved his hands and said, "What I said is true. I just saw that I wanted to go to a ninja on the battlefield to learn ninjutsu. I happened to pass by here, so I wanted to hide from the rain." "Looking for a ninja apprentice?" Kahn repeated the sentence with a slight frown, then looked at the kid in front of him and his orange hair, and asked, "What's your name?" "Yahiko, my name is Yahiko." Sure enough, it was this guy, so now should be the time for the Second Ninja World War. The three of Yahiko have not yet apprenticed to Jiraiya, but Yahiko said that he is going to the battlefield to find ninja apprentices, so this is the Rain Country battlefield. Kahn felt that Tika, a woman, could not affect the ninja world, which was why his luck was so bad. However, since it was Yahiko, the danger was slightly lower, but it could not be completely ruled out. If you can't find anyone else, at least bind the plain transaction mark with one of Nagato or Conan. Call your other two companions out, this is for you. Kahn used the backpack as a cover, took out 3 breads and 3 hams from it, and threw them at Yahiko. Yahiko opened his eyes wide after seeing the food, and thought in his heart that the number of bread and ham is 3, this guy has known Conan and Nagato for a long time. And that strange hidden weapon was also removed, and it seemed that the danger could be lifted. "Conan, Nagato, come out, there's food, he's a good man." Hearing Yahiko's words, Kahn couldn't help but sneered in his heart. The definition of a good person is too easy. He is a businessman and capitalist, but he is definitely not a good person. But if Nagato is here, White Zetsu is probably also nearby. He is a businessman without chakra. White Zetsu should not be so mad at this time to kill all the strangers around Nagato. Kahn is still safe for the time being. After Yahiko finished yelling, 2 shabby-dressed little ghosts also came out from behind stones or other coverings, only tens of meters away from Kahn. It was only so close that they made a sound. To have survived the times, and to have such a hidden ability is considered very powerful. "It's so delicious, uncle." Even though Yahiko's mouth was stuffed with butter bread and ham, he was still able to say what he wanted to say, but there was too much stuff coming out, which made Kahn frown slightly and move away from him. The blue-haired Conan noticed Kahn's emotion, and said to Yahiko quickly, "Yahiko," after swallowing, "Uncle, I'm sorry, we are all too hungry, and Uncle's bread is delicious." "Don't call me Uncle, I'm not that familiar with you guys, my name is Kahn Pent, just call me Mr. Kahn." Kahn said to the 3 of Yahiko, and then continued to ask, "Where are you going? Which ninja do you want to learn ninjutsu from?" "We don't know, last time we saw a group of Konoha shinobi fighting against Hanzo, and they survived, so we want to go to them to learn ninjutsu and change the country of rain." Yahiko said full of fighting spirit, but Kahn on the side shook his head after listening, but he was only in his early 10 years old, so there was nothing he could do with his innocence. "What, Big Mr. Kahn, don't you believe what I said? Yahiko saw Kahn shaking his head, and immediately asked unconvinced. No, your ideal is very good, keep it up. Kahn has always disliked arguing with idiots, because it is meaningless, and he doesn't need to teach idiots, not to mention that the more smart people there are, the less it is for a person like him. A good thing. Kahn then continued, do you know the whereabouts of the Konoha shinobi? Seeing Kahn's perfunctory answer, Yahiko wanted to reason angrily at first, but when she heard Kahn asking about Konoha shinobi, she said, I probably know that they didn't leave any dead bodies after fighting Hanzo. If you look in the direction of the land of fire, you will eventually be able to keep up. That's it. Kahn nodded and thought, Yahiko and the others are looking for Konoha Sannin. If possible, it is better to bind the world trading target to either Tsunade or Orochimaru. They will stay in Konoha before the Third War, and Jiraiya probably will choose to stay and take care of the three of Yahiko. If you can trade with Konoha, it is a good thing. After establishing a cooperative relationship, it will be considered stable. You can also hire Konoha shinobi to gain a firm foothold in the country of fire, and then establish influence. Kahn thought for a while, and felt that it was a good choice to follow Yahiko and the others to find Sannin. If Konoha was worried and had the idea of attacking him, Kahn would immediately give up this plane and return to the Marvel world. Conan asked softly, Mr. Kahn, what are you thinking? It's a pity that the bread was packed in a plastic bag, otherwise she would have folded a paper flower for Mr. Kahn. It's nothing, let's make a deal. Next, I will follow you to find Konoha's ninjas. You have to hurry up and take me to find them. As travel expenses, these 3 boxes of milk and chocolates are your rewards. After Kahn finished speaking, he took out 3 boxes of milk and some chocolate candies from his backpack, put them on the ground and looked at the 3 of them. How about it? Sanxiao's eyes lit up when she saw this, milk and chocolate, even when there was no war, they seldom eat this kind of food. But Yahiko still asked with some vigilance, Mr. Kahn, what are you going to do with Konoha shinobi? Kahn waved his hand and said, I'm a businessman for the sake of trading, and I came here because I got lost. You don't think I have to learn ninjutsu from a teacher like you, do you? Mature, kid. Yahiko felt ashamed when he heard the words. He really had this idea just now, and he didn't want Kahn to compete with them for the opportunity to become a teacher, but after listening to the explanation, he felt that he was thinking too much. Kahn was much older than them, it's really not realistic to want to be a ninja. Okay, we agreed, thank you Mr. Kahn. After Yahiko finished speaking, he immediately took the milk and chocolate, and then distributed them to Conan and Nagato. After so many days of hunger, today's meal is the best meal for the 3 of them, whether it is butter bread it was still ham sausage. As for the chocolate, the 3 of them were not willing to eat it at all, so they put it in their pockets and kept it carefully. Since you agree, let's go, I don't have much time. Kahn got up and patted the dust, and said to Sanxiao that he only had more than a day left, and he still had to consider convincing Tsunade and Orochimaru. If it really didn't work, he could only bind the world trading coordinates to Nagato or Conan. Afterwards, the 3 of Yahiko and Kahn continued to head towards the land of fire. Although the current Yahiko is a little naive, he still has a good mind. At least he can analyze Konoha Sannin's return route and catch up. The average ninja is at this level, and they are still untrained children. However, the lack of physical strength of the 3 is a problem, but whenever the 3 say they want to take a break, Kahn will take out chocolates or other foods to motivate them, so that the 3 can hurry up and find Sannin as soon as possible. Encouraged by food, Yahiko, Conan and Nagato also exploded with unprecedented potential. After walking for 4 or 5 hours in a row, they finally found Konoha Sannin when the sky was getting dark. They're up ahead now, Mr. Kahn, us. Just go directly. You are the begging party. The only advantage is age and sincerity. I am a businessman. Being sneaky may arouse the vigilance of the other party, and vigilance can hinder the smooth progress of the transaction, not to mention that the other party may have discovered us. Gone. After speaking, Kahn walked over to the shelter from the rain. Damn, you are too careless. Conan, Nagato, you hide and wait for me. If the situation is not good, you run away. After speaking, Yahiko also followed, and walked side by side with Kahn towards the ruins where he might rest. The war is finally coming to an end, and as long as Sand Shinobi retreats, we can return to the village to rest. After Tsunade finished eating the biscuits, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, the continuous fighting is still with the demigods of the ninja world, even the three of them feel mentally exhausted, and this war has been going on for a long time. Konoha's logistics are somewhat can't keep up, Sand Shinobi must be solved in the shortest possible time. Having said that, I can only hope that the rest of the ninja village will settle down a bit, otherwise we will not be able to rest, Tsunade. Before Jiraiya finished speaking, he saw two figures walking towards them from the rain in the distance, one tall and one low, and they did not hide their figures. Tsunade has refined chakra and is ready to do it at any time, but she frowned slightly and said in a low voice, it doesn't seem like a ninja. Ninjas from Konoha, please don't get me wrong, the two of us are not ninjas from Rain Shinobi Village, and we are just looking for you to discuss something. Still some distance away from Tsunade and Jiraiya, Kahn yelled, because he didn't see Orochimaru, if this guy hit him in the dark, Kahn would be out of luck. So after Kahn finished speaking, he didn't approach at all, and still stood in the rain waiting for Jiraiya and Tsunade to reply. Come in and talk. After more than 10 seconds, Tsunade's shout came from inside, and at the same time, Orochimaru also came out from the darkness. In the early stage, the Hokage world was the main focus, and the Marvel world developed forces. Orochimaru came out from the dark, which can be regarded as expressing from the side that they have no intention of attacking. Of course, it is also possible to find that Kahn is not a ninja and there is no threat. If you can talk, the first step is considered a success. Kahn breathed a sigh of relief and walked over with Yahiko, but they were still not very close after entering. This kind of vigilance is normal in Orochimaru's view. In fact, he is also wary of Kahn. Jiraiya looked at Kahn and asked, what's your purpose? Kahn replied, I'm a businessman. I lost my way in the land of rain. Later, I met these little ghosts. I heard from them about the fight between Konoha Shinobi and Rain Shinobi, so I asked him to bring me to you. Businessman? Near the battlefield? Because I got lost, to be honest, I came to the Kingdom of Rain for the first time, and I didn't even know that there was a war nearby, and the things I want to trade are of the greatest value to ninjas. I want to get some samples from my backpack now. The three don't so excited. Kahn reminded in advance, and then reached into the backpack, using the backpack as a cover, in fact taking some samples from the space backpack. There are only two types of things traded, medicine and food, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, antipyretics, vitamins and some medical supplies. For food, there are only rice, flour, oil, sugar and salt, but there are a lot of them. There were instructions in Japanese written on several boxes of medicines. After hearing Kahn's request, Jess thought he was going to ship the medicines to Japan, but Kahn didn't elaborate and Jess didn't ask. Drugs? Tsunade became a little interested after hearing about the medicine. She is a medical ninja herself, and few of Konoha's current medical level can match her. Now Konoha's medical system has not developed at all, medical ninja it is also scattered, and as for the medicine, it is even formulated with herbs. There are almost no capsules or pills in batches of finished products. What do these medicines do? After Kahn handed all the samples to Tsunade, he said, there are instructions on them, and the effect is the same as the instructions. These are samples, so you can try them, even myself. As for food and the like, it was ignored by the three of them for the time being. It was not unimportant, but it was worse than medicine. Konoha's food supply is still relatively sufficient, but the medicine is really broken. Even if many wounded did not die on the battlefield, there will be large-scale casualties due to lack of treatment after returning to the camp. After Tsunade read them one by one, the expression on her face gradually turned solemn. After she read the description of the last box of medicines, she immediately raised her head and asked Kahn, "Are the curative effects of these medicines really the same as the descriptions?" "Of course it is true. These are samples. You can find some injured people to try." Kahn said solemnly, "I am a businessman, and there are a lot of these things. I will not exaggerate or deceive customers, which is not good for the transaction." Jiraiya and Orochimaru on the side saw Tsunade's expression. Even if they didn't read the medicine instructions, they knew how important the medicines Kahn brought out, otherwise it would be impossible for Tsunade to show that expression. Kahn took out a piece of paper from his pocket, handed it to Tsunade and said, "Here is the list of transactions and the quantity, other than that I have nothing to say." Jiraiya looked at Kahn's hair for a long time, and then asked, "Are you a businessman from the land of thunder?" "No, I have nothing to do with the country of thunder. I come from America on the other side of the sea, but few people in the ninja world have heard of it." Kahn knows that these can't fool them for the time being, but if you just talk about a country in the ninja world, they might actually send Umbu to find out. Tsunade raised his head and said to Kahn, "If the effect of the medicine is correct, then I can purchase all the first batch on behalf of Konoha. Now Konoha is rich and can't buy medicines. The scarcity of medical ninjas is the biggest reason why the wounded can't persist, and the medicines sold by Kahn can largely replace low-level medical ninjas. If possible, I hope you can go to the Konoha camp with us." Yes, but you must ensure my safety. I am not a ninja, but I have means of escape. If you mistreat me, I will cancel the transaction immediately, and you will never be able to buy my medicine again." Kahn solemnly told the three of Tsunade that even if he sensed something was wrong, he would leave the Hokage world immediately. "Don't worry, I will guarantee your safety in the name of Konoha Jonin Tsunade." Tsunade said decisively, "This is the medicine that can save the lives of most injured ninjas, and she absolutely does not allow anyone to destroy this matter. So, is the deal confirmed?" While speaking, Kahn reconfirmed to Tsunade. "That's right, let's trade." After Tsunade finished speaking, the trading system immediately displayed that the world trading coordinates had been successfully bound, and the bound object, Tsunade. Then, Tsunade turned his head to Jiraiya and Orochimaru and said, "Jiraiya, Orochimaru, we have to go back quickly." "What about this brat?" Jiraiya didn't answer Tsunade's words, but asked Yahiko who was beside Kahn, but Kahn took 2 steps to the side and took the initiative to open the relationship and said, "He has nothing to do with me, we just dropped by." After Kahn finished speaking, the eyes of the three of Jiraiya fell on Yahiko. Several people looked at him at the same time, which made Yahiko feel a lot of pressure instantly. However, due to the dream in his heart and what Mr. Kahn said to him just now, Yahiko lowered his head and trembled for a long time, and finally said loudly, "Please also teach us ninjutsu, I want to learn ninjutsu and change this crying country." Tsunade and Orochimaru sighed silently, thinking that this kid would also bring them a little surprise. It seemed like a naive guy. But Jiraiya's expression became a little more serious, and he asked, "Where's your family?" Yahiko was silent for a while, but replied truthfully, "I was killed by a ninja in this war." Orochimaru shook his head and said, "Don't bother with this brat, Jiraiya, there are still tasks to do when we get back." Tsunade also had the same attitude, and said to Jiraiya, "Yes, Jiraiya, we have to go back immediately." This. Looking at Yahiko's firm and dreamy eyes, Jiraiya was a little shaken in his heart. He knew that it was the right choice for him to return to the camp immediately. But Jiraiya thought of the destiny child that the great Toad Sage said again, and looked at Yahiko with a more relaxed look. "I'd better stay, Tsunade, Orochimaru, now that the war is almost over, let me take care of them." At this time, Konan and Nagato had emerged from behind the stone pillar, and the three of Jiraiya found out. But after Jiraiya finished his decision, the expressions of Tsunade and Orochimaru changed slightly. Tsunade asked angrily, "Jiraiya, do you know what you're talking about? This guy Jiraiya chose to stay in the land of rain, can't he see what the situation is now?" Tsunade kept complaining about Jiraiya along the way. The war between Konoha and the Land of Rain had just ended, and it had only been more than a day since the three of them fought against Hanzo. Jiraiya chose to stay in the Land of Rain to take care of a few children. This kind of behavior is not only unjustifiable in Konoha, but if it is encountered by Rain shinobi, it may be regarded as a spy provocation again, triggering the war between Konoha and Rain shinobi again. Moreover, leaving the Konoha camp without authorization, even during the war, it is not an exaggeration to be beaten as a traitor. Orochimaru. Don't look for me, I'll at most talk to Mr. Sarutobi with you, as for other aspects, don't worry about that idiot. Before Tsunade finished speaking, Orochimaru shook his head and refused, saying that it is enough for him to help say something good about this kind of treasonous behavior, and Orochimaru is not willing to let him take that idiot's place. Moreover, both he and Tsunade were very dissatisfied with Jiraiya's behavior. They would rather take care of the three orphans in the Land of Rain who had just met twice than return to the Konoha camp with them, but in the country of Rain. Then I don't care, let him explain to Sarutobi-sensei by himself. After speaking, Tsunade slowed down and came to Kahn Pinter. She was very interested in the medicines that Kahn brought out. These medicines could not be researched by one person, but dozens of medical ninjas. It takes 5 or 6 years of research on medicines to produce results. When Kahn was talking to Orochimaru and Tsunade just now, Kahn avoided suspicion a little bit, and he had to be cautious before establishing several successful trading relationships. As for Tsunade wanting to talk about medicines, Kahn has nothing to say. He has learned some medical skills, but he is not a grandmaster in the research and development of medicines. So Kahn talked about Tsunade's first aid on the battlefield, some sutures and bandages, and first aid techniques. And medicines, which can already replace Kamen's medical ninjas. And Kahn has learned the most medical skills in this area. Some systematic first aid techniques, even if common ninjas learn it, can save the wounded with medicine. After hearing this, Tsunade became more and more interested. Medical ninjutsu requires too much talent for ninjas, and it is not too much to say that it is 1 in a million, but the first aid techniques and simple sutures mentioned by Kahn can be widely used, and these are all aimed at battlefield treatment, which is much less expensive than cultivating medical ninjas. Less time. When approaching the Konoha camp, Tsunade praised Kahn, "You guy, although your name is a bit strange, but your medical skills are quite high. It's just that I have a better understanding of this aspect. After all, we need to sell medicines." Kahn finished speaking with a flat expression, but he also complained in his heart. The name Tsunade is also weird. Who would call Tsunade a normal woman? What is the difference between it and a sledgehammer? If you know medical ninjutsu, you are at least an advanced medical ninja. Tsunade continued to praise. She felt that she had gained a lot. After returning home, she sorted out the treatment methods for emergency injuries and popularized them to every ninja, which can save many companions. After a while, they came to the Konoha camp. After seeing that it was Tsunade and Orochimaru, the ninja who guarded the gate asked as usual, and then used sensory ninjutsu to check for signs of transformation technique or camouflage. After confirming that they were correct, the three of them were put into the camp. Although Kahn was brought back by Tsunade and Orochimaru, he still accepted the inspection as usual. Afterwards, Tsunade brought Kahn into a tent and said to him, "This is where I rest, you should rest here first, and I will discuss the medicine with other people. Don't worry, no one will trouble you here." After Tsunade finished speaking, she took some medicine that Kahn gave her and left her camp. Before leaving, she also arranged a Hyuga ninja to guard the door, not only to prevent Kahn from going out to steal information from Konoha, but also to protect him. After all, Kahn was the most cautious and timid businessman Tsunade had ever seen, and he emphasized many times along the way that if he encountered danger, he would leave immediately. I don't know how a common person left the Konoha camp. Just now, the perceiving ninja and the eyes of the Hyuga family have confirmed that there is no chakra in Kahn's body, and there is not even a trace of cultivation. After Tsunade settled Kahn, she immediately came to the conference camp, and when she came, she was the last one to arrive. "Tsunade, why didn't Jiraiya come back together? Also, who is that person you brought back? It's still a time of war, and you even brought strangers back into the camp at will. The frontline commander of the Kingdom of the Rain is Hokage's assistant Shimura Danzo. He originally wanted to use this war to earn good military exploits for himself, but who knew that the three disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the limelight. Although Konoha Sannin is given as a loser, the person who bestowed the title of Sannin is a demigod of the ninja world. In Konoha Shinobi's view, the three disciples of Lord Third Hokage unite to be able to fight with the ninja world. A mighty ninja against demigods. The matter of Jiraiya has been reported to teacher Sarutobi. As for the person I brought back, it will be discussed later. Tsunade didn't care about Shimura Danzo's scolding at all. She had long given up on this vicious old guy. This time, in order to get Sand Shinobi off, he let his subordinates pretend to be Sand Shinobi and Rain Shinobi to massacre civilians on the border between the two countries, although this move is beneficial to Konoha, but Tsunade just can't get used to it. Forget it, let's start discussing the war. Shimura Danzo is also helpless to Tsunade. She is not an ordinary jonin, now that Master Mito is still alive, and Tsunade has just made great achievements. It is not easy to use Jiraiya's failure to return and bringing back strangers to target Tsunade. Rain Shinobi Village has withdrawn from the battlefield, and their logistics can't keep up. If the fight continues, they can't even throw a shuriken. Now only Sand Shinobi is left. Afterwards, the camp began to discuss the end of the Rain Country battlefield. This time, Konoha took the initiative to launch a war and repelled Rain Shinobi Village, one of the demigods of the ninja world, and Sand Shinobi Village, one of the 5 major ninja villages. Next, as long as the 2 ninja villages sign the defeat treaty, Konoha will win a big victory. A Konoha Shinobi user also said, Tsukumo Jonin sent a message, there seems to be a change in Rock Shinobi, and it is very likely that they have invaded the country of grass. Shimura Danzo pondered for a while and said, send him a message, the next batch of support will be sent to him first, and Rock Shinobi must not be allowed to invade the country of grass. Now the country of grass is a vassal state of Konoha. Once Rock Shinobi invades, it will be a declaration of war on Konoha. After discussing for a while, everyone basically finished the report, and Shimura Danzo also looked at Tsunade. After Tsunade noticed the eyes of his colleagues around him, he directly took out all the medicines and medical equipment that Kahn gave him from the bag, and said to them. That man's name is Kahn Pinter, a businessman lost in the Rain Country, and these are the things he sells. Is this medical supplies, and medicine? Bandages, wound medicine patches and other things are relatively easy to identify, but capsules and granular medicines are more difficult to distinguish, and some sprays and the like. However, there are instructions on it, so the ninjas in the tent picked it up and prepared to look at it in detail. Those in the tent are all elites of Jonin, who have the right to make suggestions on the battlefield. Tsunade also explained to those who did not get the medicine, these medicines are emergency medicines that can be used on the battlefield. They have various functions such as hemostasis, anti-inflammation, and fever reduction. With these medicines, the shortage of medical ninjas can be greatly reduced. The current situation, together with some simple first aid suturing techniques, can reduce the current casualty rate several times. Jonin of the Nara family asked, is this medicine really as effective as the description? I'm not sure yet. These are just samples. Let us try them out. If the effect is correct, I suggest purchasing in large quantities, otherwise, with the current number of medical ninjas, the wounded in the camp. Tsunade didn't say anything next, but everyone in the camp knew what she was going to say. During this time, the medical ninjas in the camp were almost on the move, starting to heal when they recovered, and the chakra would be used up every day, but there were still a lot of them. The wounded died of untimely treatment. There are many ninjas of the ninja clan among them. If these medicines are as described, the scenes of untimely treatment of the wounded will be greatly reduced in the future. Shimura Danzo asked in a deep voice, what is the origin of that person? I don't know. He said he came from the United States on the other side of the sea, but who knows what happened on the other side of the sea, and it is absolutely impossible for this medicine to be developed by other ninja villages, otherwise Konoha cannot get some news. Tsunade shook his head after hearing the words, and then continued, but he seems to have the ability to escape, and he doesn't have much medicine on him, and he's not a ninja. He really looks like he's looking for a deal. Appearing inexplicably near the battlefield, how could an ordinary businessman make such a foolish move, Yamanaka Jonin? Before Danzo finished speaking, Orochimaru interrupted and said with a smile. Assist Danzo, it's better not to do this. This person is obviously just a tempter. I don't think there are many secrets on him. In addition, he appeared in the Kingdom of Rain and only met us because of 3 children. If you attack him if you don't get the secret, then it might be Rain Shinobi Village that benefits. After hearing Orochimaru's words, the other Jonin couldn't help thinking, and then they realized that Orochimaru had a point. The focus now should be to test the effect of the medicine. If it is true, then Konoha should be bought in large quantities, which can save the lives of many ninjas. Instead of entangled in this person's origin, although the details do need to be paid attention to, compared with these medicines, they are not so important. If Rain Shinobi Village is really given the same medicine and logistical supplies, then this war will probably continue, and Konoha is likely to turn from a winner to a loser. Danzo also thought of Rain Shinobi who had just conceded defeat. If he really dealt with this person, then letting the people behind him find Rain Shinobi would change the war. Tsunade, you go to verify the effect of this batch of medicine first. If the effect is correct, then send the situation and the list to teacher Sarutobi and the other 2 elders. After all, if you buy in bulk, you need their permission, and there are not only medicines, but also food supplies. Tsunade was the first to say that her answer was both reasonable, but it made Shimura Danzo a little angry, but he had no reason to refute, because this was the responsibility of the logistics department. That's it, the meeting is over. After Shimura Danzo finished speaking, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the other ninjas left the camp. Tsunade just felt refreshed after walking out of the tent, and seeing Shimura Danzo's frustration made her feel happy. Orochimaru, what are you going to do next? Orochimaru thought for a moment and said, if nothing else happens, he should be sent to deal with Sand Shinobi. Thinking of his younger brother, Tsunade asked, maybe I will stay in the camp for a while, Orochimaru, when I go back, I will be Nawaki's instructor. He has always hoped to become your disciple. If he can pass my assessment, but not choose Jiraiya, at least in terms of vision, he has already passed more than half of the pass. When Orochimaru said this, he basically agreed to this matter on his behalf. Afterwards, Tsunade returned to his tent and said to Kahn, it's no problem. If the effect is correct, Konoha will purchase in large quantities. You shouldn't mind waiting for a while. Of course, inspection is also a necessary part of the transaction. Kahn shrugged and said, things have progressed to this point, it can be said to be very smooth, and then he only needs to establish power in the Hokage world step by step, by properties, obtain a clear identity, and develop his own armed power by the way. At the same time, they searched for some precious metal resources. After all, it takes money to buy large-scale medicines, and the money earned from the stock market can hardly support Kahn's reselling of materials in the 2 worlds. Maybe Kahn has to go to other countries to set up some deceitful companies. After he returns, he needs to hire a professional private lawyer, otherwise the heavy metal issue will not be solved. Maybe you can also entrust Tsunade to develop a special medicine that cannot cure the disease in his world. Maybe it is possible to develop medicine based on the research of medical ninjas on the human body. In this case, Kahn will make a lot of money. With the high-end medical ninjutsu in the Hokage world, he can establish a pharmaceutical giant in the Marvel world. Decades later, the biotechnology in the Hokage world can even create human clones. If Kahn has the heart to push, his idea can really be realized ahead of schedule. Medical camp. The place is full of wounded people. After a big battle, even if Konoha defeated Rain Shinobi, his own casualties are not small. Most importantly, there are more than 200 wounded, only 8 medical ninjas. Konoha Village has only been built for more than 30 years, and Konoha Hospital was also established in Second Hokage. In the past, Konoha's resources were given priority to Umbu, Ninja School, etc., and the cultivation of Konoha Hospital was not enough, except for those left behind. Among the medical ninjas in Konoha, the Country of Grass Battlefield also sent 2 teams of medical ninjas. Even if they knew that there were a lot of casualties in the Country of Rain Battlefield, no one in Konoha could send them. That's why Tsunade paid so much attention after learning about Kahn's medicine. Kahn is also in the medical camp now. After helping the 3 wounded to sew up their wounds, he applied some medicine, and then walked out of the medical camp with a slight frown. After washing the blood off his hands, Kahn took a deep breath, and then said to Tsunade, who walked up to him expressionlessly, "The efficacy of the medicine is almost verified, Tsunade-san. I repeat, I am a businessman, not a doctor. Of course, you have worked hard these 2 days, ahaha." Seeing that the haha still didn't change the expression on Kahn's face, Tsunade went on to say, "Well, it has been confirmed in the past 2 days that your medicine is really as effective as the description. I have already sent a letter to Konoha, and I will definitely purchase it in large quantities in the future." Kahn sighed softly after hearing the words, and said, "That's good. To be honest, I have been out for a long time. It would be good if the transaction can be completed quickly." Tsunade reassured and said, "Don't worry, if there are no accidents, there will be a group of teams returning to Konoha in 3 days, and I will go back with you at that time. The purchase of medicines should be decided by me." Negotiation. Kahn glanced at Tsunade after hearing the words, but he thought for a while, but still didn't ask. But Tsunade noticed Kahn's eyes, so he asked, "What's the matter? Do you have any questions?" Kahn said, "I'm just curious. Your strength should be very strong. Do you want to go back and talk to me about the transaction at this time? If it's not convenient for you to answer, just pretend I didn't ask." "What's the inconvenience?" Tsunade said indifferently, "The war is almost over, so I'm going back with the wounded. Sand Shinobi is also shrinking the line of defense and has lost the desire to continue the war. In terms of casualties, under the attack of Konoha and Rain Shinobi, Sand Shinobi's casualties are much more than those of Konoha Shinobi, all thanks to the implementation of Danzo's plan. If the fight continues, Konoha will suffer a lot of casualties, but Sand Shinobi will definitely collapse, so they chose to admit defeat. At this time, Tsunade's role in the front line becomes smaller. She wants to play the role of a medical ninja, and returning to the village to work at Konoha Hospital is what she should do best. That's good. Kahn doesn't know whether the time of the 2 worlds is synchronized. He has been in the Hokage world for 5 days now, and Kahn can only tolerate about 20 days at most. People will report to the police and issue missing person notices. A few days later, Tsunade took a group of wounded as the first team to return to Konoha, and Kahn was among them. Since he is not a ninja, Tsunade also found him a carriage with a wink. After all, Kahn will be Konoha's distinguished guest next, and he must be treated well. It took a lot of time on the road, and by the time Konoha arrived, it was already the afternoon of the next day. "Here, this is Konoha, how do you feel?" Tsunade seemed to be a bit ostentatious and introduced to Kahn, probably because he felt that Konoha village is relatively prosperous in the ninja world, so he was full of pride when he introduced it. "Not bad, so next?" Kahn asked Tsunade with a flat face. As for Konoha's prosperity, he didn't care about it. It was just a village. Even New York 50 years ago was much more prosperous than a small village. Seeing that Kahn didn't seem surprised, Tsunade clicked his tongue and said, "I'll settle you down first, and I still have a lot of vacant houses." "Your home?" Kahn's face changed slightly when he heard the words, and then he said immediately, "It's fine to find any hotel. As for your house, let's forget it, Tsunade-san. I'm just here for business, and I'm not close enough to you to live in someone else's house." Point. Kahn will not agree to live in Senju land unless he is diagnosed with neurosis immediately. Tsunade glanced at Kahn after listening, and then said, there is no hotel in Konoha, and the only places where people can live are unassigned houses and ninja apartments. These two places are not suitable for you to live in, and my house has a lot of vacant houses. I live in Senju. The tribe can also protect you better. Konoha, who doesn't even have an inn, what were you showing off just now? Konoha has only been established for more than 30 years, and now the village is still dominated by ninjas. Second Hokage has only supported civilian ninjas for more than 10 years. Most of the business premises are opened by ninjas. Really not. From the outbreak of the First Ninja World War to the Second Ninja World War, the tense atmosphere in Konoha has not been relieved. After the death of Second Hokage, Konoha has no real peace, whether it is for revenge or for power. One day, even the Second Ninja World War was initiated by Konoha. As for what Tsunade said about letting Kahn live in her house temporarily, he also notified Third Hokage and got permission. The most important thing is that only Tsunade's grandmother Uzumaki can perceive whether Kahn is malicious or not without letting Kahn notice. Mito can do it. No matter how deeply the malice towards Konoha is hidden, it cannot be hidden from Uzumaki Mito's perception. Some time ago, Konoha relied on Uzumaki Mito's ability to uncover many spies hidden in Konoha. If Kahn is an undercover agent sent by other ninja villages, he must not be able to escape Master Mito's malicious perception. Sarutobi Hiruzen is out of this consideration, and he will also send Umbu to spy on Kahn at that time. No wonder he was so careful, it was because the medicine that Kahn brought out was too important to affect a war. If he found range shinobi first, then Konoha would be the one who felt uncomfortable. Kahn looked at Tsunade for a long time, and probably knew that this matter would be difficult to discuss, so he sighed and said, "Okay, then I'll bother you, Tsunade-san." There were twists and turns, and the first transaction was not as smooth as Kahn imagined. Then under the leadership of Tsunade, he came to the Senju tribe. The two ninja world wars caused a lot of casualties for the Senju tribe. In addition, Senju Hashirama disbanded the Senju tribe and let other tribes hide the name of Senju and integrate it into Konoha. So the entire clan land appears to be very empty. After Tsunade arranged a place for Kahn, he said to him, "You rest here for a day, and tomorrow I will take you to Mr. Sarutobi, the third Hokage of Konoha village." "Okay, I understand, I won't go out if there is no accident." "That's not necessary. If you want to go out for a stroll, you can tell me." Tsunade felt a little helpless about Kahn's cautiousness. This guy really didn't spy on Konoha's secrets at all. After Tsunade left, in another large courtyard not far from Kahn's house, third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing respectfully beside an old red-haired old woman, holding a crystal ball and asking, "Master Mito, please use your ability to sense good and evil to see if this person has any malice towards Konoha." Just now Sarutobi Hiruzen had told Uzumaki Mito that Kahn was placed in the Senju land, and with Uzumaki Mito's perception ability, he could easily perceive Kahn's location and the malice in his heart. If you have bad thoughts, you can't hide them from Uzumaki Mito. After a while, Uzumaki Mito opened his eyes and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "This person has no malice in his heart." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded after hearing the words, and then said to Uzumaki Mito, "I understand, then I won't bother you, Mito-sama." After finishing speaking, he took the crystal ball and left here, preparing to arrange for tomorrow's business negotiation. After breakfast in the morning, Kahn was taken to the Hokage building by Tsunade, and the transaction needs to be resolved as soon as possible. Tsunade said to Kahn that there are new wounded in Konoha Hospital every day, and the demand for medicines is far higher than before. If there is no Kahn, Hokage will consider asking various ninjas for a batch of medicine support. The current Konoha Hospital may not have the deep background of some big families. After Tsunade's medical ninja training reform, the background of Konoha Hospital will gradually increase. Based on what Tsunade said, Kahn also gradually understood some of Konoha's situation, but he felt that Tsunade was a little too careless. Could he, an outsider, know this kind of thing? "You are Kahn who is going to sell medicine to Konoha, right?" "I am third Hokage of Konoha village, Sarutobi Hiruzen." After coming to the Hokage building, Kahn saw in the Hokage office that the man in his prime was third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen is only in his 30s now. He is really a ninja in his prime. Since he dared to take the initiative to start a war and suppress the half-god, Rain Shinobi Village and from Sand Shinobi Village, it can be seen that the title of Shinobi is worthy of the name. Kahn nodded and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, third Hokage, "Hello, I'm Kahn Pinter, do you have any questions about the drug deal?" Sarutobi Hiruzen has seen the list of transactions yesterday, and it can be said that the prices are very cheap. Even rice noodles and the like are much cheaper than Konoha's purchase from the Land of Fire. Buy a batch of food supplies here and resell them to other small countries. We have verified the efficacy of the medicine, and it is indeed as expected, but after discussions with Konoha's senior management, I feel that the price of your medicine is still a little expensive. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Udatane Koharu, who was sitting on the other side, interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen, and then said to Kahn, "This price is too expensive for Konoha. 40% is a reasonable transaction price." As soon as this sentence was finished, Tsunade's eyes flickered with surprise when he heard it, and then he returned to the previous expression. As for Kahn, he just cursed secretly in his heart, then smiled, tilted his head and asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, third Hokage, "This is?" Without Sarutobi Hiruzen's permission, Kahn would not believe that Udatane Koharu dared to interrupt Sarutobi Hiruzen's words to rush to answer. You must know that Sarutobi Hiruzen is still at Ninjao. This is Elder Udatane Koharu of Konoha, who is also the person in charge of the logistics department and Konoha Hospital. Elder Zhuanju. Kahn nodded, smiled and said, "It seems that we can't reach an agreement on the price of the medicine, so for other supplies, does Konoha have any ideas about trading?" "What does this mean? Let's not talk about it." After Kahn finished speaking, whether it was Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen or others, they looked at Kahn with shock in their eyes. They just slashed the price of the transaction. If you think it's inappropriate, you can continue to discuss it. What do you mean by not talking directly? Well, Mr. Kahn, is there no room for negotiation regarding the price of the drug? Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed and said to Kahn, he didn't expect Kahn to be so decisive that he didn't even plan to trade medicines. Kahn waved his hand and smiled, and said, "I'm really sorry, third Hokage, I don't have the power to change the price of the drug. Konoha village also has to take a lot of risks to buy a large amount of medicines from an unknown source." Udatane Koharu said in a slightly unfriendly tone. The purchase of medicines is her responsibility, and Kahn's resolute refusal made Udatane Koharu feel a little embarrassed. "In this case, I didn't think carefully." Kahn shook his head, and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Udatane Koharu and others, "Then cancel the drug deal. If your village does not plan to conduct food deals, then I am ready to leave." His items are not worrying about selling. Now it is the Second Ninja World War. Although Konoha has ended the Rain Country battlefield, Rock Shinobi Village and Cloud Shinobi Village, Rock Shinobi Village and Sand Shinobi Village are still fighting, food and medicine its hard currency. If Konoha wanted to scare him with this, it would be a dream. The Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others were also a little overwhelmed by Kahn's decisiveness. They must not give up on the drug deal. Konoha is also a threat. Tsunade frowned slightly, she suddenly felt a little disgusted with Udatane Koharu, and immediately cut off 40% of the price. If it was really because of her that Konoha did not buy these life-saving medicines, then Udatane Koharu would definitely be killed by the wounded or the families of those who died from the injuries resisted. "Just a moment, Mr. Kahn." Later, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Tsunade to temporarily take Kahn out, and after they discussed for a while, they finally gave Kahn a final answer. "Mr. Kahn, the price of the medicine is traded according to the list you gave, but we need your assurance that these medicines cannot be sold to other ninja villages." Knowing that the list of restricted transactions was issued, Kahn pondered for a while, and then said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Third Hokage, I can only guarantee that the large amount of drug transactions are only carried out with Konoha, and your village cannot prevent civilians from coming to me to buy. At the same time, I hope Guetsuan will allow me to open a drug store and a grain store in Konoha. Kahn also set some of his own requirements. If there is no objection on the price, the rest are basically minor issues. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly agreed to Kahn's move to open a store. If the pharmacy was opened in Konoha, it would be easier for Umbu to monitor. Open. The first batch of drug transactions was worth about 100 million taels. Kahn's drugs were bought by tablet, and Sarutobi Hiruzen bought all the drugs that Kahn brought, at most 30 million taels of money, and the remaining 70 million taels are mortgaged by the houses and gold in Konoha. Gold is what Kahn asked for. As for the shops and houses in Konoha, many places have not been developed yet, and the prices of houses in Konoha are still relatively cheap, although Kahn knows that the value of the houses that Utatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura gave him as discounts is inflated some, but they make little money. No one can make more money than middlemen, not to mention middlemen in the two worlds. The gold traded from Konoha alone is more than 50 kilograms. The gold brought back and sold is enough to offset Kahn's purchase of medicines. After the transaction was confirmed, Kahn got an access pass from Konoha, and then left to prepare medicine for Konoha. Didn't notice anyone else. Sarutobi Hiruzen confirmed to Umbu again with a slightly solemn face. No matter how many times he asked, Umbu still gave the same answer. Yes, Mr. Hokage, we have checked all the people who entered and exited Kahn's leased warehouse in Chuanwu town. So far, we have not been able to find out who put the medical supplies in. Umbu's personnel half-kneeled on the ground and reported to 3rd Hokage that strictly speaking, their tracking mission failed this time, and no one should be found. Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured with doubts on his face, I can hide it from the three of you. It seems that the other party has a lot of influence. Which ninja is it? Do you want to help Konoha in this way? In just one day, no, in less than a day, hundreds of boxes of medicines and medical supplies were shipped to Chuanwu town. It may have been prepared in advance, but Umbu's people definitely checked the warehouse that Kahn rented. Mitokado Hamura pondered and said, if it is a ninja from other forces, it is impossible to do everything possible to help Konoha, and Koharu has asked Konoha Hospital to check all the medicines carefully. Likely to succeed. This kind of medicine has never appeared in the ninja world. Hiruzen, continue to send Umbu to other countries to search for the intelligence behind this person? Utatane Koharu asked, if there is really no information about the person behind Kahn, should he use some means to directly obtain information from this person? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of a cigarette and didn't reply right away. After thinking for a while, he said, let's take it easy. It's still during the war. As long as the medicine is correct, Konoha will make money. The left and right are just 30 million taels plus some houses of Konoha, and the gold seized on the battlefield. There are many mine veins in the Kingdom of the Wind. During the battle with Sand Shinobi Village, Konoha often sends people to attack Sand Shinobi Village. Shinobi Village's logistics or domestic caravans, gold and other ores have harvested a lot. After a while, an Umbu entered Hokage's office and immediately reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Master Hokage, there is news from Konoha Hospital that Master Tsunade has led people to inspect half of the medicines, all of which are qualified, and have been given to the wounded. After taking the medicine, the remaining half is estimated to be fully tested at noon tomorrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. After hearing the news, he finally made his heart happy. Tell Tsunade, bring some medicines and medical supplies to the medical ninja who will take over the battlefield of the country of grass next time. The wounded on the front line are also under great pressure. Yes, Lord Hokage. With a large amount of medicines, the situation in Konoha Hospital finally eased up a bit. In addition, Tsunade hired a lot of careful Konoha women to learn bandaging and suturing techniques, or do some other work with medical ninjas. Greatly reduced the work intensity of medical ninja. Kahn doesn't know much about my hospital, he only wants to open 2 stores now, and Kahn took a look, his place is not too remote, if he buys all the remaining houses, he can develop it into a street of business and entertainment. It's just that some people need to be recruited now. Whether Kahn is in Ninja World or not, it is impossible for him to manage these stores in person. It's just that he doesn't know much about these. Kahn thought for a while, and decided to ask Tsunade. In the afternoon, Kahn came to the entrance of Konoha Hospital. After inquiring about it, he learned that Tsunade was still busy, so he waited for Tsunade to come out at the entrance of the hospital. After a while, Kahn waited for Tsunade when the sky darkened. "This is you, what can I do for you?" As soon as Tsunade came out of Konoha Hospital, he saw Kahn at the door, so he stepped forward and asked. "There is one thing I want to consult with you about recruiting people." Before Kahn finished speaking, he was interrupted by Tsunade and said, "Let's talk about this matter while eating. I'm so busy that I haven't had dinner yet." Kahn had no choice but to follow Tsunade to the izakaya. After her order came slowly, Kahn talked about his needs. Recruiting manpower. This matter is very simple. I will help you solve it tomorrow, and I will thank you for giving me the reward for summarizing the first aid methods on the battlefield. What do you require of manpower? Kahn thought for a while and said, "It's nothing complicated. Just be obedient and careful. The first batch will need 5 people, and more people will be needed in the future. As for the compensation, they will not be treated badly. That's it." Tsunade suddenly remembered that many of her clan's families lost their biggest source of income because of the death of their pillars. Although Konoha has a pension, that is basically a drop in the bucket for future life. Now it is completely dependent on the Senju clan subsidized living. But the savings of the Senju family are not invaluable, and Tsunade's grandfather donated most of the savings of the Senju family to the village for construction, and now it has to provide for the expenses of hundreds of families every month. Can't last long. But there are very few opportunities to make money in Konoha, so after Tsunade heard Kahn's needs, he immediately thought of those clansmen. "If that's the case, I'd like to recommend some people to you." Afterwards, Tsunade and Kahn talked about the situation of her clansmen, which are basically widow families whose husbands died. Kahn thought for a while after listening, then nodded and agreed, "Okay, just them, let them come to me tomorrow. Thank you for this, Tsunade-san, I still have something to do, let's go first." After speaking, Kahn went to settle the bill with the boss and left the izakaya. Tsunade only realized after Kahn left, and then clicked his tongue and said, "This guy, really leave after talking." The next day, in the morning, the person Tsunade introduced also came to the store. And Kahn has almost had the store tidied up, except for the stock. "Kahn-san, we were introduced by Master Tsunade. There are 5 people in total, all of whom are women. The Senju clan suffered the most damage in the first 2 ninja wars. Although they lost Senju's surname, they were still the most active group of people on the battlefield. Naturally, they failed to come back. Since it has been said in advance, Kahn asked their names, and appointed a woman who seemed the most stable to be the store manager, and the rest were store clerks, cleaning cashiers, and so on. It took Kahn a little time to introduce this shop to the 5 people in detail. It mainly sells non-staple food, and will sell some other snacks when the business grows. He has planned all the procedures, and Kahn knows exactly how much money he can make by buying things. After confirming that these people were all right, Kahn left the village and went outside Konoha to prepare to take out the food in the backpack and transport it to Konoha for sale. Come back smoothly. After Kahn came back, he took a look at the surrounding environment. It was indeed his living room, and then he looked at the clock at home, and suddenly said in surprise, "It's only been 2 days. The time ratio is 5 to 1. Kahn brought up the panel of the trading system. After reading the system description, he knew the situation. The time ratio after the initial establishment of the world trading goal was like this, but with the frequent and deepening of transactions, the time ratio of the 2 worlds will change. Return to normal, and the time scale is bidirectional. It will be fine in the future, and now it can only be like this. The trading system is this rule, and Kahn cannot change it. He can only use this cheat to make himself stronger as soon as possible. The gain from the first transaction was not much. Apart from the assets and money in the Hokage world, Kahn's biggest gain was the more than 50 kilograms of gold. Life-saving firearms are useless, you can keep them to build your power later. After Kahn's power in the Hokage world develops, you can get in touch with Orochimaru. The reason why this guy cooperates with Danzo is that the root can provide money, materials and Hashirama cells. Except for the last one, Kahn can also provide Orochimaru. And in terms of biological research, Kahn believes that some biological research in the Marvel world will have a strong appeal to Orochimaru. To establish a trading company to cover up people's eyes and ears, as well as a biotechnology company and a channel to sell gold. As for gold, if it is tens of kilograms at a time, Kahn can still rely on some contacts to sell it. If more and more gold is traded in the future, Kahn will definitely be targeted. It's only been 2 days, and nothing happened. Next time, before going to Hokage World, you must register the company and hire a lawyer. Kahn looked at the letters accumulated in the mailbox, and there was nothing to be concerned about. Then Kahn thought about the scarce supplies in the Hokage world, and finally decided to order some more food and medicine. During the war, only these two were hard currency. The vegetable market in Konoha village was also empty, because there were no supplies to sell, and they were relatively nervous. After Kahn made 2 phone calls to order another batch, he called Carl's father and planned to visit his house tonight. Carl can't help with finding a lawyer and registering a company. Only Carl's father, a gold medal broker who often hangs around Wall Street, can help him. After witnessing other worlds through cheat, Kahn doesn't care if he goes to college or not. In the evening, Carl's father Connor knew that Kahn wanted to ask him for something, so he turned down other things, and then went home to prepare a dinner that was not particularly delicious, but he made it himself. Steamed sea bass dipped in soy sauce. I don't know where Connor came up with this recipe, but he thinks it's a delicious dish. Moreover, Connor was deceived by Carl who wanted pocket money a long time ago. Over time, Connor really thought that his cooking skills were good. When Kahn came to visit, he cooked and steamed 3 sea bass, and then poured 3 small dish of soy sauce. After Kahn came to the door, Connor took him directly to the seat in the restaurant. Kahn, try my cooking today. Today's sea bass is very fresh. If I encounter such fresh sea bass next time, I will consider dipping it in mustard and eating it raw. Try it. Thanks, Uncle Connor. Kahn cut a small piece of sea bass, put it directly into his throat and swallowed it, then quickly smoothed it with juice, and then decisively entered the topic and said, Uncle Connor, I want to start 2 companies, so I want to ask if you have anyone involved in this business. If I want to recruit some managers, where should I go? Just as Kahn finished speaking, Carl on the side waved his knife and fork excitedly and said, That's great, my brother. I also think that lightning is not as famous as Wall Street lightning. You finally. Wait a minute Carl, this time it has nothing to do with lightning, let's talk about it next time. I want to register a trade and biotechnology company. Kahn quickly interrupted Carl's speech. This guy is indeed capable in finance, but Zhong-Er's problem has not been corrected until he is about to go to college. Register a company? I just know someone in this field. I'll find his business card for you later. Connor thought about where to put his business card, and then continued to say to Kahn, Kahn, are you sure you want to register? A company in trading and biotechnology, not a securities company. I will also touch on that, but these 2 are more important to me, Uncle Connor. Hearing Kahn's very affirmative words, Connor knew that Kahn had made up his mind. His son's classmate has been very assertive since a few years ago, and Connor admires his learning ability and financial acumen very much. A year ago, he no longer regarded Kahn as a junior, but as a peers to treat. Especially the actions of Kahn and his son a few days ago. After analyzing the actions of Connor, he felt that there was a lot to do, so he mobilized a lot of funds to prepare to make a fortune with his son. Now that Kahn asked him this, it means that he has already made a plan, but he is not good at trade and biotechnology. If it is a securities company, then Connor will definitely buy a share and resign. Join in. After the meal, Kahn also successfully got to know someone from Connor, and Connor also guaranteed that before Kahn contacted that person, he would talk to him first. The next day, Kahn went to the address on the business card to find the company recommended by Connor, and after being welcomed by the other party, he stated his request. Registering a company is just a trivial matter, and it can be done easily. If you leave it to them, it can be done in 3 days. If you need their help to rent an office space, it only takes 2 more days to complete it together. In order to save trouble, Kahn simply handed over the matter to them. Although it will take a few more days, it can save Kahn a lot of time. He must need a trading company to hide his eyes and ears. This company does not need to make money, but it must have the ability to handle large quantities of goods, but it is a bit troublesome to build from zero to some. Kahn must recruit a few more to execute it perfectly. He ordered the assistant. At this stage, it is enough to find an executor who is obedient and can perfectly execute his orders. After the company grows gradually, Kahn needs a talent who can lead the overall situation, just like Stark Corporation like Pepper Potts. Kahn has not sold gold for a while, it is not the time yet, and he still has a lot of savings. It is difficult to get the wholesale agent qualification of medicines and food, but there will be professional companies to help Kahn run errands, not to mention that this is 2000, there is a shortage of medicines in many parts of the world, and the wholesale of medicines in the United States has just developed, and Kahn aims at to other regions outside of the United States. Moreover, the news that Kahn wanted to open a pharmaceutical and food trading wholesale company has slowly spread, and people who know about it are only a little surprised, and they no longer pay attention to this matter. The old Ponte built a large-scale private hospital from scratch. Although Kahn inherited the shares of this hospital, he has no interest in hospital management. Normally, it has something to do with the Pent family. Spending money is like running water. Kahn calculated the expenses these days. Although the company was successfully opened, the qualifications for drug wholesale and trade were also handled smoothly. Kahn even hired several people who were engaged in the drug wholesale industry and cross-border trade. As for accountants and lawyers, Kahn is also ready. After all the procedures are passed, Kahn's company can start to act. This company is only used to deceive people in the early stage. After Kahn's biopharmaceutical company develops later, this company will become dispensable. Exists. Now Kahn only hopes that the medical ninjutsu in the Hokage world can give him a surprise in terms of drug development. The impression that Chunin people seem to have no other way to die except in battle, and in several ninja world wars, San Shinobi's the puppeteer invented so many kinds of toxins, all of which were deciphered in the end. If medical ninjas like Tsunade are allowed to study incurable diseases like cancer, they should be able to develop special medicines for curing them. In the past few days, Kahn has been busy with the company and the futures market except for one appearance at school. The company swallowed money, and Kahn will make money from the futures market. After he and Carl studied and followed up all night, the two people have made at least $2 million in gold and oil. Although this kind of war money made Kahn feel uneasy for more than 10 seconds, it was really delicious. Seeing that the money on the account had increased a lot, Kahn, Carl, and Connor opened a bottle of champagne in order to denounce the war. Even though he wasn't old enough, Connor let Carl and Kahn have 2 drinks. The drug wholesale and trading company is also in progress in an orderly manner. Although the qualifications and the like have not been completed, they will come down sooner or later, so Kahn discussed the next direction with a few recruited employees, and waited for the drug wholesale. After the class is approved, the company will immediately operate. In the early stage, Mexico and West Asia and other places are tentatively planned. As long as you are careful, you can make a lot of money after transporting the medicine, and Kahn also gives his salesmen a high commission. Money, big money. After the world trading coordinates were dropped in the Hokage world, the trading system went into cooling. If nothing else, it will take at least 2 years to find the next trading world. But Kahn is not in a hurry, the Hokage world is enough for him to develop for a while. During the period when Kahn came back, the schedule was full. On the 10th day, Kahn confirmed the goods in the space backpack, and then went to the Hokage world again through the trading system. Boss, check out. After leaving the hotel in Chuanmu town, Kahn went to the warehouse he rented, preparing to continue hiring a group of people to pull things to Konoha. It's been almost 2 days since I left here. It's a strange time ratio, but that's okay, the time in both worlds is very long. To be on the safe side, Kahn first went to Konoha to issue a mission, and then waited until Konoha's Chunin team came to Chuanmu town before he hired a carriage to transport the goods to Konoha. Chuanmu town is not very far from Konoha, but he has a lot of things to transport. Hiring ninjas is also for safety. If there are robbers who rob, it is ninjas to protect Kahn, and Kahn will protect the goods. Have a safe journey. It is still a time of war, and Konoha is still very concerned about the elimination of the surrounding enemies. After arriving at the Konoha gate, the ninja at the gate checked the goods and let them go. Kahn directly sent the convoy to his 2 stores, and then arranged for people to unload the goods. Boss, is this a new arrival? Seeing Kahn following the convoy to the door of the store manager Xia Chuan came out quickly and asked. Her name should actually be Senju Xia Chuan, but the surname Senju disappeared when she was very young. It's new. Here's the list. Let's supplement it against the box. The rest will be put in the curry at the back. There is a large room at the back, which is dedicated to stacking goods, and there is also the house where Kahn lives. With side access to the street outside. Sarutobi Hiruzen mortgaged all the 4 houses nearby to Kahn, otherwise Konoha would have to use the money to buy medicines, which would make things even worse for Konoha's financial deficit. Kahn took out a list and handed it to Xia Chuan, then walked into the store to check the situation. A lot of things were empty on the shelves, so much was sold in just a few days, and many shelves were empty. Xia Chuan couldn't be lazy, it seemed that the stock was all sold out. Kahn thought about it in his mind, it seems that the supplies are still in short supply, so he can raise the price a little bit. If the war continues, the flour can also be sold at the price of flour. After Xia Chuan arranged for people to pull all the goods to the warehouse, he slowly began to replenish the goods on the shelves. Kahn took a look at the account books of the past few days, then called Xia Chuan over, ticked off nearly half of the items on the list, and then told Xia Chuan that the prices of these items would be increased by half, and the rest would be charged up by a quarter. After Xia Chuan heard the decision, he slightly opened his eyes and asked, "Boss, is it going to increase so much?" Kahn sighed, showing the usual helplessness of capitalists. "There is no way, Xia Chuan, it is a war period, and the outside influence is very serious. If there is no ninja escort, I would not dare to transport the goods by myself." After Xia Chuan heard the words, he pondered for a moment, thinking that the other shops in Konoha were basically sold out, and only the boss Kahn could bring supplies from outside, and hiring ninjas was also an expense. "If you think so, it is indeed reasonable. Xia Chuan, I know what you are worried about." Kahn moved closer and said to Xia Chuan in a low voice, "The clerks in the store and some of your relatives can buy at the original price, but don't let this news out." "Thank you, boss." Xia Chuan originally wanted to bow and thank him, but Kahn waved his hand and refused. It is good that some small profits can buy some people's hearts, and after the business expands, it will definitely recruit people. It just happened to recruit all the common people except Senju. Tsunade is good, and I will ask her to research medicine in the future, which is also a plus. Xia Chuan, what does that guy do? After talking about this, Kahn motioned to Xia Chuan for the red-haired girl who was looking at the door, but she didn't come in and watched the door for a long time. After hearing Kahn's question, Xia Chuan turned her head to look in the direction of the door, and then waved to the red-haired girl outside the door. "Boss, this is Kushina, I have often come to the store to buy chocolates and candies these 2 days." After Kushina came to him, Xia Chuan smiled slightly and introduced Kushina to Kahn. Alternate Jinchuriki, Kahn nodded, neither wanting to get close to Kushina nor intending to alienate him on purpose, and said directly to Xia Chuan, "It turns out that she is a customer, then you can entertain her, Xia Chuan." "Are you the boss?" Kushina asked suddenly, "I want to buy more chocolates at once, is that okay? Kahn looked at Kushina after hearing the words, and then pretended to look at it and asked, as long as you have money, you can buy it, and you can even buy all the chocolates in curry. It's good to buy it, thank you boss. After speaking, Kushina took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket and put them on the table. Kahn picked it up and counted it, and Kushina spent a total of 5,000 taels to buy chocolates for 200 taels of bills, which is indeed a lot for a child. After counting the money, Kahn put the 5,000 taels in the drawer, and then said, 5,000 taels, a total of 25 pieces of chocolate, Xia Chuan, help this guest pack it up. But before Kahn finished speaking, Kushina slapped the table angrily and asked loudly, boss, why is it 25 yuan? Last time I bought 10 yuan with 1,000 taels. This time it should be $50 is just right. Kahn was surprised, oh, he is quite good at arithmetic. Kushina scratched her head in embarrassment, where is that? No, it's useless even if you praise me, boss, you should give me 50 chocolates, don't lie to me. Unfortunately, this is not to lie to you, because before you came, some items in the store had just decided to increase their prices. Kahn shrugged helplessly, then took out the 5,000 taels from the vice admiral drawer, and said to Kushina, now the chocolate is 200 taels apiece. If you don't plan to buy it, then the money will be refunded to you. 202 pieces of chocolate are relatively expensive. Apart from being delicious and high in calories, there is nothing special about this thing, but for those who love sweets, chocolate is really more important than rice. In particular, this thing is only available in Kahn, and there are very few other sweets in Konoha. Chocolate is really the high end of the high end, and it is normal for it to be a little expensive. Besides, this thing is not sold to civilians at all, and now the children of the Konoha ninja are the main consumers. 202 apiece, this is too expensive. Confusion appeared on Kushina's little face. She was able to take out 5,000 taels, which she also asked for from Sister Tsunade and Nawaki. She had not been in Konoha for a long time, and only one relative, Uzumaki Mito, was still boarding with the Senju family. There were not many. Kushina would feel embarrassed if she was asked to ask Grandma Mito for money. Kushina, what do you want money for? I want a snack. It's too embarrassing, Kushina can't accept this kind of scene, but she prefers to eat this kind of sweet and silky dessert, although it is very expensive. After thinking about it for a while, Kushina finally pushed the money back and said, then buy 25. The chocolate was very popular, and if she didn't buy it, it would sell out quickly. Kahn took the money back, and then pretended to be helpless and said to Kushina, seeing that you like food so much, Xia Chuan, give this guest 30 chocolates. From now on, she will give away every time she buys 5. 1. Unlimited. Really? Kushina's face immediately showed joy after hearing the words, and then bowed to Kahn to thank him. Thank you boss, you're such a nice guy. Kahn looked at Kushina, who was thanking her, and couldn't help but smile in his heart, thinking that leeks are like this. If you give a small favor after being cut off, you will sincerely thank the person who cut her up. Kushina happily left with the chocolates. Although she didn't get the 50 yuan she expected, she made an extra 5 yuan. After Kushina left, Kahn took Xia Chuan to the next door shop, planning to clean up the shop and sell some daily medicines and medical supplies, such as bandages and swabs. Knowing Kahn's thoughts, Xia Chuan asked slightly surprised, boss, are you planning to sell medicine here? Kahn nodded, that's right, there may be 3 more people recruited at that time, it will take 2 days to clean up the place, and let's open the store in 3 days. In that case, boss, I have a recommended person, his name is Jikang Mirai, he knows a little medical ninjutsu, but he is no longer a ninja because he lost a hand in the battlefield. Xia Chuan was a little cautious when she said this. The person she mentioned was her friend's husband. Although he received a sum of compensation when he quit his ninja status, the money had already been spent, now he is missing a hand later, he couldn't even do physical work, couldn't make seals, and couldn't perform medical ninjutsu. Although he could barely survive relying on the support of Xia Chuan's friends, relying on his wife made him extremely ashamed and gradually became decadent. Knowing medical ninjutsu, that's fine, the treatment is the same as yours, ask him if he wants to come. Kahn directly said that the doctor in the office only needs to talk, not to mention that he still has a hand that can be used. As for the physical work, it is enough for 2 other people to do it. If this person loses an arm, such a good thing will not be his turn. The other 2, please come and find them too, Xia Chuan, but don't ask for those who steal and play tricks. Xia Chuan said happily after hearing the words, don't worry, boss, I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. The general environment is not good. In Konoha, only ninjas are masters, and even Konoha's finances were tight during the war, let alone the common people. The reason why most people yearn for peace is not because the war makes them lose their families, but also makes them unable to eat. After getting permission, Xia Chuan asked Kahn for a leave of absence to go to see Jikung Future and the other 2 shop assistants. This matter was also allowed by Kahn. Before Xia Chuan came back, he would take over the collection of money. Next, Kahn can't stay in Konoha village all the time. After the war slowly ends, he will also go outside to develop his power, first establish a firm foothold in the Fire Country, and then slowly invade the small country. It is indeed very profitable to rely on medicine and food, but the medicine business is temporarily surrounded by Konoha, and the grain business can be done, but the accumulation of funds will be very slow. The entertainment industry can think about it. Novels should be a good market in the ninja world. Jiraiya can make so much money with a few novels. Behind me is a master of the whole world, and I can almost set off a renaissance in the ninja world. After Kahn thought about novels, he thought it was a good plan. At the most important time, he had already brought 10 Japanese novels, and he didn't need to worry too much about this matter. He threw 2 novels to the bookstore every once in a while, and then waited for them to be collected. Money is enough. In the end, Kahn can spread throughout the entertainment industry and control the direction of public opinion in the ninja world. Sure enough, you're back. How about going for a drink tonight? When it was getting dark, Tsunade came to the Kahn food store to have a look, and found that Kahn was directing people to pack things next door, so he said hello. There's no need to eat, Tsunade-san, my place hasn't been tidied up yet, so I don't think I have much time. But just after Kahn finished speaking, Xia Chuan on the side came forward, first bowed slightly, sorry for interrupting the conversation between him and Tsunade, and then said, if it is to clean up the yard where Kahn lives in the back, Kahn-san might as well leave it to me, I also know where to buy household items and the like, and the cleaning will be done quickly. Kahn let out a helpless breath. This mature store manager usually has good eyesight, why is he so dazed today? He obviously just made an excuse because he didn't want to go, what are you talking about? Although she knew that Xia Chuan had good intentions, she did something bad this time. Tsunade must have been notified if she could find him that day. As for who notified her, she could figure it out after a little thought. Tsunade stepped forward and patted Kahn on the shoulder and said, Xia Chuan said so, just come with me. Okay, then I will leave the place where I live, Manager Xia Chuan. After Kahn nodded, he handed over the money for shopping to Xia Chuan, and then went to the izakaya with Tsunade. This guy has 2 hobbies, wine and gambling. Can devote himself to the wine field and casino to enjoy happiness. This is the first time Kahn-san calls me Xia Chuan store manager, this is a recognition of my ability. Xia Chuan thought for a while and thought it was very possible, then turned and went back to the store, planning to call 2 more people to help her tidy up Kahn-san's room. The sanitation had already been cleaned, but the furniture was missing. After arriving at the izakaya, Tsunade skillfully ordered a few bottles of shochu and some kebab side dishes, and Kahn ordered a cup of tea and a bowl of noodles alone. He was really hungry, since he couldn't go home to eat, then let's make do here. When the shochu came, Kahn clearly refused Tsunade's drink, and then Tsunade muttered something like, boring, and drank a few glasses happily. Tsunade-san, we are considered acquaintances, you should just talk about your purpose. After taking a few mouthfuls of noodles, Kahn felt that the taste was average, so he pushed the bowl of noodles aside and said to Tsunade. "This guy is too bold to drink, he won't send Tsunade back when he's drunk for a while, he doesn't have the strength or the idea." "Did you see it?" Tsunade said with a slightly flushed face. Maybe it was because he drank too much just now, so the blush appeared. "Since you can see it, I won't go around with you anymore. Konoha wants to buy another batch of medicines. You should bring a lot this time." After Tsunade put down his wine glass, he said to Kahn, "Now the medicines in Konoha Hospital have been used up, and the wounded in the early stage have accumulated a lot. In addition, the battlefield in the country of grass also needs a batch of medicines, and there are still wounded people from various ninjas." All of a sudden they poured into the Konoha Hospital, and the medicines purchased last time were almost used up. Although the war on the Rain Country battlefield was basically over, the Cloud Shinobi village next to the Yuno country was about to move again, and Kirigakure, etc. Wait. With the war together, each ninja village has different ideas. Kahn nodded and said to Tsunade, "The medicine and quantity are the same as last time, do you want Konoha?" "Yes, I hope you can sell all of this batch to Konoha." After saying this, Tsunade paused and did not continue to finish speaking. Kahn followed Tsunade's words and said, "But Konoha's finances are tight, and there is no money to buy medicine, right, Tsunade-san? I really can't hide it from you." Tsunade rolled her eyes, and then poured herself another glass. As her, it is difficult to say such credit words, and it seems difficult for Kahn to communicate when it comes to money. It can be seen from the decisive refusal of the transaction last time. Although he knew it was difficult, but Tsunade had a task on his body, he still asked, "So, can I get a batch of medicines on credit?" "Tsunade-san, I'm sorry, medicines can't be credited. If you don't have money, I will accept gold jewelry and other valuables." Kahn's attitude was very clear and he refused. This opening must not be opened. It is still in the early stage of the business. The second transaction will be on credit, so Konoha may make more progress in the future. Gold and jewelry. I'll ask Mr. Sarutobi, but the village's finances are very difficult now, and the daimyo's appropriation has not been available for a long time. Kahn quickly interrupted Tsunade's tendency to get drunk, and said with a serious expression, "Wait a minute, Tsunade-san, don't tell me the secrets of Konoha village. I'm just a businessman. Any interest?" After hearing the words, Tsunade restrained herself a little apologetically, and then asked, Sorry, sometimes I can't control my mouth when I drink too much, but how are Xia Chuan and the others doing at work?" "It's okay. I've already promised Xia Chuan. After the business expands, Xia Chuan's relatives will definitely be given priority. Thank you so much, otherwise, the Senju clan would not be able to accommodate them." After hearing the news, Tsunade said in a good mood that many people fought desperately on the battlefield because of her second grandfather's call. If the Senju clan ignored these people, then Tsunade would feel really sorry. Now that Kahn can give them a high-paying job, Tsunade is quite grateful to him. "By the way, if my business is going to expand to other places in the Land of Fire, can those people like Xia Chuan leave the village?" "Of course, although some of them know ninjutsu, they are not ninjas, so they can leave the village at will." Tsunade replied casually. This sentence made Kahn feel a little more at ease. Compared with the words of outsiders, these Senju people without surnames can be regarded as people who can make Kahn feel at ease. Afterwards, the two didn't talk for long, and Kahn left. As for Tsunade, she planned to drink for a while before leaving. On the second day, Kahn asked Xia Chuan about the pharmacy, and then prepared to go out to the capital of the country of fire. There is the largest bookstore in the Land of Fire, and Kahn believes that the 10 novels he brought will definitely echo the current appreciation level of the ninja world. Wubin is very pornographic and violent, and Wubin is very pornographic and ambiguous. In this ninja where wars occur frequently, only round and full books can bring a little comfort to the restless people in the center of the ninja world. But before Kahn left Konoha, Umbu's ninja found him. "Mr. Kahn, Lord Hokage please." After arriving at the Hokage office, except for Tsunade, there were still Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura. Kon-san, I took the liberty to invite you here. I really have something to discuss with you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone is very polite, but there is no way, Konoha does not have so many medical ninjas, and if you want to save the lives of the wounded, you must use Kahn's medicine. It turns out that with Kahn's medicine, the survival rate of the wounded increases 50 to 60%. With this effect, Konoha can preserve vitality in the war without heavy casualties. I understand what third Hokage means, but I can't decide on credit. In fact, I paid a sum of money for the medicines last time. If I can't collect the funds this time, I won't be able to sell medicines to Guetsuin in the future. And the other party will probably find someone else. Kahn said helplessly to Sarutobi Hiruzen that instead of listening to them gossip, he might as well speak out. Credit and the price of medicines are the bottom line. These 2 points are absolutely impossible, even if you use things as collateral, otherwise Kahn would rather end the transaction between the two parties. This is the bottom line. If the bottom line can be easily broken, then the other party will gain an inch. So Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't need to say how pitiful and hard Konoha Shinobi is. No matter how pitiful he is, it's not to protect him. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart, then forced a smile and asked, then what kind of items do you accept as collateral? Now it's a seller's market, and Konoha village has no choice but to attack Kahn, but Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Umbu to follow him several times, but he still didn't know how Kahn's family brought the medicine here, and Kahn disappeared mysteriously. It also kept Sarutobi Hiruzen from doing it for a long time. Although Kahn is a person without chakra common, maybe he has a sealing technique in his brain. If he gets nothing from him, then these medicines may flow into other ninja villages. If you don't have money, jewelry, jade, gold ornaments, or utensils that are more than a few hundred years old are fine, but the pricing power is mine, and of course I will not intentionally lower the price. When Kahn said the last sentence, Utatane Koharu's face was a bit ugly. She felt that Kahn was referring to her, because she said a high price for a few houses last time. Or you can use missions as collateral. I'm going to discuss some business elsewhere in the Land of Fire recently, and I need some guards around me. As for the firearms in Kahn's backpack, although they can protect themselves at some point, they are still a bit dangerous if they are attacked by Jonin. Mitokado Hamura asked suddenly, can you trade with ninjutsu scrolls? There are quite a lot of ninjutsu collected in Konoha. Ninjutsu? Kahn resolutely shook his head and refused after hearing this. Forget about it, Elder Mito, I am not a ninja, and a ninjutsu scroll is not as attractive to me as a best-selling novel. Is that so? That's a pity. After Mitokado Hamura said this, he stopped talking. After Mitokado Hamura and Utatane Koharu stopped talking, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Kahn, then Kahn-san, the amount of medicine that Konoha wants this time is still the same as last time, and we will send a list of items corresponding to the bid to you later. Take a look. No problem, third Hokage. After Kahn finished speaking, he was led by an Umbu to leave the Hokage building. The medicines were stored in the warehouse behind Kahn's food store. Except for some takeaway medicines to be placed in the pharmacy, the rest was just enough for Konoha's needs. In the afternoon, just after eating, Kahn was invited to the Hokage building by Umbu from Konoha again. This time he did not go to the Hokage office, but was taken to another house. There is only Mitokado Hamura in the house, and thinking about it, Hokage has a lot of things to deal with in a day, and it is impossible to waste all his time on medicine. Kahn-san, please check it out, here is the list. After Mitokado Hamura finished speaking, he handed Kahn a transaction list, and then gestured to the box on the table. 40 kilograms of gold, 100 pieces of jewelry, 1 box of accessories, and more than 30 pieces of antique utensils. When Kahn saw the last utensils placed more casually, he knew that these were antiques with a relatively long heritage, but he checked with Mitokado Hamura, and the answer he got was that the heritage is absolutely long, and this thing is considered not much in Konoha either. It was at least 500 years ago, according to the records of the Senju clan. Mitokado Hamura did not hide anything. these were contributed by the Senju clan. For ninjas, apart from the relatively long inheritance, it is a bowl from before, except that the documented patterns are enriched a bit. However, Mitokado Hamura still habitually set a high price for these antiques, but this high price is calculated according to the utensils. The high price makes Kahn feel a little funny, but thinking that the ninja world may not be playing with antiques, Kahn was relieved of his habit. Bringing these things back, with the slogan of inheriting the mystery, should be able to deduct millions of dollars from the Japanese. In addition to gold, Kahn also looked at gemstone jewelry and the like. Gemstones are not a big problem, at least from Kahn's point of view. Konoha village should not have the ability to fake. Kahn rejected some gemstones with poor quality and cracks, which made Mitokado Hamura on the side a little embarrassed. I complained about Yudatane Koharu, since they are all traded in a unified way, don't put these in. Luckily Kahn didn't say anything else. Mitokado Hamura would have been disgraced. As for the other box containing precious-looking accessories, Kahn opened it and looked at them, and he was sure that these items were probably genuine, because there were 2 precious accessories that had not been cleaned and had bloodline on them. Kahn took the 2 accessories with bloodline and looked at Mitokado Hamura, while Mitokado Hamura turned his head and looked in other directions, as if looking at the corners of the house that should be repaired, but Mitokado Hamura scolded Danzo again in his heart. It's a shame that the things that the roots snatched back are not dealt with. Except for the one I picked out just now, that's about it, Elder Mito. After Kahn checked to make sure it was correct, he turned around and said to Mitokado Hamura, as for the things he didn't want just now, he will definitely use houses to pay for them in the end. The most indispensable thing in Konoha is houses. Expansion. The next step is the amount of commission tasks. Mitokado Hamura nodded and said to Kahn, let's discuss this matter with the mission team. There is a more detailed mission assessment there. Sarutobi Hiruzen can indulge Yudatane Koharu to do some tricks on the items traded, but the task is Konoha's external reputation. Neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Mitokado Hamura will allow others to tamper with the task. Konoha's missions are divided into 5 levels, D, C, B, A, and S. A level and S level tasks are basically impossible for individuals to release. These are all related to the secrets of other countries, and at least Jonin is required to complete them. Unless the daimyo of the country of fire or a very high-status official, such people have a strong influence on Konoha, they can only issue A-level or S-level tasks. Otherwise, individuals can only release B-level and below-level tasks at most. Task. The task entrusted by Kahn can only be judged as a B-level task at best, because it is possible to meet wandering ninjas and Ronin warriors on the road after a long time in the land of fire. It cannot be spared, and many bandits and wandering ninjas will be born after each war. Since the task period of Kahn is relatively long, the task team set the task reward at 200,000 taels, and the 2 task teams led by Chunin will start tomorrow. Of course, this task alone cannot offset the medical funds owed by Konoha. Kahn has to release at least dozens of tasks like this before he can settle with Konoha. Kahn is going to go back and talk to Xia Chuan about his departure, and the 2 stores in Konoha depend on her. There is nothing difficult at present, except for the placement of goods and bookkeeping. The 2 stores have recruited a total of 8 people. It's not to earn Tsunade's favor. Would he, a capitalist, do such a loss-making business? Xia Chuan. So there are guests, so you should go ahead and find me later. As soon as Kahn entered the store, he saw many ninja school students shopping, so he told Xia Chuan, and then went to the backyard to live. After a while, Kahn suddenly heard footsteps approaching the door, and said directly, "Come in directly, Xia Chuan." Hush. After the door was opened, it was not Xia Chuan who came in, but Uzumaki Kushina, who had red hair and baby fat bulging slightly on his face. "You are. I remember Kushina, right?" Kahn pretended to think for a while, then asked uncertainly, "If you want to buy something, please go to the shop in front, this is my private living place." Hearing this, Kushina bowed with embarrassment on her face and said to Kahn, "I'm sorry, boss, I want to ask you something. Now that you know I'm sorry, just leave now." But after waiting for 3 seconds, Kahn and Kushina stared at each other, but she still had no intention of leaving, so Kahn sighed, got up and said, "Come in and sit down, I'll pour tea." "Thank you, boss." After Kushina heard the words, she actually sat in, and while waiting for tea, she looked around at the place where Kahn lived. "Here, Kushina, what do you want me to do?" "After drinking tea and talking about something, let's leave quickly." Kahn silently thought in his heart that he always felt that if he entangled too much with the alternate Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, there would be bad consequences. "Boss, the chocolates you sell are so popular, can I reserve some of them?" Holding a teacup, Kushina asked Kahn expectantly. The reason why she sneaked into the backyard where Kahn lived was because there were too many people shopping just now, and she didn't grab it. "Sold out again. I didn't expect the business to be so good." After hearing the words, Kahn thought in his heart, it seems that he can open a candy factory in the ninja world. It seems that there is no particularly famous sweet in the Hokage world. Even after decades, Konoha's most famous sweets are still dango and anko soup. Of course, this may also be the reason for someone's endorsement. But at this time, Kahn is sure that only he sells desserts like chocolates and lollipops. Sugar is a happy supplement. In the American market, desserts have a market worth at least hundreds of billions of dollars. If you open a dessert factory in Ninja World, will it reach chambers of commerce throughout the Land of Fire within 3 years? It seems that after leaving Konoha tomorrow, at least go to the surrounding towns to investigate and see where it is suitable to open a factory. "Boss. Boss." Seeing that Kahn said a word, Kushina began to meditate, and couldn't help but yelled a few times to wake him up from his contemplation. Kahn apologized and said, "I'm sorry, I was distracted for a while. You just said that you want to make a reservation, no problem. How much are you going to make?" Kushina thought for a moment, and then said a number, 100 yuan. 100 pieces of chocolate are 20,000 taels, and what I promised you last time, I will give you a total of 120 yuan, right? But I want to remind you, eating too much chocolate will make you fat, you must maintain enough sports. That's right, that's right. After hearing Kahn's calculation, Kushina nodded happily. Yesterday, the 30 yuan was eaten in less than a day, and Sister Tsunade and Nawaki robbed some. As for the exercise that Kahn said, Kushina didn't care at all. She daily practice is very hard, and eating a piece of silky chocolate after exhaustion is the best condolence. Kahn nodded and said, "Okay, remember to pay at Xia Chuan's when you leave, and I'll be the first to notify you when the next batch of desserts arrives." Kushina was stunned when he heard this. "You still have to pay?" "Of course, don't you pay for things? Although it's a reservation, at least I have to pay a deposit before I buy it and let you know." After seeing Kushina's face, Kahn couldn't help asking strangely, "You don't have money, do you?" "Of course not." Although Kushina wanted to say this with confidence, her guilty tone had already exposed everything. Then, without waiting for Kahn to say anything else, Kushina got up and walked outside. Seeing her posture, she knew she was going to raise money without guessing. The first time the desserts only gained some fame, but the second time they attracted a lot of looting. The people who came today were all ninja students, and only they could afford the expensive snacks from Kahn Food Store. After all, a ninja can easily do a simple D-level task, and it will cost between 500 taels and 10,000 taels, while genin is more diligent and can do at least 3 tasks a day. The ninja world is really a treasure land, and many places have not been developed. Kahn has added a few more to the next plan. In 3 or 5 years, he must establish a force in the ninja world that can affect the decision-making of Konoha village. And use the power of the ninja world to establish Kahn's power in the Marvel world. After explaining to Xia Chuan, Kahn was ready to go. 2 ninja teams. Konoha is still in the war period, so the number of ninja teams has been reduced. Basically 1 chunin is equipped with 2 genin, so Kahn has a total of 6 ninja guards on this trip, including 2 chunin. The safety in the Land of Fire must be guaranteed. In addition to the ninja, there is also a coachman, and Kahn also bought 2 carriages, one for logistical supplies, and the other is more expensive. For Kahn's enjoyment, the area inside is large enough for him to travel at night, sleep well. After getting ready, Kahn left Konoha village. Okay, what a good book. The owner of the Lichuan bookstore in the capital of the Land of Fire, after seeing the book Kahn gave him, was immersed in it. It was not until he read the manuscript of the first volume that he suddenly recovered and shouted, but from the plot in the book when he came back to his senses, the owner of the bookstore, Mickey, smiled at Kahn in embarrassment. Afterwards, the owner of the bookstore, Mickey, asked with some reluctance, "Kahn-san, is there a follow-up to this book?" "Of course, I've finished writing this book, but Mickey-san, why don't we talk about business first?" Kahn raised his eyebrows and asked. He was absolutely sure about the novels he brought, because Gain Ninja World is in a state of cultural desert now. Before he came to Lichuan bookstore, Kahn went to buy a few best-selling books. I read the book, but those are completely out of sight. Encouraging and praising, it's a headache to watch, but to sum it up, it's not enjoyable enough, and I don't have the desire to watch it. So when Kahn came up with a novel from another world, there was no possibility of not making money. Even the bookstore owner was so devoted to reading it, this novel was definitely a hit. Of course we have to talk. With Kahn-san's level, I can give you 20% of the share. Just hearing this, Kahn shook his head and interrupted Boss Mickey's next words, and said to him, "San Mickey is too insincere. I also read the so-called bestsellers of Lichuan bookstore before coming here, so to speak. Hee, and I still have 2 novels that are not inferior to the novels that Mickey-san just read. If Mickey-san's treatment is only this, then I will leave." Wait a minute. After hearing what Kahn said, owner Mickey of Lichuan bookstore stopped him immediately. "Kahn-san said that there are 2 other books with similar quality. I wonder if I can read them." "Of course, but it's best not to read Mickey-san all at once, otherwise there won't be enough time." After Kahn finished speaking, he took out the first volumes of the other 2 novels from his backpack and handed them to Boss Mickey. After Mickey took the novel, he couldn't wait to read it. After reading it, he was attracted by the plot in the novel. Those who can open a bookstore must at least have a certain appreciation ability for novels, and Mickey has a certain vision for himself. Great confidence. After a while, after Kahn reminded him of coughing, Mickey smiled embarrassedly, picked up the last novel and read it. After reading all of them, the boss Mickey of Lichuan bookstore had to let out a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for the lack of time, he really wanted to read all the following plots in one go. He hasn't been so immersed in a novel for a long time. 37% share, Kahn-san, this is the greatest sincerity I can give. I believe that the whole ninja world is not higher than what I give. Boss Mickey of Lichuan bookstore said with a serious face that now the ninja world share of novels is generally between 10% and 22%. He suddenly gave 37% of the share, and he has to bear the cost, which is full of sincerity. Up. If it is not sure that these 3 books are all good books and will definitely sell well, it is impossible for Boss Mickey to do this. Then it's settled, Mickey-san, after signing the contract, I will give you the first 3 volumes of the novel. Kahn smiled and said to Mickey, as for shaking hands, forget it, he doesn't want to shake hands with someone who has passed the gun. Afterwards, Kahn and Mickey quickly signed a contract, and Kahn also handed over the contents of the first 3 volumes to Mickey. He also reminded him that he could open a bookstore in Konoha. Not a small market. Jiraiya has made at least a few hundred million with the 3 books. Kahn has no reason to let this kind of money not make. As long as he moves his fingers, there will be a steady stream of money coming into his account. After negotiating with Lichuan bookstore, Kahn went around the capital of the Land of Fire, which is dozens of times more prosperous than Konoha, and the population alone is not comparable to Konoha. Kahn brought 2 teams of Konoha shinobi guards to guard him, and had a good meal in the following time. Although the team leader Chunin tried his best to refuse, Kahn and 4 genin persuaded him to come over. As long as he didn't drink alcohol and eat something, it's not a violation of the ninja rules, not to mention that this is the capital of the country of fire, and it's not a dangerous place, so it's okay to relax a little. Cannibals have short mouths. As long as these ninjas have not lost their conscience, after eating Kahn's delicious food, they will not speak too much when they go back to report the task, and they will even beautify it a little. After 2 days of shopping in the Land of Fire, Kahn also understood the current economic characteristics and development status of the ninja world. It is generally similar to their time around the 1970s, when many materials were scarce and the industry was just starting. However, this aspect is not taken seriously, and nobles and daimyo do not care about the development potential of industry. This has given Kahn a lot of opportunities. The dessert factory is the first step. Next, he has to control the food and manpower. After he has accumulated a certain amount of strength in the country of fire, he will go to the development of the small country without ninja village. In that case, Kahn will be very happy. Easily take away the power of a country. After leaving the capital of the Land of Fire, Kahn visited many prosperous towns in the Land of Fire, taking notes all the way, and finally returned to Chuanmu town, where he decided to open a dessert factory. It's not too close to Konoha, it's within a safe range, and there are no bandits around. And there are a lot of civilians. If Kahn opens a factory, he can easily recruit a large number of people. As for the management personnel, he can recruit more people from the Senju family, just like Xia Chuan, and family deeds. It is destined that they will not appear extremely evil people, and the rest is the training of professional skills. The dessert factory needs to be established as soon as possible. After returning to Chuanmu town, Kahn directly approached the Fire Country officials here. The construction team, according to Kahn's idea, built a large workshop and warehouse. Kahn spent several million taels just to buy land, build factories and warehouses, but there are still equipments that he has not bought. Kahn found out that the ninja world does not have the equipment he wants, so he plans to go back to the Marvel world to buy some. The production equipment 20 years ago is enough. As for the square meters near Chuanmu town, cocoa trees can also be planted for him. Kahn stayed in Chuanmu town for another 3 days. When the task he entrusted was about to run out, Kahn also took care of the construction of the dessert factory, and then just waited for the acceptance when the time came. After nothing happened, Kahn went back to Konoha. "Boss, you are back." After seeing Kahn coming back, Xia Chuan went up to greet him and said hello. There was another person following Kahn, who was missing an arm. It should be Kahn Future. It has been a while since Kahn left Konoha, and the Kahn Pharmacy has opened for business. Kahn Future, who knows medical ninjutsu, also came to work after training. "Well, I'm back. This is Kahn Mirai. I'm counting on you for the Kahn Pharmacy. I can rest assured that there is a store manager who knows medical ninjutsu." Kahn encouraged Kahn Future with a few words, which moved him a little. He didn't dislike him as a disabled person, and entrusted him with a heavy responsibility. Kahn Future quickly saluted and said, "Boss, don't worry, I will work hard." Kahn nodded, then entered the store and looked at the recent sales. The income from snacks is still very touching. It is a wise saying that children and women earn the most money. After the dessert factory opens, Kahn desserts can be supplied to all parts of the country of fire. Others sell well, but there seems to be an upper limit for food and the like. All ninjas in Konoha have their own purchase channels. Most of the people who come to the Kahn food store to buy food are civilians. The number of civilians is not very large. The food item will be crossed out from Kahn's space backpack in the future. Although the food in the United States is very cheap, there is no need to bring it over and sell it with a space backpack. It is not worth it. The ninja world resells food, and then goes to a small country to develop. But Kahn will not be like Kato. The Kahn family is not such a stupid person, Tien, who played himself to death at the beginning. "Boss, Kushina said that you allowed her to order desserts in advance." After other people found out, many followed suit. This is the list and the number of reservations. While Kahn was looking at the revenue and thinking, Xia Chuan also reported something to Kahn, and then handed him a list. After watching it, Kahn was slightly surprised. More than 80 people. More than 3 million taels. There are so many people in Konoha who like to eat desserts. In terms of money, there are quite a few wealthy ninjas who have also booked. Ordinary civilian families would not spend tens of thousands of taels to buy desserts, that was extremely inconsistent with their income. Xia Chuan nodded and said, "It's true that many ninjas have come to make reservations. Some of them also like chocolate, even me, ahem. She also secretly bought it for herself and the children at home. It's delicious, and I want to eat it after eating it. If it's not too expensive, Xia Chuan would like to buy a box back." "I see, I'll take care of this matter." Kahn put away the list, and then told Xia Chuan about the Chuanmu town dessert factory. "Xia Chuan, I have something to ask you, here you go, first leave it to others, and recruit a few more people. There is a business outside Konoha that needs to be entrusted to you. The dessert factory in Chuanmu town needs a trustworthy person to guard it. At present, the only person Kahn can trust is Xia Chuan. Although he has little time to deal with him, he is generally honest." After listening to what Kahn said, Xia Chuan thought for a while and made a decision. "I understand, boss, there are still many people in the original Senju clan who have nothing to do. If there is a job to accept them, they will definitely be willing, of. What's more, Kahn's salary is quite a lot, 80,000 taels a month, which is almost equivalent to more than a dozen high-quality D-level tasks." Kahn warned, although Chuanmu town is not far from Konoha, accidents may happen. "Xia Chuan, you should pay attention to safety when you go, and I will also recruit some guards." "I see, don't worry, boss." After finishing speaking, Xia Chuan smiled shyly, and continued to say to Kahn, "Actually, we also know some ninjutsu, after all, we are a ninja family. The Senju clan of this generation still has the idea of protecting Konoha more or less. When cultivating the next generation, they plan to let them enter the ninja school. Xia Chuan's children are not yet old enough. When he is 6 years old, he will also be sent to the ninja school by Xia Chuan. However, before being sent to a ninja school, preschool training must be received. The Senju clan lost their surnames and disbanded, so they can only let their parents come for ninja training in advance. She didn't go to ninja school and didn't have Konoha's ninja status, and she didn't plan to become a ninja. Otherwise, if she had an accident on the battlefield, the 4-year-old child would probably be sent to an orphanage. "It looks like I underestimated you, but it's good to be safe." Kahn smiled at Xia Chuan and said, "I'll take you there. There will be 8 people besides you. You can choose by yourself. I believe in you, Xia Chuan." "I see, thank you, boss." Xia Chuan nodded and said, at the same time, she felt a lot of gratitude to Kahn. Without him, she and many relatives and friends would definitely not have such a lucrative and relatively easy job. After explaining this matter, Kahn waited for Xia Chuan to gather all the people, and then he could take them to Chuanmu town. 4 people helped Kahn manage the dessert factory, and the other 5 inspected the planting of cocoa trees. This time Kahn removed the manpower arrangements and also bought a lot of land. Although the best cocoa trees cannot be grown here, let's make do with it in the early stage. After a while, Kahn will go to the country of tea to expand his power, and that is the most suitable place to grow cocoa trees. In addition to the expansion of power, Kahn is also paying attention to the trend of the Second Ninja World War. Recently, ninjas from the battlefield have been returning one after another. Most of them are ninjas from the Rain Country battlefield. After Rain Shinobi surrendered, Sand Shinobi didn't last long. They directly retreated to the border to show that they lost the battle. War. However, Sand Shinobi is still relatively stubborn on the surface. Even if it retreated to its own border, it did not sign the peace agreement initiated by Konoha. The peace agreement was said to be a peace agreement, but it was actually the exploitation of Sand Shinobi village by the Hawks headed by Danzo. Konoha let Rain Shinobi village go, and she will seek benefits from Sand Shinobi village. Although many ninjas have been withdrawn from the Rain Country battlefield, the rest can still deal with Sand Shinobi village. However, among the Konoha Shinobi players who have withdrawn from the battlefield, the most discussed is the Jinchuriki, a tailed beast that Sand Shinobi put on the battlefield. Although it is not stated explicitly, Kahn can guess from their descriptions and discussions, that the civet cats are like giant Yamato hills. Wind-style ninjutsu as strong as Yamato's natural disaster. If Danzo and Orochimaru hadn't found a solution, Konoha's ninjas would have suffered a lot. However, this kind of thing is not something that the current Kahn can participate in. His purpose is very clear, which is to expand his power in the shortest possible time. Ninjas are a very strange group. They have been brainwashed from generation to generation. No matter how powerful ninjas are, they cannot escape the identity of ninjas and need to be constrained by the wealthy and powerful common people. Maybe Uchiha Madara took half a foot, but there was a stronger Senju Hashirama who knocked him back. Kahn, where did you find all these good things? Carl was fortunate to be followed by Kahn to the Caltex auction house in Washington. The things Kahn brought back had been warmed up for more than 10 days, attracting many neon people who were interested in this. It is very likely that it is a piece of unrecorded blank history. Just this sentence from the Caltex appraiser is enough to make these auction items worth a lot of money. My grandfather inherited it from his grandfather, and it has been kept in the deepest part of the basement of my house. If I hadn't read my father's notebook, I wouldn't know there are these things in my house. Kahn casually thought of a reason and said to Carl, and then continued to look at Caltex's auction. The auction in the early 21st century was not as advanced as the follow-up, even Caltex's auction house was the same. He came in just to see how much the things he brought back could sell for, and he didn't have any intention of buying anything. When Kahn's current assets are not enough to enjoy himself, if he doubles it 1,000,000 times, maybe he will learn from those behaviors that corrupt people's hearts, but now, Kahn's most urgent goal is to develop power. Carl on the side saw the auction for the first time, but he was just surprised by the number of auctioned items, and then complained why there was no collector's edition manuscript of Kid Lightning. It's shot down. Kahn's items are not particularly expensive, but they are relatively large and have some historical value, otherwise most of them can only be regarded as gold. Kahn has already disposed of jewelry and the like, and got more than $6 million, which is not close to what he imagined, but there is no official source, so this is the only way to go. The smile on Kahn's face only grew brighter as pieces from Kahn's collection were sold. Kahn originally thought it would be enough to sell $3 or $4 million. Although the quantity is large, many of them are jewelry, but he did not expect to sell a total of nearly $9 million. Including the jewelry sold, this time it was only in US dollars. He made more than 15 million yuan, which is more than what he has made in the stock market in the past 3 years. When returning, Carl said to Kahn very excitedly, "Kahn, you are already a multimillionaire, and that car is not in line with your net worth. What are you going to change? I suggest you buy a sports car." "Carl, I've already been worth tens of millions, and the car now drives very smoothly, so I won't change it for the time being." Kahn stopped Carl from nagging, but without success. He continued nagging all the way until he got tired after getting on the plane. After returning to New York, Kahn went back to school, took another month's vacation, and then rushed to his company without stopping. The qualifications for pharmaceutical wholesale and trade have been established, and Kahn has recruited a few more businessmen from various countries, and assigned them tasks to get the company up and running quickly, and his Kahn Pharmaceutical Wholesale Company has signed a contract with the pharmaceutical factory, signed a large volume purchase contract, and leased the freighter and warehouse. Many things are handled by professionals, but Kahn personally takes care of the company's finances, purchases, and warehouses, and he arranges the manpower separately, because he has trading partners from another world. Biotech companies should also be established. Just an empty shell is not good. I don't know which direction to research. Kahn himself has a lot of things he wants to study, such as getting a strong body, gamma rays, eternal lifespan, etc., but he doesn't have the background knowledge. Although Kahn studied well in high school, he has nothing to do with biomedicine. His most suitable position is an investor and collaborator, not a researcher. Kahn is preparing to build a research base for a biological research company. The funds and manpower are ready, and even the construction team has prepared the construction drawings, but Kahn has not yet found a suitable research direction. Tony Stark. This guy's random donation is the number I have accumulated for 3 years. By the way, extremis virus. Kahn suddenly thought of what to invest in the first project of his biological research company. Extremis virus is a good choice. Killian should have been rejected by Tony Stark at the end of last year and early this year. It has only been a few months now, Killian found Maya at most, and may have just started research. Both of these people are geniuses, and if they can perfect the extremis virus, it will be a big evolution for the human body. The most important thing is that Killian and Maya are both biotechnology. Kahn can use the research of these two people to make a deal with Orochimaru. The three biological researchers who study human evolution must have a lot of common language. Maybe the extremis virus research can help Orochimaru make a greater breakthrough in Hashirama cells. If it succeeds, Kahn's extraordinary dream will not be covered, otherwise, even if he learns chakra, he will still be at 10,000 years genin. However, chakra can still learn. At least 3-body technique and shadow clone are quite useful for him. There is a high probability of survival when facing some small villains in the Marvel world. I just need to ask the ninjas in the ninja world for advice. Lack of an assistant who can handle trivial matters perfectly. Kahn thought for a while, and asked the headhunting company to help him find 2 assistants, so that he would be much more relaxed, whether it was the matter of a pharmaceutical wholesale trading company or a biomedical research company, at least he didn't have to go to Killian and Maya in person. 2 people. The more than $15 million harvested this time, in addition to purchasing a batch of materials to fill the space backpack, the rest was invested by Kahn in the construction of the 2 companies, and several $1,000,000 were entrusted to Connor. So I don't hand it over to Carl because he sometimes can't make up his mind if he is not by his side. To put it simply, there is a possibility of losing money. Although Carl is a good friend of Kahn, he should try to avoid such things that hurt friendship. Now Kahn's total worth is close to the $40 million mark if the hospital shares are not included. It took him less than 2 months, and most of it was earned through trading with the ninja world. This kind of earning speed, unless the trading system is replaced by the stock market system, it is difficult to earn this figure. We can leave 2 slots for weapons a little bit, and we need to bring 3 production lines and cocoa trees. Other items can be used as usual. Kahn is still under Konoha's nose. Apart from daimyo and nobles, there is only one military organization in Konoha. Kahn wants to develop his own armed personnel, and he can only develop after he invades the small country. Otherwise, they will be targeted by Konoha. About there. After checking again, Kahn set off again, heading to the ninja world. After Kahn returned to the ninja world, Xia Chuan just reported good news to him. During the few days he was away, Xia Chuan negotiated with the common people in 4 villages around Chuanmu town to plant cocoa trees. Cocoa beans are recycled at high prices, and the Kahn food store will give priority to selling them grain at a low price. As long as you do some calculations, you can figure out that the profit is much higher than that of growing grain. As long as there is money to be made, commoners in the ninja world will yearn for it, and the commoners in the 4 villages have agreed to plant cocoa trees. Good job, Xia Chuan, it's really a right choice to entrust the dessert factory to you. After Xia Chuan heard the words, he smiled embarrassedly. Kaido, where, this is what I should. This is good news for Kahn and saves him a lot of time. The dessert factory has almost been built. Kahn put the chocolate and other dessert machines in the warehouse when no one was paying attention. When others knew about it, they suspected that he used a method similar to the sealing scroll. The people of Konoha, it will only make him more suspicious of his background. After taking out the production line, Kahn called Xia Chuan and 4 other people over, handed them the instruction manual of the machine, and then Kahn taught them many times in person. This is the switch button. After pressing this, the machine starts to work. Pour the raw materials here, and then wait slowly. Then pack it into the box, and the chocolate is considered a success. After teaching it a few times and actually demonstrating it again, the other 4 could barely understand the operation of the machine, but they would have to operate it a lot in order to be able to fully learn how to operate the production line machine. This matter cannot be sloppy, and when a branch factory is opened in the future, these 4 people will be the person in charge of the branch. As for Xia Chuan, Kahn has more important things for her. Kahn stayed in Chuanmu town for 2 more days. In addition to being responsible for teaching them how to operate the machine, he also implemented the planting of cocoa trees. After planting this time, it will not be harvested until next year at the earliest. This time, the amount brought is relatively small, and the chocolate produced is estimated to be enough to buy and sell for more than a month, and milk and sugar still need to be purchased in the ninja world. Next time Kahn can bring raw materials to the ninja world in large quantities, or produce some ninja chocolate dessert. For example, Kumari chocolate, shuriken chocolate or fudge forehead protector. As long as some new molds are enough, these will definitely be popular. Ninjas still attract more attention in this world. Once a war breaks out, then it affects the livelihood of the entire country. After Chuanmu town's affairs were almost explained, Xia Chuan went back to Konoha. There was a bit of interrogation at the Konoha gate, but Kahn and his convoy were quickly let in. Not long after walking into Konoha, Kahn noticed some unusual atmosphere, probably the coexistence of joy and sadness, and many people were wearing black clothes, as if they were going to pay homage to their family members. Probably all the ninjas from the battlefield in the land of the rain were withdrawn, and both the living and the dead became heroes. Is there going to be a hero chocolate? Kahn thought for a while, and finally shook his head and vetoed it. Dead money is not so easy to earn, and it will be troublesome if it causes disputes and boycotts. After returning to the Kahn food store, he asked Meha to move all the goods to the warehouse. Chuanmu Meha was the person who took over Xia Chuan's store manager, and he was very reliable in his work. At least the things in this store did not trouble him. The business of the food store is still good, but a food store in a village will eventually have an upper limit. The desserts produced by the dessert factory in Chuanmu town will eventually be sold to all parts of the ninja world. Most of them are those noble merchants and the wealthy class among the common people, and their number is much larger than that of ninjas. Meha-san, you will arrange people later, and start delivering the goods according to the last reservation list, and you can take care of the rest. After 3 days of busy work, Kahn felt a little tired. He is probably the worst capitalist. He is worth tens of millions of dollars but still has to run his own business. Since he got the system, he has not had a good job for a long time. Rest. Miwa Chuanmu noticed a trace of tiredness on Kahn's face, and suggested in a low voice, "Boss, if you are very tired, you might as well go to a hot spring bath, which can relieve fatigue very easily." Soaking in hot springs when you are tired is something that everyone in the ninja world recognizes. Therefore, there is also a small country called Yuno country. The country is famous for its natural hot springs. It is said that soaking in hot springs for a long time can help you live longer. This gimmick has attracted many aristocrats and wealthy businessmen in the ninja world, and they go there several times a year. However, Kahn is not very interested in this. He himself can talk about gimmicks. In his opinion, bathing and longevity are all nonsense. If you have time, you might as well take a bath at home and have a good rest. No need, Mei and Sang, I'll go to the back to rest for a while. If you need anything, just call me. After speaking, Kahn walked towards the courtyard behind, not only to rest, but also to think about what to do next. Orochimaru should have started researching the forbidden technique around the time of the Third Ninja World War. He hasn't seen anyone close to him die before his eyes, and his thoughts on life are not that deep. If Kahn remembers correctly, Orochimaru's dream at the beginning was to learn all the ninjutsu in the world. It was not until Nawaki's death that he thought of immortality. Orochimaru cannot be said to be very talented in biological research. He was born to eat this bowl of rice. How long has it been since he started the experiment and when Boruto passed? In less than 50 years, he has made a leap from a ninja to a biological research expert, gene transplantation, human cloning, soul transfer, regeneration, and finally living younger and younger. He did it alone, with at most Yakushi Kabuto assisting him. Within 6 years, he must come up with a sufficiently deep study of the human body, and then lure Orochimaru into the bait. When he has the manpower and financial resources, Orochimaru will develop technology, and he must share success with him at every stage, and Kahn will also. I'm not afraid that Orochimaru will hide it. He will definitely recruit a group of experts in biological research in the Marvel world. After taking a bath, Kahn was going to have a cup of black tea and take a rest. The war was coming to an end, and Konoha probably wouldn't buy medicines from him this time, and they probably didn't have much money. Then Kahn is going to open a drug store in the Country of Fire, but he plans to find a retired medical ninja in Konoha. Even if he only knows a little medical ninjutsu, he needs to ask Jikang Mirai about this. Just as Kahn was thinking about something, footsteps suddenly came from outside. Miwa Chuanmu walked outside the door and asked, "Boss, Tsunade Jonin wants to visit you, can you let her in?" To be honest, it was a bit inconvenient, but Kahn got up and answered because of the value of Tsunade. Let Tsunade wait outside for a while. After Kahn changed his clothes, he welcomed Tsunade in. After sitting down, Kahn asked, "Tsunade-san, what can I do for you?" If it was about medicine, it would be inappropriate for Konoha to ask Tsunade to come to him. Kahn has always refused to mix in the transaction. Friendship. I want to hear your opinion on something. After all, you are also a grandmaster with some medical skills, and the battlefield first aid manual also has your credit. I didn't, it has nothing to do with me. Kahn shook his head and said, "Tsunade-san, I'm just a businessman, so don't ask me about Konoha. Don't be so stingy. How about it, I'll take care of your business. This time I bought all the chocolates in the grocery store." Tsunade waved his hand to Kahn with a poor acting smile, and continued, "Besides, what I asked is the same as Konoha's matter has nothing to do with it. This is my personal doubt. For the sake of a friend, please help. We're not friends, Tsunade-san, and the chocolates are easy to sell. If you buy them all, others can't buy them, you'll blame my grocery store." Kahn said directly, but seeing that Tsunade was still smiling and had no intention of leaving after being told by him, he couldn't help sighing and said, "Well, tell me, if it involves Konoha government affairs, I will treat it as nothing. I didn't hear it, and I won't answer you. You guys are really careful, Konoha didn't treat you as a spy." Tsunade curled her lips and said that she already knew from Grandma Mito that Kahn didn't have any malice towards Konoha, but was overly cautious, and Konoha's political matters involved were almost as fearful as a tiger. "It's about medical ninja training. Just now I asked Mr. Sarutobi in private, but he didn't want to do it at all, but Mr. Sarutobi has no idea about this at all. Reforming the medical system can obviously reduce the casualties of Konoha shinobi patients. You said should I bring this up at the next Jonin meeting? If so, there must be many people supporting my decision. Give up, it won't work." Kahn mercilessly poured cold water on Tsunade. "Even if you pull all the Jonin, this matter will not succeed." "Why? This is obviously a good thing. This battlefield has already demonstrated the importance of medical ninjas." Tsunade asked unconvinced. "This is obviously a good thing. Although Konoha now has Kahn's medicine, it can effectively reduce the number of deaths of the injured, but medical ninjas are irreplaceable. If the number of medical ninjas increases, not only it can ensure the safety of the frontline mission team, and also allow ninjas on the battlefield to quickly recover their strength. I don't know much about war, but training medical ninjas should cost a lot of money and energy. Konoha seems to be a little poor now, otherwise, I wouldn't have used a few houses to pay me several million taels." Kahn shook his head. His words made Tsunade blush a little. This kind of behavior did have the intention of slaughtering the villagers. "And the reform of the medical system you mentioned, do you have any ideas and specific plans?" Tsunade choked, and then looked around for a long time before saying, "The plan, shouldn't everyone discuss it? But at least you have come up with a preliminary plan. What is the goal? How old should you start training? Whether to open a new class in the ninja school or establish a medical ninja school? What are the selection criteria? What are the assessment criteria? How to prepare for the course? How much it costs? And the treatment of medical ninjas, whether it is attractive, etc. When you show these things, even if third Hokage wants to refuse, it will be difficult to find a reason. If you are passionate, there will be hundreds of reasons to reject you." After listening to Kahn's words, Tsunade was stunned. The words just now inspired her a lot. Even after listening, Tsunade vaguely knew what to do next. That's right, you're right. Many thoughts flashed through Tsunade's mind, and he agreed with Kahn very much. It's just that there are too many things to say at one time, and she can't remember them all at once, and she might forget them when she goes back. Don't look at me. I said that I am a businessman. The medical reform has already involved many aspects in Konoha. What I just said was just to enlighten you. Don't bother me about the next thing. After Kahn finished speaking, he picked up the teacup and prepared to see off the guests, but Tsunade couldn't understand his signal, so he had no choice but to directly explain that he was tired and had to rest. Then Tsunade was pushed out of the house by Kahn. Although with Tsunade's strength, Kahn would never be able to push her away if she didn't want to move, but it would be impolite to hold her back like this. After leaving the Kahn food store, Tsunade hurried back to Konoha Hospital. Yano, Chingjia, please help me. Tsunade called out the two medical ninjas who are the best at summarizing, and then told them what I heard at Kahn today. Help me write a detailed plan, and I will organize medical ninjutsu. With some assignments, Tsunade does what she does best. The current division of medical ninjutsu is not very clear. The most practical is healing jutsu, but healing jutsu has high requirements for chakra control. Tsunade intends to summarize medical ninjutsu from easy to difficult, and at the same time all medical ninjutsu jutsu is classified according to its practicality, and if possible, she is also planning to develop some supporting medical jutsu. Even Tsunade wants to write a method suitable for everyone to practice medical ninjutsu. It is still difficult to cultivate a medical ninja. If a system is formed, then medical ninjas will be continuously cultivated. Carefulness and patience are the basis for selecting medical ninjas. Even some operations can be taught in ninja schools. Mr. Sarutobi will definitely not agree to build a new medical ninja school. As for the selection criteria, hemostasis, examination paper assessment and routine surgery are 5 items. As a selection criterion, this is much more difficult than the 3-body technique, and it seems that I have to mention it to teacher Sarutobi. Tsunade was inspired in an instant, and kept writing at Konoha Hospital until late at night, and was still busy. The passing medical ninjas were all surprised when they saw it, and they even suspected that someone inside used the transformation technique to disguise themselves as Master Tsunade. At this time, Mrs. Tsunade should be in an izakaya or a casino. It is too abnormal to be writing at Konoha Hospital in the middle of the night. Until 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Tsunade suddenly felt that the division of routine surgery was a bit vague, and wanted to ask Kahn, but seeing the night outside the window, he suppressed this idea again. TSK, I forgot to buy chocolate too, let's see how much is left in Kushina. After the teaching plan of the medical ninjutsu course was almost written, Tsunade suddenly felt a little palpitation. When she wanted to eat chocolate, she suddenly remembered that she forgot to buy it today, but this palpitation really made her a little uneasy. Nothing bad will happen. Then Tsunade shook his head, the war is over, how can there be so many bad things? Master Tsunade, hurry up, go to the emergency room, your brother. Boom! Before the medical ninja could finish his sentence, he saw Tsunade stepping on the floor to make a small hole, and then rushed past him in an instant, rushing towards the emergency room. After Tsunade came to the emergency room, he saw the dying Nawaki. Although the medical ninja gave simple first aid on the battlefield, the medical ninja was not strong enough to maintain Nawaki's vital signs and could not be revived. Master Tsunade. After seeing Tsunade's arrival, several other medical ninjas breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly made room for Tsunade to prepare for the surgery himself. Tsunade only glanced back and forth, and he knew how important Nawaki's injuries were. The injuries to his body caused by the explosion of the detonating talisman were not the most serious. Is rapidly decaying. Tsunade directly separated 2 shadow clones, and then used 3 medical ninjutsu to treat them at the same time. If she had perfected the regeneration technique a few days earlier, she would be more confident in treating Nawaki now, but fortunately, there are medical ninjas who can help. Nawaki gave first aid, otherwise she would never be able to get her treatment. Minutes and seconds passed, and when Tsunade realized that the amount of chakra was insufficient, he even asked the assistant to feed her a few special military food pills, and finally managed to complete the operation. The rest, you come, debride, suture, and bandage. Before Tsunade could finish speaking, she slumped on a chair beside her. After 7 or 8 hours of non-stop treatment, her chakra had bottomed out, she has not fainted yet, and it is her own will that supports her. Leave it to us, Master Tsunade. The rest of the surgery was quickly taken over by other medical ninjas, and all of them were finished soon. Nawaki was wrapped like a rice dumpling, with bandages all over his body, and he still hasn't woken up. Even if he wakes up, he may. I know, thank you just now. Tsunade stood up with a pale face. It was her operation just now, so how could she not know about Nawaki's follow-up? Although there is a great hope of surviving, Nawaki basically can't be a ninja anymore. This is a huge blow to him who aspired to be a Hokage since he was a child. Even if Nawaki wakes up, he may not be able to accept this result, but Tsunade has tried his best. If she treats him immediately, there is a great possibility that he will be killed. Healed, but those medical ninjas on the battlefield are not as good as her. Thinking of this, it makes Tsunade feel more urgent to quickly establish a medical system. If there are enough medical ninjas, then Nawaki and other ninjas injured on the battlefield will not face serious injuries and dying. When Tsunade walked out of the emergency room, he happened to meet Orochimaru, who asked, "How is it?" "It's all right, we'll talk about the rest later, Orochimaru." This happened not long after I appointed Orochimaru as a teacher, and Tsunade is very tired now, and she has to go back and tell Grandma Mito. Kahn didn't know about it. In his memory, Nawaki was going to die, but unexpectedly he survived because of him. A large amount of medicine relieved the pressure on the medical ninjas and shortened the time for the medical ninjas to treat the wounded. With the supply of medicines and medical supplies in full stock, Konoha Hospital quickly treated all the accumulated wounded. After the medical pressure in the village became less, Sarutobi Hiruzen supported a group of medical ninjas and medical supplies on the front line, which is why Nawaki survived. If there is no medical ninja on the front line to save his life, then Nawaki will never insist on returning to Konoha to wait for Tsunade for treatment. But no one will tell Kahn about this. After a day off, he is discussing with Chuan Mumihi to buy 2 more houses nearby as shops. These 2 shops are also used as restaurants, a barbecue restaurant, and one as an izakaya. At present, Konoha's commercial street planning has not yet seen signs. Kahn inspected Konoha and found that the shops are very casual, and some of them are basically people living behind the shops in front. Prepare yourself to build a commercial street. And the war is ending. After the war, when the economy recovers, the surviving ninjas must have made a lot of money, and their consumption is nothing more than food, clothing, housing and transportation. After the establishment of barbecue restaurants and izakayas, Kahn plans to open a few more stores. He is only responsible for the payment and the establishment of the early stage, and then it is all in charge of the store manager. Kahn still has a lot of money in the ninja world. This thing can only be used in this world. He might as well spend it all and exchange the money he earns for other resources. However, Kahn handed over the matter of buying a house to Kawaki Miwa. If he went, he might have to cheat him again. In Kahn's opinion, the 2 people in Konoha F4 are out of their minds, they don't even think about it. Whoever has more important resources, if Konoha can cheat Kahn on the house, Kahn can earn more than 10 times more in medicine. Within a few days, Chuanki Lily finished the matter of buying a house, which cost much less than him. After that comes the purchase channels and personnel recruitment. These are relatively easy to handle. Unlike other restaurants, barbecue restaurants only need to prepare meat for customers to grill. By the way, to fill the stomach. If possible, Kahn is also planning to open a casino in Konoha. After the war, gambling is the only entertainment that can make people quickly forget the excitement on the battlefield. Kahn is also to heal the grief of ninjas, but this matter needs to be inquired about. If possible, then Kahn will go to Tiger Hill to buy some high-end gambling machines and come back to open the largest casino in the Country of Fire. Kahn suddenly thought that the casino in Konoha can be delayed, but the casino in the Country of Fire can be started as soon as possible. After giving Konoha almost everything, Kahn left Chuanmumeha 1 million taels as the fund for opening a store, and then he was going to visit Chuanmu town. He was going to take Xia Chuan to investigate other business opportunities. Now Kahn still has tens of millions of taels that have not been spent. Keeping them in his hands is like waste paper. He is making money every day now, and he must invest the money as soon as possible to develop like a snowball. Just when Kahn was about to leave, Kushina came to the food store again. "Well, boss, you are here." Kahn responded casually, "Well, but I won't be here soon. If you need anything, please tell the new store manager, although she is also busy." Hearing this, Kushina looked around the store, and then came to Kahn and asked, "Boss, if you want to give a gift to a patient lying in bed, what should you give?" "Fruit, Konoha's fruit shop, you should know where it is." Kushina frowned after hearing the words, then shook her head. "He is a few years older than me, so he probably doesn't like fruit." "What's the use of comparing yourself? When I was 10 years old I loved chili." Kahn complained helplessly in his heart, then thought for a while, and said to Kushina, "If you are not sure, you can give me 100,000 taels, and I will prepare a gift for you." 100,000 taels. Kushina's eyes widened immediately, and the first thought in her heart was, is this boss trying to cheat her money again? Damn, not a single ticket. "Boss, your price is too much. How can a child have 100,000 taels?" Kushina said indignantly, "This is completely deceitful, and it is impossible for any student to spend so much money." "Children? How come? I have always regarded you as my customer, at least in this shop. You and I are equal, you pay money, I deliver goods or services, there is no distinction between big and small." Kahn's half-boasting and half-false words immediately made Kushina feel a little happy. Except for Kahn, everyone else regarded her as a child, a violent madman, a tomato, etc., and only the owner of the food store was willing to treat her as an equal adult. Even so, 100,000 taels is too expensive. Kushina's voice became weaker, and at the same time, she held her wallet tightly with her right hand. This action made Kahn slightly surprised. "Good guy, you really have 100,000 taels." In fact, the last time Kushina went back to find Tsunade and asked for a sum of money. At that time, Tsunade was greatly relieved due to the pressure of Konoha Hospital. Many medical ninjas praised Tsunade's achievements, which made her feel good. Kushina took the opportunity to send a few pieces of chocolate. "I got 200,000 taels from Tsunade, a big fat sheep. Although it cost some money, there is still 140,000 taels left." When Kushina came to Kahn food store this time, he wanted to order some chocolates, and then buy a gift suitable for the sick to visit Nawaki. "Ask her for 100,000 taels. 100,000 taels is indeed a bit expensive for you who have no income. However, the gift I am talking about is unique in the ninja world. The dessert made by me can be said to be worth the price." Kahn said to Kushina very confidently, this time he must scare the red hair into a pit and hide from himself in the future. As for the cake, anyway, Kahn has never seen it in the Country of Fire, and it may take more than 10 years to be invented. Now there is nothing wrong with being unique. A unique dessert. After Kushina heard the words, some saliva came out of her mouth, and then she swallowed it with a thud. She was wondering if it was worth 100,000 taels to experience the unique dessert. "If you don't want to, I'll take my leave first. There are still many businesses waiting for me outside the Kingdom of Fire." After Kahn finished speaking, he was about to go back to pack his things, but before he could take 2 steps, Kushina stopped in front of Kahn and said with determination, "Then give me one, boss. 100,000 taels, give the money first." A hand stretched out in front of Kushina, although he agreed, but when taking the money, Kushina was still very heartbroken. 100,000 taels, almost took away all his money. Kushina slowly took out his wallet, and reluctantly counted out 100,000 taels from it. When it was handed over to Kahn, he almost turned his head away from looking at it. After Nawaki gets better, she must earn the money back. Very well, the transaction is established, you wait for me here for a while. After receiving the money, Kahn went to the kitchen at the back, preparing to make a cake for Kushina before leaving. Boss, can I go and see? Kushina asked in a low voice. It had nothing to do with curiosity, she cared about her own money, and was a little afraid that Kahn would take the money and run away. Whatever, just don't bother me. After Kahn finished speaking, he took some raw materials from the space backpack, and then walked to the kitchen. He has lived alone for a long time. Apart from spear skills and studying, the only thing he is confident in is cooking, and Kahn once spent a little time on baking. With his learning ability, he can make Carl eat one after another than thumbs. The cake is not difficult for Kahn, and what he made is more complicated and beautiful. At least Kushina was surprised after reading it. It was the first time she saw such a beautiful dessert, at least she liked it better. As for the congratulations, Kahn didn't know that the cake was for Nawaki until he finished speaking in Kushina, and that the family was seriously injured and still alive. After finishing, Kahn clapped his hands in satisfaction and said, "The material is not too much, the price is not too high, it can only be used to this extent. Next time if you pay enough money, I can make you a 3-layer 3-dimensional cake, pattern customization. Is there a better one?" Kushina was surprised after hearing the words. In her opinion, this kind of cake is already very beautiful. "Boss, how much is the better one?" "It starts at 500,000 taels, the better and the more expensive. I mainly made it myself. With my craftsmanship, isn't it too much to be called the god of desserts?" Kahn's words are also deceiving an ignorant little girl like Kushina. After the business in this area is established, he doesn't need to fill up the space backpack every time. If Kushina is willing to say 1,000,000 taels, it's okay for Kahn to bring a 5-layer cake, or use other methods if you don't have the money. The Uzumaki family, the 9 taels Jinchuriki. A few years later, when Kahn starts to conduct biological research, her role will be infinitely magnified. But that's years away. Kushina took the cake and left happily. It may take a few days before she feels sorry for 100,000 taels again, but what makes Kushina happy is that Nawaki, who is seriously injured, may not be able to finish such a big cake. Sister Tsunade recently also very busy, and Grandma Mito doesn't like sweets, so she was alone in the end. After Kushina left, Kahn also packed up and prepared to leave Konoha. This time, he still went to the task team in the Hokage building and assigned a protection task of B level. Before he was kept waiting, Konoha sent a Chunin team to protect him. The destination this time is the underground gold exchange, which is not a good place, but Kahn wants to open casinos in other places in the country of fire, so it is best to find a financial manager to join him. It's Kakuzu who threw a shuriken with first generation. He is powerful and loves money. Kahn's casino can invite him to be a financial manager and a thug who guards the field. He will provide a monthly income, which is probably enough to persuade Kakuzu. Then you can build Kahn's own guard with Kakuzu as the center. After arriving in Chuanmu town, Kahn took a look at the dessert factory. Xia Chuan had already recruited almost all the manpower, but the manpower was not enough, but the early production was enough. "Xia Chuan, I will leave this place to you. With this money, I will buy 2 shops first. One will be used as a dessert shop, and the other will be decorated more luxuriously. I have other uses, in addition, I can adopt some homeless people. For homeless street children, I will provide them with food, drink and education." After Kahn finished speaking, he handed over 5,000,000 taels to Xia Chuan. Besides the dessert shop, he planned to open a casino in another relatively large place. There is electricity in this era, and gambling machines in the 21st century can also be used, and that kind of frequent gameplay is estimated to be accepted by gamblers in the ninja world soon, and this is the fastest money-making tool. The money from the ninja world can allow Kahn to build up his influence as quickly as possible. Kahn also decided to train a group of people himself, and wandering orphans are a good group of people. Standalone 10,000 years, is there any good-hearted people to vote? Several. The next thing is a bit private, please wait for me here. Kahn told the Chunin team guarding him that there is an underground gold exchange in this small town, which he heard from the owner of Lichun bookstore, and that he can afford a chain bookstore in the Land of Fire, and there must be noble support behind it. I naturally have some understanding of the dark forces like the underground gold exchange. Konoha must also know it, but the two sides basically do not interfere with each other. Sometimes, some rewards issued by Konoha will also flow into the underground gold exchange. If some bounty hunters complete the reward, the underground gold exchange will also they will arrange for innocent people to go to Konoha in exchange for rewards. Moreover, many nobles in the country of fire need the dark power of the underground gold exchange to satisfy some of their private affairs. After Kahn left, a genin asked curiously, "Captain, what is the employer going to do? Why is it so secretive? It should be a private matter." The other person couldn't help but started to look at the delicious food in front of him. The journey was really comfortable. As long as they came across towns, they could eat well and live well, and sometimes they could soak in hot springs. This is not coming out to perform tasks, isn't it obvious that it is coming out to enjoy the blessings? Don't ask too much about the employer. Besides, this town is special. Since he doesn't need our guards, he will listen to the employer. Captain Chunin said in a low voice, and then moved his chopsticks to the delicious food in front of him. After eating 2 mouthfuls, he slowly explained to the curious eyes of the 3 subordinates. There is an underground gold exchange in this small town. Since the employer doesn't let us follow, it's probably going there. This kind of dark force has never welcomed ninjas from the 5 major countries. If we follow, it will be inconvenient for the employer to act. So don't worry about that, maybe the employer will come back after eating. After the 3 genins heard it, they suddenly realized, so it's because of the underground gold exchange. I've heard of this place before, but I've never seen it before. After they knew the reason, they didn't ask any more questions. The most important thing was that the 3 of them saw that Captain Chunin didn't want to talk anymore, so they obediently ate the food in front of them. It's a good thing it's a bath soup, not a toilet. After Kahn came to the location of the underground gold exchange, he saw the bath soup in front of him. He was a little lucky. He was a clean person. If it was really a toilet, he would still have to go in, but it would make him uncomfortable for a long time. After following the tips given by the owner of Lichuan bookstore, Kahn successfully came to the underground gold exchange hidden behind the bath soup. This is the place where rewards and demands are issued. The place Shinobu went to was somewhere else, not here. After explaining his needs, Kahn left the reward place of the underground gold exchange under the strange eyes of the other party. Kahn only released 1 reward, that is, a reward of 1 million taels, and Kakuzu was called to meet him. Grandmaster has 5 attributes, is good at using a variety of high-level ninjutsu, 5 lives, and loves money. In Kahn's opinion, he is the easiest to be bought. Besides, Kahn only wants Kakuzu to be a thug on call, and he is usually fine. If it happens, it is basically equivalent to taking money for nothing. There is no reason for Kakuzu not to agree to such a good thing. After the bounty was released, Kahn visited other places in the Land of Fire under the escort of Konoha shinobi. He went to some relatively prosperous towns, and Kahn did not miss the villages next to some towns. He mainly wanted to see the business situation and economic level of the Fire Nation, which would be of great help to his future development direction. After half a month, Kahn returned to Chuanmu town. This trip to the Land of Fire gave him a lot of gains, and he can focus on developing his power for a long time. After arriving at Chuanmu town, the Chunin team next to Kahn had completed the task. This was what Kahn had agreed with the task team of the Hokage building, but it was confirmed that the task had been completed, and the Chunin team was still a little bit reluctant. Although guards are usually required, board and lodging make them feel very comfortable. Then, we shall take our leave, Kahn-san. The leader of Chunin and 3 genins bowed to Kahn very respectfully, and then said, "I'm sorry to trouble you during this time, the guards are very relieved on the way, and hope to have the opportunity to go with them next time." Kahn also said to the 4 very politely, and then sent them away. After Konoha's Chunin team left, Xia Chuan stepped forward and said to Kahn, "Boss, someone said that you asked him to come, I have been waiting for you for 3 days. But that person is Renren, and his strength seems to be very strong. Have you been here for 3 days? It's early, bring him here." "Xia Chuan," I called that man. After hearing Xia Chuan's description, Kahn knew that Kakuzu had come early. After Xia Chuan brought Kakuzu over, he saw this guy complaining a little dissatisfied and said, "I have waited for 3 full days. Since you are not here, you should explain in advance. I might be able to finish it within 3 days." Boom! Kahn took a box out of the space backpack and put it directly in front of Kakuzu. The box was not big, but it was heavy. The 2 million taels is a meeting gift in addition to the 1 million taels in the underground gold exchange. "Kakuzu-san, I want to discuss a long-term business with you." After Kahn finished speaking, Kakuzu immediately opened the box and took a look. There were stacks of banknotes inside. Although there was no detailed count, Kakuzu roughly estimated that there must be 2 million taels in the box. However, Kakuzu took out the money from the box and counted them carefully. Kahn learned about Kakuzu's habits, so he didn't pay much attention. He picked up a cup of tea and drank it slowly, waiting here for Kakuzu to finish counting the money. Xia Chuan's eyes widened, she had never seen such a snobbish person, to think that other people don't exist, just counting the money on their own. After Kakuzu counted the money, he fastened the button of the box, and then said to Kahn, "What business are you talking about? I'm not very good at anything except killing people." I don't know if it was Kahn's illusion, but he felt that Kakuzu's tone was a little gentler. But when it comes to business, Kahn became serious and said to Kakuzu, "I plan to open several casinos in the Land of Fire, and I hope that Kakuzu-san can be the flexible guard and debt collector of the casino, and the reward will not be less for Kakuzu-san." "Casino? I won't join any forces. If it's just this matter, then I can't do anything." After hearing this, Kakuzu said decisively that he only believed in money, and he didn't want to join any forces other than that. "It doesn't mean that you stay in the casino all day, but when the casino needs you, it can contact you as soon as possible, and Kakuzu-san will come to help as soon as possible, teach the thugs who cause trouble in the casino, or help the casino recover the debt. It depends on the situation, but the minimum reward is 200,000 taels, which is equivalent to the A-level task of Darren Village." Kahn slowly explained to Kakuzu, and then asked with a smile, "Besides, when you are free, Kakuzu-san is still the most famous bounty hunter in the underground gold exchange, and the casino will not delay you from accepting the bounty task." Kakuzu finally agreed to Kahn's proposal. This matter is beneficial to him and has no harm. Even if there is trouble, Kakuzu can easily solve it. In addition, by cooperating with Kahn's casino, Kakuzu is equivalent to a stable income. Even if nothing happens within a month, Kahn will give Kakuzu 3 million taels. After hearing this condition, Kakuzu's complexion improved a lot. Although he covered his mask and only showed a pair of green eyes, both Kahn and Xia Chuan felt this way. 3 million taels per month is only a small amount for Kahn. As long as Kahn's casino opens, 3 million taels is only a small part of the turnover. The most important thing is to have a Kage-level ninja on call. For the convenience of contact, Kakuzu also arranged for an offline contact person of him to stay in Chuanmu town to be responsible for contacting him. As long as there is a need, he will be able to come back in a day or two, unless Kakuzu is very far away from the Land of Fire. In the early stage, Kahn planned to open a casino in the 2 places of Chuanmu town and Bonshu Street. The location has been inspected, and Xia Chuan was also sent by him to make preliminary preparations and recruitment. During the 15 days when Kahn left, the dessert factory has produced qualified products, and the taste is almost the same as that brought by Kahn. When there is no change in the formula and raw materials, the taste will naturally not change. Kahn is still very positive about the performance of the dessert factory, but the raw materials are not too much, and the production will be finished soon. Some of the chocolates produced during this period will be sent to the Kahn food store in Konoha, and the other part will be sold outside Chunmu town. The pricing is also not cheap, the same as the price in Konoha. Kahn's purpose from the very beginning is very clear: the civilians should mainly fill their stomachs, and don't eat any snacks. After dealing with the affairs of the ninja world, Kahn returned to the Marvel world. There is nothing Kahn needs to deal with in the Marvel world, only pharmaceutical wholesale and trading companies need to be concerned, and during his absence, Kahn's salesmen have negotiated 3 deals, bringing the company the first income. Moreover, according to market research, some countries have a great demand for medicines. If they can fully occupy the market there, Kahn's pharmaceutical wholesale trading company will have an annual revenue of $500 to $600 million. Kahn just encouraged this, and by the way, increased the intensity of poaching and expanded the company's manpower. He also interviewed 3 assistants by the way, but only one passed, and became Kahn's administrative assistant in the pharmaceutical wholesale trading company, and specifically carried out his orders. In this way, Kahn will be able to relax a lot. In the future, he only needs to pass on the order, and there will naturally be an assistant to help him keep an eye on it. Other than that, little progress has been made in other aspects. At least there is no news about Killian and Maya, whom Kahn most hopes to recruit, and it is not known whether they are in the United States. After returning, Kahn asked someone to help him buy a lot of gambling machines and gambling equipment. Because he needed to change the language slightly, Kahn waited for nearly half a month, but during this period, he took care of other things. Yes, the raw materials needed by the dessert factory, and the handling of interpersonal relationships. Even Kahn took some time to relax, fulfilled his promise to Carl, and cleared the archived game with him, but after clearing the level, Carl felt boring, and several new games had been released, and he's still playing last year. There is nothing in the Marvel world that needs Kahn's attention for the time being, and it is relatively stable now. The forces of S.H.I.E.L.D. have not been able to monitor every move of everyone in the United States, and there are a lot of things in them, which can almost be called Hydra Shield part of the snake. What Kahn has been worried about is that Kamataja's GUI will find him. The Supreme Mage has the Time Source Stone and can see many timelines in the future. If the ancient couple is curious about him often disappearing, then Kahn will. It's a little dangerous. Although it's unlikely to die, it will be a very uncomfortable thing for the biggest secret to be known and thoroughly understood by others. So Kahn tossed back and forth between the 2 worlds. Even when he was tired, he did not dare to relax, just to gain strength earlier. Compared with the ninja world, the Marvel world is more dangerous. Whether it is the invasion of aliens, or the snapping of the purple sweet potato essence, even the just act of the Avengers in the early days has affected many people. Hiding in the country could kill the whole family, let alone Kahn in New York. Kahn brought all the things and returned to the ninja world again. He first came to Chunmu town, and put all the gambling machines and gambling equipment in the casino. After the manpower is fully recruited, the casino can open for business. Guards are necessary. People in the casino are the most likely to cause trouble. It is not a minority of people who are anxious to lose, but the norm. In addition, it is necessary to find a professional person to manage the casino. Unfortunately, there are very few people in Konoha who know how to gamble. Not much. I can only ask Xia Chuan to find out. As for the homeless teenagers recruited by food factories, they have to be trained for at least 4 or 5 years before they can be entrusted with important tasks. There are too few suitable subordinates who can be recruited. If possible, I would like to intercept Kimimaro and buy. Kahn sighed and thought, either he is not capable enough, or he cannot be reassured, and it will take time to cultivate from a wandering orphan. Xia Chuan can barely convince him, but he cannot cut her in half with a knife. Therefore, the development of Kahn's power is still slow, because there are people who have money and plans but have no implementation. By the way, Yakushi Nanoyu, this woman's ability and talent are not weak. She should be a child now. Can she be cut off from Danzo? Kahn thinks of the title of Walking Priestess in the future, and feels that Yakushi Nanoyu will become his most powerful assistant, provided that she is not valued by Danzo and joins the route. According to her age, Yakushi Nono should be around 10 years old. However, Kahn remembered that Danzo was still on the battlefield of the Land of Rain a while ago, and even if he came back, he would not expand the root power so quickly. Maybe he has a chance. If she is in Jonin school, Kahn can find an opportunity to ask Kushina about it. Anyway, Kushina is an idiot, and even if she is tricked by Kahn, she probably won't notice it. I still have to go back to Konoha to have a look. You can first inquire about it by donating to the orphanage. Thinking of this, Kahn immediately set off to return to Konoha. It's too late for this kind of thing. The sooner he finds Yakushi Nanoyu, the higher the possibility of Kahn recruiting this talent. Damn old man. After leaving the Hokage building, Tsunade couldn't help cursing that she had prepared for such a long time, but at today's Jonin meeting, she was rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsunade. Not long after leaving the Hokage building, Tsunade suddenly heard someone calling her from behind. When she looked back, she found that it was the person who supported her at the Jonin meeting just now. It seemed to be Kato. Kato-dan. It's you, what's the matter? Although he was in a bad mood, Tsunade suppressed his temper and greeted those who supported him just now with a good face. My name is Kato-dan. Just now I think your proposal is very good. If you can vigorously reform the medical system, it will indeed be of great benefit to saving the lives of Konoha compatriots. Kato-dan smiled at Tsunade before continuing. But Konoha is indeed in trouble now. The war has just ended, and peace has not really come. Third Hokage may have considered this, so you can't guarantee that your plan will be implemented. After Tsunade heard the words, she suddenly became in a bad mood. Although she also knew the current situation of Konoha village, she was very angry when she thought that the plan for the reform of the medical system that she had prepared for a long time was rejected by the old man without giving a reason. Big. Even so, there are priorities. The old man just couldn't see the situation clearly, so he refused without any reason. Kato-dan smiled awkwardly after hearing this. Tsunade is Hokage's disciple and also the granddaughter of first Hokage. She can curse at will, but she can't do it herself. Third Hokage must have some difficulties. What's the reason? I just have no vision. When Tsunade complained to Kato-dan, she was thinking about Kahn. When will this guy come back? She wanted to ask Kahn about the medical system, although he is a common person, but Tsunade felt that Kahn would give her a lot inspired. The two walked while chatting, and it didn't take long before they came near the Kahn food store. Kato-dan asked, Tsunade, do you live nearby? No, are you going to take me home? It's not necessary, I have to do some shopping before going back. After Tsunade finished speaking, she saw several carriages parked in front of Kahn's food store, and she immediately thought that Kahn was back. What a coincidence, she just wanted to talk to Kahn today, and met him back. Let's talk another day, Kato Jonin, a friend of mine is back. Friend? Before Kato-dan finished speaking, he saw Tsunade walking straight to the Kahn food store, and he followed because he was curious. Kahn. Kahn was instructing Kawaki Miwa to carry the goods when he heard a familiar shout from outside. Afterwards, Kahn saw Tsunade rushing in, as if he was coming for revenge. Kahn couldn't help but took 2 steps back, and then asked vigilantly, Tsunade-san, who are you? It's nothing, I just wanted to talk to you, and I got mad at the old man today. After seeing Kahn's actions, Tsunade realized that he was a little aggressive just now, and explained to Kahn. Give me a box of chocolates by the way, let's chat while eating. A box of 20 yuan, 4,000 taels, Tsunade-san, 1,000 taels short. Kahn said bluntly. Tsunade blushed when she heard this, and she just took out a wad of money casually, but she didn't expect this guy to be so serious. Then Tsunade hurriedly added 1,000 taels, otherwise people would misunderstand that she was a person who didn't give money. If you don't have to ask this guy for a while, Tsunade might give Kahn a little look. After confirming that the money was correct, Kahn handed Tsunade a box of chocolates, and then asked with a smile, "A box of chocolates, Tsunade-san, is there anything else? I want to talk to you about the things I didn't finish last time." After Tsunade finished speaking, he raised the report document in his hand and gestured to Kahn, but Kahn pretended not to see it at all, and then asked with a confused face. "Last time? What last time, Tsunade-san? I don't know what you're talking about." "Have no idea." Tsunade thought Kahn had forgotten after hearing the words, but after a careful look, he confirmed that this guy pretended to forget on purpose, but in fact he didn't want to talk to her about Konoha's medical reform. She was so d off that Tsunade used Konoha Jonin's reputation to guarantee that he would not be targeted by Konoha for this, but she still couldn't figure out why this guy was so cautious. "Don't pretend that you don't remember. As a boss, satisfying customers' needs is the most basic requirement." Tsunade said to Kahn angrily, "If he is not from common, he must let him have a taste of strange power. That's the wine girl. Okay, let's chat casually." Seeing Tsunade's tendency to clench his fists, Kahn quickly waved his hand and said to her, "But I am still the same as last time. If Konoha politics is involved, then there is no need to continue the chat. I am a businessman. By the way, is that person your friend?" Kahn finished speaking and pointed to Kato Dan outside. "This blue-haired ninja has been staying outside. There is only Kahn's store nearby, so he can only wait for Tsunade. Kato Dan, you haven't left yet." Although the chat just now was okay, but Tsunade has more important things to do now, so he can't attend to chatting with Kato Dan. At this time, Kato Dan also came in, smiled and said to Tsunade, "Tsunade, so the owner of this store is your friend. The chocolates I bought are delicious, and I like them very much. Kato, it's right for me to discuss something with Kahn now, or let Kato come too. He just supported my healthcare system reform in the Jonin meeting." Tsunade tilted his head and asked Kahn, "This is his shop after all?" Kato Dan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Tsunade to talk about the medical system to a common man, even though he was selling medicine. "Let's talk about it later." Kahn did not refuse, and directly took Tsunade and Kato Dan to the place where they lived behind the shop, and then he went to make a cup of tea for them and brought it to the table. After serving the tea, Kahn asked straight to the point, "Tsunade-san, what are you holding in your hand?" "The plan for the reform of the medical system has been summarized according to your suggestion last time. Do you want to read it?" "No, but you just mentioned the Jonin agenda, and it looks like your proposal was rejected by the third Hokage." Speaking of this, Tsunade said angrily, "Yes, that old guy really has no vision. If the medical reform is successful, Konoha will no longer be afraid of casualties in war. This sentence is meaningless. If 3,000 Jonin are trained now, Konoha will not have to fear any war." Kahn retorted casually, and then continued to ask, "Tsunade-san, please briefly talk about what happened at the Jonin meeting, just what is related to the reform of the medical system, and don't say anything else." After listening to Tsunade's words, Kahn finally knew what happened in the Jonin agenda. It took Tsunade several days to make a report on the reform of the medical system, but third Hokage probably felt that the cost was too high, but couldn't find a good reason, so he could only delay it. However, Tsunade thinks that this matter cannot be delayed, probably because her brother was injured. She believes that the sooner a comprehensive medical system is established, the more ninja companions can be saved. If you think about it this way, third Hokage shouldn't refuse this good job. It really doesn't cost much in the early stage. Kahn stroked his chin and said doubtfully. After hearing Kahn's words, Kato Dan on the side suddenly wanted to explain to third Hokage. He thought that Kahn didn't understand Konoha before he said that, but before Kato Dan could speak, Kahn continued said. "Tsunade-san, could it be that you frightened third Hokage by asking too much at once?" Tsunade frowned slightly after hearing the words, and said puzzledly, "Is there a lot?" "What I said is what must be done in the reform of the medical system. To put it bluntly, the old man has no eyesight. Even if the reform has to be done step by step, if third Hokage asks Tsunade-san to be responsible for so many things at the same time, I am afraid that you will be the first one to die from exhaustion. After looking at Tsunade's proposal, Kahn continued, add medical classes to the school, and send 2 medical ninjas into the ninja school to teach the 5th and 6th graders. No matter how hard you work, Konoha Hospital will not be short of people after the war. Third Hokage should agree. As for the development and summary of medical ninjutsu, you can take the lead at Konoha Hospital, and it can be carried out without affecting the treatment of the wounded. Third Hokage has no reason to object. There is also the promotion of first aid manuals. It is best to focus on female ninjas. If some people don't want to learn, there is nothing they can do. After all, they lose their lives after going to the battlefield. To sum up, there should be no problems with the proposals that do not involve financial expenditures. As for the rest, after the first few items take effect and the expansion of the medical ninja team, third Hokage will naturally not ignore your next proposal. The low voice of the medical ninja is also a problem. Although Tsunade is a well-known jonin in Konoha, her reputation was spread after she fought with Hanzo of the Salamander, and was given the title of Sannin. The title of medical master has to wait for her to complete the medical treatment. After the reform of the system, it will spread. Tsunade's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and said, that's good, but what if the old man is still unwilling? Kahn said angrily, if you still don't want to, it means that you have a problem with you. If that's the case, you might as well resign and come to work with me. I will give you 500,000 taels a month. Is there really 500,000 taels? Seeing Tsunade's intentional movement, Kato-dan coughed twice. Tsunade, Mr. Hokage will not have any objections to you. Konoha Hospital needs you very much. Kato-san, please don't worry, I'm just joking, even if Tsunade-san wants to come, I won't accept it, I'm here for business. Kahn doesn't know Kato-dan's attitude for the time being, but this guy is also a powerful jonin in Konoha. If he goes to Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo and others to put eye drops on Kahn, it will be bad. Kahn was very careful in Konoha, relying on a non-existent force to lure Konoha's high-level executives, and the current transaction just maintains a balance line. In addition, he and Tsunade seem to have a friendly relationship, and he has always maintained a businessman image, etc. Wait, Kahn is a bit dangerous if someone sabotages it. Kato, it's just a joke. Tsunade also saw Kahn's caution, and said the same thing to Kato-dan, but after being finished by Kahn, she had already thought of a way to persuade Mr. Sarutobi, and then changed the subject in a relaxed mood and said. By the way, Kahn, the guests are coming, don't you take out some pastries to treat them, the cake that Kushina bought last time. You also know Kushina. Kahn pretended to be puzzled, and then continued, 100,000 taels, no counter-offering, and I brought a few advanced cakes this time, 400,000 taels, do you want it? Ahem. Tsunade choked and coughed twice after hearing the words, 400,000 taels, why don't you grab it? It's worth the money. I'm talking about the number 1 cake in the ninja world. Kahn shrugged and said, Tsunade-san, let alone me, a common person, who can steal money from ninjas. After finishing the reform of the medical system, Tsunade and Kahn chatted about other things, and Kato-dan on the side was a little bit out of his mouth. Whether it was Tsunade or Kahn, he just said hello today, and he may be more familiar with Tsunade some, but it's just an extra identity of a ninja from the same village. Kato-dan could only drink tea on the sidelines, laughing in agreement from time to time. In this situation, Kato-dan was able to escape until Miwa Kawaki came to report the situation to Kahn. Are there 3 orphanages in Konoha village? After getting the news from Kawaki Miwa, Kahn nodded, and after thinking for a while, he continued to ask, can you take me to see, my san? Miwa Chuanmu quickly responded, of course it's okay, boss. Then the two cleaned up, but Kahn also brought a box, which contained 3 shares of 1.5 million taels. Since he decided to donate the money, he donated it to all the orphanages. A good name is not a bad thing, not to mention that 1.5 million taels is not much to Kahn, but it can feed hundreds of war orphans for more than a month. Every time Kahn goes to an orphanage and explains his purpose, the headmaster will be very excited to call all the children to thank him. At this time, Kahn will inadvertently ask the children who may be Yakushi Nanoyu's children, but there is no gain. Which were not found in the first 2 orphanages. But in the 3rd orphanage, Kahn found a little girl who should be Yakushi Nanoyu. When Kahn asked what he expected in his heart, the answer from the director of the orphanage finally gave Kahn something to gain. That kid's name is Nonayu. He originally went to the ninja school because of his brain, but recently he heard that the orphanage was short of money, so he insisted on dropping out of school and coming back to help the little friends in the orphanage. Fortunately, Mr. Kahn came today, otherwise. Kahn nodded after listening, and said to the director of the orphanage with a smile, "It's good if you can go to school, but it would be a pity if you waste your talent. Why don't you let me support this child? If there are children in the orphanage, if it is suitable to go to school, I will also support it. Although there is no tuition fee for ninjas to go to school, food, drink and ninja tools are also a big expense. Nanoyu usually uses wooden kunai made by himself to practice. Although doing so can save a lot of money, it is of little help to cultivation." Although the director of the orphanage wanted to help Nonayu become a ninja, he was really powerless in terms of money. After hearing Kahn's promise, he couldn't help but thank you very much, Mr. Kahn, I really appreciate. I don't know what to say. I was disgusted by a Cloud Hokage at the beep station in the morning. The person who washes Obito is more disgusting than a fan of fans. I have changed from a passerby to a standard black. The tone of this book in the world of Hokage is to abuse Obito, abuse Itachi. Even if it's 100 yuan after it's on the shelves, I still have to write it myself. With full attendance and old books, the income is enough for me to eat. Cien Air and Weasel are only worse with me, not the worst. Let me explain in advance. If you can't bear it, go away quickly, so as not to be banned forever by me again. If there are Tabuki and Itachibuki in the comment area, please hit me too, and they will be banned forever. My territory, I have the final say. In addition to Nanoyu, there are 2 people who can go to the ninja school to study, and Kahn brings them back to the food store together. If the children in the orphanage want the Jonin school, the competition pressure will be even greater. If they are not talented, they will not be qualified at all, and the children in the orphanage generally will not enjoy the allowance issued by Konoha. They are not descendants of ninjas. The treatment is no tuition fee. In addition, ninjas have increased food intake due to training, as well as the wear and tear of kunai and shuriken, which is not a small expense every year. Yakushi Nanoyu has been in ninja school for more than 2 years, which has already made the orphanage somewhat bearable. I can't hold it anymore, which is why Nonayu insisted on dropping out of school after knowing the financial difficulties of the orphanage. When Kahn took them back, he was thinking that without his involvement, Yakushi Nanoyu might be valued and funded by the root. After arriving at the grocery store, Kahn first prepared some desserts and tea, and then said to them, "You can go to school with peace of mind in the future. Every month, the employees of the grocery store will send your expenses to the orphanage. If you behave, if it is good, there will be additional rewards." The other 2 younger children were only happy when they heard it. Although they are smart, they are not good at dealing with people. Yakushi Nanoyu showed doubts on his face. After hesitating for a while, he still asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Kahn, why did you choose to help us?" "I'm just optimistic about your future. I believe that you will become stronger in the future. After you graduate from the ninja school, maybe someone can become Hokage or the Minister of Medical Care. At that time, just repay me." When Kahn mentioned Hokage, the other 2 children were more excited when they heard it, and they all said that they would become a strong man like Hokage in the future. Something is wrong. And both the orphanage and her need Mr. Kahn's help, otherwise even if she drops out of the ninja school, it will not reduce the burden on the orphanage much. "Thank you very much, Mr. Kahn." Yakushi Nanoyu stood up, bowed to Kahn and said thank you. "You don't need to be so polite. If you are interested in medical ninjutsu, you can take the time to go to the nearby Kahn pharmacy. The store manager Jikan used to be a medical ninja. Maybe he can help you. Kahn is very satisfied with Yakushi Nanoyu's performance. At the age of 8, he showed caution different from his peers, and he knew to drop out of school to repay the orphanage. If you want to recruit such people, you must give them an irrepayable kindness. After Yakushi Nanoyu finished his studies, he would naturally not reject him. People who value feelings will naturally not ignore Kahn's help to her. With Yakushi Nanoyu's talent, as long as Kahn helps her deal with the orphanage, Yakushi Nanoyu can help Kahn with all his strength without any worries. The three of Nanoyu didn't stay with Kahn for a long time, and they left. At this time, Kanzuya almost came back. She went to 2 other orphanages just now and told the dean about Kahn's ability to sponsor qualified orphans to go to school. This good news made them very happy. After Miwa Chuanmu left, the directors of the 2 orphanages thanked Kahn. It is a good thing to subsidize the orphanage, and it is also a good thing to subsidize the children in the orphanage to go to school. From the perspective of 3rd Hokage, they should not be able to see the impact 10 years later. Graduating from ninja school is only genin, and it is still genin without ninjutsu inheritance. However, Kahn has always believed that in the ninja world, money can solve 99% of the problems, and even peace in the ninja world can be solved through money. Kahn Casino's dedicated thug is Kakuzu, who is a grandmaster with 5 attributes of ninjutsu. He has dozens of ninjutsu at least, and Kahn can just buy them from him. Meha, has the 3rd shop been cleared? Miwa Chuanmu nodded and said, "It's already packed, boss. According to your request, the shop assistants have also been recruited. Then prepare for the opening. Xia Chuan should send the game console soon, and you can take care of it," Kahn said to Miwa Chuanmu. After thinking about it, he decided to suspend the opening of the casino in Konoha, because there is not much traffic, so opening a casino in Konoha is not as good as opening a casino in some prosperous towns in the Land of Fire. Tsunade has not yet evolved into a big fat sheep, and it is difficult for other ninjas to get into the habit of gambling. The game hall is different, and the boss of Kahn likes to make money from children and women. "I see, boss." After finishing speaking, Kawaki Miwa left to prepare for the opening of the game hall. Afterwards, Kahn thought about it again. It took nearly 2 months to open 3 stores, which is not fast, and it is almost time for him to try to learn ninjutsu. He just needs to learn 3 body technique and shadow clone. Although he was a scumbag in the ninja world, but when he returned to the Marvel world, his life-saving ability more than doubled. Especially transformation technique combined with shadow clone, except for the power of extraordinary, no one can see through this hand, not even Shield. It's just that it's best not to let Konoha know about the intention of learning ninjutsu. A common person and their suspicions will be a little less, but it's not necessarily the case if you switch to a ninja. Find a time to ask Xia Chuan first. If she has no other way, then ask Kakuzu. Kahn thought firmly in his heart. At this time, footsteps came from outside the door, and Kahn wondered, who would come here at this time? Soon, the door was opened. Kawaki Miwa stuck his head in, saw Kahn, smiled and said, "Boss Kahn." Bang bang bang. Kahn directly took out his submachine gun and fired a few shots at the floor in front of the door, and then asked in a cold voice, "Remove the transformation technique immediately, or I will." I got it, I'm Kushina, I just wanted to make a joke with you." Boom. Kawaki Miwa said quickly, and then a puff of smoke appeared on his body, revealing Kushina's original appearance. The few shots just now really frightened Kushina a lot. Before she finished speaking, she saw a strange weapon in Kahn's hand, and then the flame appeared, and Kushina felt very dangerous facing the gun. She carefully glanced at the hole in the ground. If she had been hit just now, she would have been seriously injured. The power of this weapon seemed to be greater than the power of the kunai she threw. "So it's you, Kushina-san." Although Kahn breathed a sigh of relief, his complexion still didn't improve. This time he was really taken aback. He thought that the enemy came to him in the form of Kawaki Miwa, and Kahn was ready to shuttle back at any time. "Do you know that scaring people can scare people to death?" Kushina sat down at the table with her head down, with an attitude of admitting her mistake. She may not have many friends in school, no, if you look at it according to the style of previous years, Kushina has almost no friends in school, so Kahn said a few nice words to compliment her, and Kahn said that she was treated as an equal. The treatment made Kushina unknowingly regard Kahn as a friend. After all, Kahn will not mock her with Kushina's physical characteristics like the gang of ninja school. Although she cheated a lot of money, Kushina doesn't seem to notice, and Kahn has a lot of commercial praise, even some adults can't tell the difference. True or false, not to mention the little girl Kushina. That's why what happened today, when she saw Kawaki Miwa leaving, she wanted to make a joke with Kahn, but Kahn realized something was wrong when he heard the sound of Boss Kahn. What's more, Meiha would not make a childish move of sticking out only one head, so Kahn saw through Kushina's transformation technique directly. Don't make such a joke next time, I'm just a common villager, classmate Kushina. Kahn sighed helplessly, and said to Kushina, complaining is indeed a bit, after all, he was frightened, but he has nothing to lose, and Kushina has no malice. But this kind of behavior is still unacceptable, and Kahn must find a chance to learn ninjutsu. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Kushina's tone was aggrieved, and she bowed her head and apologized to Kahn. In her opinion, she only had a few friends, and if she lost one more because of this incident, it would definitely not be what she was willing to accept. Kahn did not answer Kushina's words, but turned his head and muttered in a low voice, the floor is broken, and a few rounds of bullets are missing, and it will cost money to repair. Kushina, who lowered her head, moved her ears, and she quickly realized that she should pay the money. After all, she caused the accident. But Kushina didn't know how much to pay, so he took out his small orange wallet, put it on the table, and slowly pushed it towards Kahn. Forget it, today was just an accident, you'd better pay attention next time. After seeing the wallet, Kahn's tone relaxed. After hearing this, Kushina thought that Kahn had forgiven her, so she raised her head and smiled, reaching out to take the wallet back. However, Kahn went one step faster and directly put the wallet in his pocket. After getting it, Kahn weighed it, and the weight was not light. Kahn gestured to Kushina, and said, let's take this as compensation. Whether it's the floor or the bullets, it will cost a lot, and I was so scared just now that I feel uncomfortable, and I may have to go to the hospital for an examination later. Do you want so much? There is me today. Kushina said with some reluctance, but after seeing Kahn's expression, she took back what she said later, but felt sorry for her small orange purse, which she only filled today. Don't pay attention to this matter. After repairing the floor and replenishing my special hidden weapons, there should be a little left, so I'll treat you to a meal. It was almost time for dinner, and Kahn didn't want to get entangled in this matter anymore, so he said this to Kushina. Do you want to eat? I want to eat barbecue. Forget about the barbecue. I'll treat you to ramen after my barbecue restaurant opens. You can order whatever you want. Kahn directly refused, not because of money, but as a resident of the United States, what kind of barbecue does he have? I haven't eaten it, so I really don't have the slightest interest in Konoha's barbecue. Cheapskate. Kushina twisted her face unhappily and thought, although she likes to eat ramen very much, but she lost more than 100,000 taels today, why not treat her to a barbecue? But after arriving at the ramen shop, Kushina still happily ate 3 big bowls and added a lot of ingredients. This made Kahn shake his head again and again, eating so many sweets and so many meals all day, and there is no sign of gaining weight. Chakra at least has a good effect on weight loss. After Kushina was full, she clutched her belly and bid farewell to Kahn and went home. It wasn't particularly late, but Kahn still didn't stay outside, and rushed directly to the food store. The war had just ended, and there might be many other spies from Shinobi Village in Konoha, so he had better go back early. When Kushina returned to the Senju tribe, the lights were still on in the house. She lives with Grandma Mito in the largest house in the Senju land. When Kushina came back, she saw that the lights in Tsunade's room were still on. After the incident at the Konoha hospital, he was also researching and developing medical ninjutsu after returning, and wanted to heal the wounds on Nawaki's seniors. Last time Kushina went to see Senior Nawaki, although she was better, her tone of voice was much weaker than before, but with Miss Tsunade's medical level, she will definitely be cured of Senior Nawaki. The time when she came back recently was not accurate, and she often practiced outside, so neither Tsunade nor Mito would pay attention to the sound of the door opening. Kushina calmed down after eating ramen, and then remembered her small orange purse with distress, so she climbed upstairs, and then found the chocolate box she bought, and wanted to bribe Tsunade. 1, 2, 3 were stolen again. Damn Miss Tsunade. After counting the chocolates, Kushina said angrily, last time she put them in the refrigerator and covered them with eggs, but in the end it was still much less. This time she hid in her own room, and it turned out to be less 7 or 8 yuan. But thinking of asking for a little money from Tsunade, Kushina still took out 3 pieces of chocolate from the box, went to the kitchen to make a cup of tea, put them on a tray and sent them to Tsunade. Boom. Miss Tsunade, you've worked hard at staying up all night, here's some refreshment for you. Kushina showed a smiling face and walked into Tsunade's house with some refreshments. As soon as she entered, she found that it was difficult to find a place to set foot. Both the bed and the floor were covered with scrolls and documents. Even the person sitting behind the desk, Tsunade, you have to stand up so that Kushina can see. It's you, Kushina. Tsunade poked her head out from behind the pile of documents and looked at it. At first, she thought that Kushina was here to ask the teacher for a crime, but after seeing the refreshments, she realized that this girl must have something to ask her for. We have been together for a few years, and the relationship between Tsunade and Kushina is still very good. They are somewhat related by blood, and have similar temperaments and personalities. Naturally, they will get along well. Are you still studying medical ninjutsu at this late hour? Refreshments could not be placed on the table, so Kushina put it aside and helped Tsunade organize the scrolls and documents on the floor. It's not too late. I always feel that I can develop a healing regeneration technique, but this medical ninjutsu is a little different from what I thought. Tsunade shook her head depressingly. She promised Nawaki, she will definitely cure him, but Nawaki's injury is more of a permanent damage to body functions and some nerves, and it is difficult for general medical ninjutsu to treat this kind of injury. Played a recovery effect. Nawaki missed the best time for treatment. In the days after the operation, his injury has stabilized. Even if it is cured, Nawaki's body will lose the possibility of being a ninja, and he can only be a common person in the future. Therefore, what Tsunade is studying now is not healing medical ninjutsu, but repairing regeneration. Tsunade felt that what happened to Nawaki had a lot to do with him. If she hadn't given Nawaki his grandfather's necklace, he wouldn't have been so excited that he didn't notice the trap. So Tsunade now wants to research the regeneration technique, so that Nawaki has the hope of becoming a ninja again. Kushina, are you out of money again? Tsunade saw that Kushina was shy and had something to say but didn't want to say it, so she guessed that she must have something to ask for himself, but the only thing she could ask for in the village was pocket money. It's just that the cost is too high. Although it has something to do with the chocolate, didn't she just give Kushina 100,000 taels a few days ago? Because I got into a little trouble today. Kushina hesitated for a moment, and finally told what happened today under Tsunade's gaze. The corners of Tsunade's mouth kept twitching after hearing this. What kind of precious wooden planks cost 100,000 taels? A few hundred taels would be the best, and the hidden weapon that Kushina said, although it is amazing, it may cost so much. This stupid girl just got tricked by that guy. However, judging from Kushina's description, this guy is a bit timid, and he will inevitably have a stressful reaction when he is so frightened by Kushina. Tsunade suddenly thought of cats. This kind of creature will be cautious when encountering strangers. Once it is approached, it may cause stress, which is exactly the same as Kahn's symptoms. It is estimated that he took all of Kushina's money to teach her a lesson. Otherwise Kushina's joke will get bigger and bigger. Forget it, let's take it as a lesson this time, but you have overdrawn your pocket money next month, so you have to save it next. Tsunade found his wallet, and then gave Kushina 50,000 taels. Although she didn't do any missions recently, she had a lot of allowances from the hospital. In addition, many nobles from the country of fire would come to Konoha to see a doctor, and they would give them treatment according to the usual practice. Their medical ninjas pack a lot of money. Among them, Tsunade is the most famous, and her medical ninjutsu is already #1 in Konoha. If it wasn't for reforming the medical system and researching regenerative surgery, it would be easy to make money at Tsunade's speed of treatment. After getting the money, Kushina left happily. If she can ask Sister Tsunade for it, she doesn't need to ask Grandma Mito. During this time in Konoha, I funded the orphanage and found investment Yakushi Nanoyu, replenished several stores, opened a game hall, and a barbecue restaurant and izakaya are in the pipeline. Konoha asked Kahn to buy another batch of medicine, but not as much as the previous 2 times. More than a month has passed since the last time, and it is expected that the consumption of medicine will bottom out. It's just that when buying medicine, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly asked, "Kahn-san, I heard that you planned to donate to the orphanage some time ago. There is such a thing. Speaking of doing business outside for a long time, I have seen a lot of tragedies like homeless children, so I want to do something. Although the money is not much, it is enough for them to eat and clothe themselves." Kahn sighed and said that he is showing his war weariness to the fullest now. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help sighing in a low voice when he saw Kahn's expression. Konoha was supposed to be responsible, but I didn't expect to be tired. Kahn-san, as Hokage, I'm really a bit negligent. Needless to say, third Hokage, I'm just doing a little bit of effort, it's nothing. Kahn's words made Sarutobi Hiruzen choke a little. The 3 orphanages are 1.5 million taels a month and 18 million taels a year. This is not to say how long the funding is. If it were him, he would definitely be reluctant for Konoha to allocate so much money. These are enough for Umbu's equipment expenses for 3 months. Afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Kahn about Kushina from the side, but Kahn replied normally, pretending not to know. She was an ordinary little girl who was richer. Kahn didn't stay in the Hokage building for a long time, but most of the interviews were related to Kushina, which is enough to explain Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions today. However, few people in Konoha know the secret of Kushina, and Kahn has Uzumaki Mito's no malice, and Kahn's recent donations to orphanages and medicine business. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't ask too much. After Mitokado Hamura handed over, he smiled and asked Umbu to send Kahn away. After Kahn left, a person came out from the side door of Hokage's office. It was Danzo, who had just returned from the front line. "Danzo, you heard what you just said, stop being suspicious." Danzo said in a cold voice, "Hiruzen, be careful, there is no big mistake. Tsunade met this person on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Rain, and he must be vigilant against this person anyway. Kushina is the next 9 taels Jinchuriki, it is best not to let him too close to Kushina. This matter still depends on Kushina, do you want to control her actions?" After Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo, he continued, "Kahn doesn't spend much time in Konoha, and even when he comes to Konoha, he rarely goes out. You can't restrict Kushina from going to the dessert shop. If you think so, go talk to Mito-sama yourself." Danzo choked when he heard the words. How dare he tell Master Mito about this matter? If he did, he would definitely be scolded to make a fuss, and Danzo's real intention is to let the roots cultivate Uzumaki Kushina as soon as possible, so that she can become a Jinchuriki after that. The power of the tailed beast can be exerted, and Konoha does not know that there will be no strategic deterrence in the next war. But if Uzumaki Mito is still alive, Danzo will never be allowed to lift 9 taels Jinchuriki, and even Danzo doesn't want to see Uzumaki Mito. Hiruzen, Sand Shinobi didn't use tail beasts this time because they couldn't figure out the movement of Konoha 9 taels. If they know that 9 taels Jinchuriki can't go to the battlefield, if they start a war next time, Konoha Shinobi will face other ninja villages. Tailed beast Jinchuriki. Danzo said loudly to Hiruzen that if Konoha's 9 taels Jinchuriki were not cultivated earlier, it would be too late for the next war. "I have my own plan for this matter, Danzo. The fundamental responsibility is to cultivate talents for Umbu, and at the same time perform tasks outside the village. Don't interfere with the rest." Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his voice slightly, and said to Danzo that he was still ninja at this time, not the indecisive third Hokage decades later. Now I'm Hokage, Kushina and Kahn, I'll take care of it. After Danzo heard this, he gritted his teeth secretly. Didn't he just slow down for a while and missed the position of Hokage? Mr. Tobirama, choosing Hiruzen as Hokage will be your worst decision. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Kahn has arranged all the things in the wood industry, the handover of medicines and others. This time, Konoha may have received funding from the daimyo, so only a small part of gold was given, and the rest was paid with coins from the ninja world. Settlement. There was a total of 70 million taels, and he couldn't spend so much money. He left part of the preparation funds for the store opening and the 2-month orphanage allocation for Miwa Chuanmu, and Kahn took all the rest of the money away. This thing cannot be kept in one's own hands for a long time. In Kahn's view, if these banknotes are not spent, they are useless waste paper. On the way from the village, Kahn thought about ways to spend money. Leave 20 million taels to Xia Chuan to continue to expand her business in the Land of Fire, 10 million taels to invite Kakuzu to teach her ninjutsu, and use the rest to buy gold and jewelry, and pass them on if they come across rare ones. It doesn't matter if you have ancient utensils from a long time ago, you can buy them all and sell them back to the stupid Dongying people. During Kahn's stay in Konoha, Xia Chuan made rapid progress. She found 2 people who were suitable to guard the casino, and brought them directly to Chuanmu town. She also recruited some wandering warriors and thugs. There are 23 people in total, but only 4 of these people know how to chakra, and none of them are ninjas. It is too difficult to recruit ninjas who know ninjutsu from the outside. Basically, only rebellious ninjutsu can agree to this request. Otherwise, with the degree of control of ninjutsu in each ninja village, it is not so easy to learn even if you join a small ninjutsu village. To ninjutsu. Konoha is considered to be the most open ninja village for common people. In the 6 years of school, I could only learn some 3-body technique, which shows the precious level of ninjutsu, otherwise Kakuzu would not become the signboard of the underground gold exchange. Like him there are too few powerful bounty hunters. Good job, Xia Chuan, it really reassures me to leave the outside to you. Kahn said with a smile that during this period of time, he saw that Xia Chuan's ability has been continuously improved after being exposed to business management. At the beginning, Xia Chuan even asked him about the location of the goods. Now, Kahn, basically you can rest assured that many things will be entrusted to her. Xia Chuan is a talent, although not strong, but very useful to Kahn. Xia Chuan, your salary will be tripled in the future, and the bonus at the end of the year will be calculated separately. After Kahn finished saying this, Xia Chuan's face showed joy. The original salary would allow her children to live a prosperous life, and now it has tripled. Xia Chuan thinks that she can consider waiting for her child Jonin to graduate from school, and went to prepare medicinal bath soup. This is basically a treatment that only geniuses in the ninja can enjoy, and now she can afford it with her salary. As for dividends, Kahn has thought about it, but he won't say it now, and he won't say it so early. Kahn will have to work hard for him for at least 10 years before he will speak, and the rewards are also increased step by step. The next thing will be easy to handle. There are people, machines, places and guards. The casino opens soon. It is normal that there are few customers at the beginning. Novel gambling methods, you will gradually fall in love with this place. The guards will continue to recruit. Chuanmu town not only has a casino, but also a dessert factory, cocoa tree planting supply and other shops. According to the ideal number of people, 30 to 40 people are enough to deter Chuanmu town. Everyone, let them not have the guts to make trouble. Later, Kahn asked Kakuzu to contact him again, but before Kakuzu came, Kahn also asked Xia Chuan about chakra and ninjutsu. Boss, do you want to learn ninjutsu? Xia Chuan looked at Kahn suspiciously. With his financial resources, he could always ask ninjas to protect him, and learning ninjutsu at this age is thankless. Although he thought so, Xia Chuan still told him everything she knew. Kahn. To learn ninjutsu, you must first learn to embody chakra, and then mobilize chakra to walk along the meridians through Madra. After the Madra is completed, ninjutsu will be displayed. As for chakra, it is the combination of physical energy and spiritual energy. After explaining to Kahn, Xia Chuan also demonstrated the clone technique, and then told Kahn the main points of the chakra refining technique, letting him try it himself. How could Kahn try this? Xia Chuan told him a word, that is to concentrate on combining physical energy and spiritual energy, and then control and maintain it, even if the refining is successful. Sounds simple, but Kahn is not from the ninja world. After trying for a while, Kahn still didn't understand what physical energy and spiritual energy are, so he smiled awkwardly and said to Xia Chuan, can you let me feel your chakra? For example, let your chakra walk inside me or something. Is that so? It should be fine. After Xia Chuan heard what Kahn said, he put his hand on his back, then refined chakra and sent it to Kahn's body. In an instant, Kahn felt the energy pouring into his body from the hand behind him, which was very miraculous, and made him feel much lighter. That's the feeling. Kahn felt that he had suddenly become stronger, and immediately formed a seal, wanting to use this feeling to refine chakra. In this state, Kahn felt that his body was very active, and his strength was much stronger than before. If he slowly felt it, he seemed to be able to feel the physical energy and spiritual energy that Xia Chuan said. Well, Xia Chuan, why did you stop? Kahn just had a feeling that Chakra's hand, which was transmitted behind him, had been broken for 100 years. When he looked back, he found fine beads of sweat on Xia Chuan's face, looking overworked. I'm going to take a break, boss. Kahn nodded embarrassingly and said, then you should rest for a while, and tell me what you need. It's a pity, he felt that he was almost able to extract chakra, but Xia Chuan was already like this, so he couldn't force him anymore. After all, overuse of chakra would be fatal. One day later, after Xia Chuan had rested, Kahn made another request, but it was still the same as yesterday. Xia Chuan fell down from exhaustion, and Kahn didn't even extract chakra. The result was the same twice, so Kahn no longer asked Xia Chuan to help him send chakra, which may be related to Xia Chuan's too little chakra, or it may be related to his body. But once Xia Chuan transmits chakra, he will have to rest for a day, and if he continues to experiment like this, Chuan Muzhen will not have to do anything. A few days later, Kakuzu hurried to Chuanmu town after completing the reward task at hand, but when he listened to Xia Chuan's request, his face immediately sank. It's just this matter, I just have nothing to do recently, I will try to transmit chakra later. It's been a roller coaster ride, and it has something to do with the box Kahn pulled out. After speaking, Kakuzu opened the box that Kahn pushed in front of him, and Green's eyes rolled around a few times. Let alone more than 9 million, there is a high probability of rounding up to 10 million. What a generous client. Kakuzu's mood improved a lot. While counting the money, he thought in his heart, isn't he a ninjutsu teacher? It couldn't be easier for him. He is the top ninja of Taki Ninja Village who has fought against First Hokage. It feels good to learn chakra. After Kahn returned to the Marvel world, he was still trying to use ninjutsu. As a commoner, after being exposed to this extraordinary power, it was inevitable to be excited for a while. The amount of chakra in Kakuzu is really not comparable to that of Xia Chuan. When Kahn accepted Kakuzu chakra, he felt like he was wandering in the ocean of chakra. He could clearly feel that every meridian in his body was filled with chakra. Feel like you've become superhuman. Moreover, the duration of Kakuzu's transmission of chakra is still very long. It took nearly an hour for Kahn to successfully refine his own chakra under the condition of Kakuzu's continuous transmission of chakra. Originally, Kahn was a person from another world. Those who can refine chakra in the ninja world were taught chakra by sage of 6 paths thousands of years ago. This energy has become genetic in their bodies, so now almost everyone in the ninja world can extract chakra. But Kahn doesn't have this ability. Compared with the aborigines of the ninja world, he is equivalent to the person who was taught chakra for the first time, and his body speed is not as fast as that of the people in the Jonin world. After refining chakra, Kakuzu suddenly wrinkled with green small eyes. He said that Kahn's body is too bad, even if he is talented, he can only be a chunin. But Kahn didn't care, who would practice step by step if he could travel to other worlds. After extracting chakra, Kahn asked Kakuzu to teach him ninjutsu for half a month, and offered 5 million taels. Kakuzu naturally agreed with satisfaction, making money here is much more enjoyable than underground gold exchanges. After staying for more than a month, Kahn finally learned the 3-body technique and shadow clone technique. He is not very proficient in using it, but long-term exercise will be fine. However, Kahn's chakra is still very weak. Shadow clone can only split one, and it lasts up to half an hour. Although he is an adult, his chakra amount is at most equivalent to a 10-year-old ninja school student, or a student with average talent. For Kahn, this amount of chakra is definitely enough in the Marvel world, as long as it is not pointed at by 10 guns, or involved in extraordinary forces, no one will track down Kahn. Transformation technique is the best hole card for Kahn to hide himself. The funds here are sufficient for the time being. There is no need to sell this batch of jewelry and gold for the time being. The gold is in storage. The jewelry will be sold after finding a new identity. Kahn's pharmaceutical wholesale trading company has slowly been on the right track. The biopharmaceutical company is still just an empty shell with tens of millions of dollars in hand. Carl still has part of his investment and shares in a private hospital. After Kahn came back, he looked at the emails. During his absence, there were 6 or 7 work reports. Others are normal. Some work matters can be handled as long as Kahn goes to the company, but there is one email Kahn was very concerned, and the headhunter said they had contacted Professor Maya. After knowing the news, Kahn immediately sent an email inviting cooperation according to the mailbox left by the other party. The attitude was more sincere, and Maya and Killian were worthy of Kahn's doing so. After the email was sent, he drove to the pharmaceutical trade wholesale company. Calculating it carefully, it has been less than half a month since Kahn left Marvel World, but the overseas market is developing well. Mexico has a great demand for medicines. At present, there is no ban on the sale of drugs in the United States. They contacted it as not a public hospital, but some private gangs. In the past 2 weeks, the volume of pharmaceutical trade has tripled, and according to the survey results of the marketing department, these volumes have not met the needs of the Mexican market at all. In the next year, the demand for pharmaceuticals in Mexico will continue to expand, and the market will be dominated by Kahn's pharmaceutical wholesale trading company. However, what pharmaceutical wholesale companies need now is expansion. Since the Mexican market has such a large market, other regions will also have purchasing power not inferior to Mexico. In Asia, Australia, South America, etc., the overseas sales force needs to expand rapidly. Now there are only 7 people. Even if the number is increased by 10 times, the company can afford it. And only 1/3 of the 70 people can successfully develop a sales force. Market, it is a huge benefit for pharmaceutical wholesale companies. After Kahn came to the company, he held separate meetings with people from several departments, and then agreed on the next plan and goals, and let them do things. With the current scale of the drug wholesale company, 1 assistant is enough for the time being, but after 2 rounds of expansion, Kahn will have to recruit an additional assistant. After dealing with the drug company, Kahn also received a reply email from Maya. She claimed that she was also in New York recently, so she made an appointment to meet at a coffee shop in Queens. The email contained a detailed address and the time was this afternoon. After reading the email, Kahn looked at the clock on the wall. There is still plenty of time, but the company's affairs have been dealt with, and the next step is to look at documents and the like. After thinking about it, Kahn directly picked up his clothes and went to the ground. He walked to the garage, then drove the car, and came to this coffee shop before the appointed time. Not long after Kahn sat down, 2 people came near his seat. Kahn burnt. "Miss Maya, Mr. Killian, please sit down." After Kahn heard his name, he guessed the identities of these 2 people. Now Killian's clothes are still a little shabby, but his expression is a little gloomy. As for whether he has cooperated with Maya, Kahn is not very clear, but he speculates that the 2 even if people cooperate, the financial aspect is not very good. Mr. Kahn, I heard that you have been looking for us for a long time. Killian didn't seem to be very good at words, so Maya asked directly after sitting down. Yes, I am going to open a biological research center, the purpose of which is to study the mysteries of the human body, so as to make targeted prevention or medicines that can cure incurable diseases. Although the research center has not yet been established, the preliminary preparations have been fully completed. As Kahn said, he handed over 2 documents to Maya and Killian, which contained information about the Biological Research Center under construction and future plans, as well as the Pharmaceutical Wholesale Trading Company, etc., which proved his sincerity. Although Killian had his own organization, his organization was too poor. He originally wanted to ask Tony Starkla for sponsorship, but he was tricked. As for Maya, she can still complete the preliminary research, but once it comes to the later clinical trials, it will require a huge amount of funds for research, and Tony Stark does not seem to be very interested in the extremis virus, otherwise he would not communicate in the physical body. The next day, he left directly. I asked many people in the industry, but I think Miss Maya and Mr. Killian are the most suitable, so I asked someone to inquire about your news. After carefully reading the information in her hand, Maya raised her head and said, Mr. Kahn, I have a project in progress. If you are interested, the project I cooperate with AIM is willing to accept your investment. Extremis virus is a theoretical research discovered by Maya, and she has already conducted experiments on plants. If the biological system of the human body is regarded as the internet, then Maya's research is like invading the biological system of the human body and is like a hacker modify it as well. Altering the body's self-prevention and immune functions, etc., are not related to medicines, but they are indeed related to biological research. Maya accepted Killian's request for teamwork some time ago. It may be that she cannot overcome the extremis virus alone and needs the help of others. In addition, Killian's team has been paying attention to Maya's research for a long time, so they have a good understanding of this aspect. I have a deep understanding, so Maya will cooperate with Killian. However, the two have not cooperated for a long time, and there are no investors in Killian's organization, so now they urgently need investors. Maya didn't seem to hide anything from Kahn, and told him a lot of things, but Kahn didn't believe all of them, and he would definitely ask others to investigate. His chakra attribute is the same as Kakuzu's, maybe it was infected by his chakra, but unfortunately Kakuzu doesn't know Earth-style stealth ninjutsu, otherwise Kahn must learn this, but he has asked Kakuzu to collect it, Earth-style stealth ninjutsu technique, 110 million taels. After listening to Maya's introduction, Kahn pretended to think and nodded, and then said to the two, I am very interested in this project, I think I can learn more about it, and if the final investment project is confirmed, I will sponsor all the funds and site. Having said that, Kahn paused, looked at Maya and Killian, and continued. It's just that I want 50% of the ownership of this project and 100% of the right to check the progress. Miss Maya, I have been admitted to Columbia University in advance, and the major I am going to apply for is biology, so when you study, hoping to let me know about the progress. It turns out that Mr. Kahn is still a professional person, and I have no objection in this regard. After Maya finished speaking, she glanced at Killian, who also shook his head and said it was okay. To be honest, the current dominance is biased towards Kahn, and their research is too tall, and it is difficult to win the trust of investors. It is rare for Kahn to take the initiative to come to invest. If he misses him, the next investor will not know where he is. All sponsorships in exchange for 50% ownership are considered to be taking care of them. If there are too many, Maya and Killian may lose research interest. As for checking the progress of the research at any time, it's okay. Investors already have this right. As for what Kahn meant, he probably needs them to explain in detail to him as a mentor. Both parties have the intention to cooperate, and it will be much easier to talk about it next. There are still some people in Killian's team, but they can all be moved to Kahn's Biological Research Center, which has been under construction for a while and is expected to be completed within half a year. During this period, Kahn can only help them rent a laboratory, and Kahn also gave them a salary, otherwise some people in Killian's team may have a difficult life. No matter at any time, the material basis is a necessary guarantee. It took more than a month to complete the cooperation, discuss some details and sign the contract. Maya and Killian had different choices. She chose to join Kahn's Biological Research Center, while Killian chose to cooperate with Kahn on behalf of the team. This took some time, but it's not a big deal. Now Killian is probably full of hatred for Tony Stark. After he has developed an extremist virus that can act on the human body, he will probably not be able to resist seeking revenge from Tony Stark. Since he is not counting his employees, then Kahn doesn't have to worry about it. All he needed was a mature extremist virus. The nature of this experiment could completely offset the reaction after transplanting Hashirama cells. If the research was intensified, it could even offset the side effects of transplanting all blood successors. After the contract was signed, Kahn also let them use the rented laboratory, and also reimbursed equipment expenses and the like. When it was time to spend money, Kahn discovered how expensive it was to sponsor a team for biological research. The building of the Biological Research Center, the purchase of test equipment and test materials, etc., he had not seen anything, and he had already spent more than $1,000 million. There must be more in the future. After completing the investment in the extremist virus project, Kahn bought a new identity with the appearance of the transformation technique, and then used this identity to sell all the jewelry in his hand, but only in exchange for about $10 million. After the Maya and Killian teams settled in the laboratory, Kahn recruited many people, management, finance, and assistants who were responsible for him. Calculated normally, the income from a pharmaceutical wholesale trading company, a private hospital, and the stock market cannot support the expenses of the Biological Research Center at all, not to mention that this is only a team, and Kahn wants to recruit more biological scientists in the future. Must work hard to make money. Kahn feels that he can let go of his hands and feet a little bit now, mainly because of shadow clone and transformation technique. He is no longer afraid of Fubol and S.H.I.E.L.D., and even dares to venture into Hell's Kitchen. The extremist project is in the pocket. The next thing is to contact Orochimaru. He should start working on it a few years before the Third Ninja World War, and contact him by then. In Kahn's guess, extremist virus and Hashirama cells should have a certain complementary effect in terms of effect, but this is his guess, and specific sample data needs to be obtained for research and experiments. In the past 6 months, Kahn has often asked for leave, but his career is getting bigger and bigger, and he may not have much time to go to college in the future. But Kahn does not want to give up his studies in biological research. His spiritual talent is very poor. Xia Chuan and Kakuzu all think so. Kahn can only rely on biological evolution to make himself an extraordinary existence. Extremist virus and Hashirama cells are only the first step. There is more to gain. The plane trading system is still searching for worlds that can be traded. Kahn has been staring at the Starry Sky interface for a long time, but he has only experienced one world, and he has not figured out the trading rules of the system at all. If you have to wait a few years, then Kahn is out of luck. He can only concentrate on attacking the Hashirama cells and extremist virus in the ninja world. The key is that these things can make him stronger, but it is difficult to save his life. After dealing with the things around him, Kahn filled the grid of the space backpack. Although both sides are slowly getting on the right track, Kahn still brought some things that are not in the ninja world. The space backpack is not full, and Kahnzong feels empty. It seems that the business is going well. Are there so many people lately, Xia Chuan? Kahn came to the casino for a stroll, and found that there were many carriages parked outside, and when he walked in, it was overcrowded. A gaming table used to accommodate 10 people, but now it can accommodate at least 20 people, and the casino is full of people. It is also very noisy, and the sound is a little bit inaudible. The business can be described as booming. The daily profit is more than 400,000 taels. Because the profit is too much, the accounts are basically managed by Xia Chuan himself, without the hands of others. Buy all the houses at the back and on both sides, renovate the VIP boxes and expand the store by the way, and spend all the cash in the casino every half a month. Xia Chuan, I will leave you with a plan later, you follow the implementation of this plan, starting from the profitability of this casino, will slowly spread to Chuanmu town. By the way, set aside 20% as working capital. Kahn told Xia Chuan that the money in the ninja world is worthless to him. If it cannot be exchanged for resources and power, it is no different from waste paper. It wasn't long before the casino opened, but the novel gambling methods and some rare gambling machines directly opened the eyes of ninja gamblers, but it didn't take long for someone to imitate the gameplay in the Kahn casino. In addition to the gambling machines, those who open casinos in the ninja world may not let them go. Maybe they will hire people to snatch the gambling machines if they are greedy. It was stolen, and it can't be used after a while. Xia Chuan nodded after hearing the words, and then asked, I see, boss, the casino on the other side of the booklet street. Let's put it aside for now. There are too few people who can be trusted and capable. Xia Chuan, do you have any good candidates to recommend? Kahn asked Xia Chuan. Although people in the ninja world value promises, they still have to be wary of 2 or 5 boys, especially a casino with a monthly profit of tens of millions of taels. If the person is not trusted by him, the loss will be huge big. Now the business has not spread very well. If it is just Chuanmazan and Konoha, Kahn can also keep an eye on it, but when the business gradually develops to other places, then Kahn will not have so much time to run around. He is training Xia Chuan now, and Xia Chuan is also worthy of Kahn's training and trust, but if Xia Chuan is allowed to run back and forth, it will also exhaust her and be very dangerous. After thinking for a while, Xia Chuan said to Kahn, Boss, Meha and Chihai's ability is not bad, especially Chihai, her arithmetic ability is better than mine. These 2 people. I know. I will ask after I go back this time, if they are willing to leave Konoha. Kawaki Miwa and Oda Nanami. Oda Nanami seems to be from the Senju clan, but he has no ninja talent, so he concealed his name and married a civilian ninja. However, Oda Nanami and Kawaki Miwa have family members, and not everyone is as decisive as Xia Chuan. If they want to be closer to home every day, then Kahn is not too reluctant. By the way, boss, a person from the country of fire came to look for you. It seems to be someone from Lichuan bookstore. He said that he wanted to give you something, and he had to hand it over to you personally. Xia Chuan suddenly remembered this, and quickly said to Kahn that this happened 3 days ago, because he was not sure whether Kahn would come to Chuanmu town, so Xia Chuan instructed him to go to Konoha. Now that person should be waiting for you in Konoha, as if he can't do it without seeing you. I see. It should be about the publication of the new book. It seems that I have to go back. After Kahn finished speaking, he calculated the time in his mind. The 3 novels should have been published and sold for a while, and Lichuan bookstore also adopted Kahn's opinion, interspersed a lot of amazing pictures in the novel. The one who was looking for him people should send sample books and income, and ask for the 2nd volume of the 3 books. After explaining what happened in Chuanmu town, Kahn rushed to Konoha without stopping. While on the road, Kahn secretly decided that it seems that he will spend more time in the future and focus on developing the forces outside Konoha. If you get an identity recognized by the daimyo of the Fire Nation, then even if it is 3rd Hokage, you should be polite to him. Danzo may be cool, but he has nothing to do except assassination. He is the root of Konoha, but in fact it's just a bloody knife that does dirty work. After returning to Konoha, Kahn learned from Miwa Chuanmu that Lichuan bookstore had sent someone to look for him, and Kahn quickly asked Miwa Chuanmu to call for him. While waiting for Lichuan bookstore, Chili Pepper, who had been tricked by Kahn many times, came again. When she came in, she saw Kahn sitting at the table, and walked closer with a happy face. Boss, after leaving for such a long time, I finally came back. After all, there are many businesses to be busy, and the ninja world is too big, most of the time is spent on the road. Kahn said helplessly that his attitude towards Kushina was not to take the initiative or refuse, unless the high-level Konoha intervened. At least he was also a person close to Tsunade, and the future master of the sealing technique was of great value. Can you visit the whole ninja world? It's great. Don't be envious, it's actually very tiring. By the way, the game store next door has not opened for a long time. As my old customer, you can play for free for 1 day, only today. Kahn still has something to do next, so he wanted to send Kushina away, but after hearing this sentence, Kushina shook her head and said, "No, I'm not interested in that, can I eat whatever I want in the store?" Kahn said without thinking, 300,000 taels, you can eat whatever you want for a day, and you are the only dessert buffet customer in Kahn's food store. It's too expensive. When Kushina heard the price, her face collapsed, and then she complained angrily, "Boss, you took my wallet last time, and you didn't even invite me for a barbecue. I want to correct you. You are obviously happy when you eat ramen. If you eat barbecue, you may not be happier than eating ramen. This is your inner choice." Kahn directly said that Kushina got tangled up in sophistry. Compared with barbecue, she prefers to eat ramen, but Kushina eats barbecue to get back some of her own money. Now she is said by Kahn, between money and eating ramen the tangle of back and forth between happiness. But before Kushina struggled for a long time, the people from Lichuan bookstore were brought over by Mai Chuanmu. "Mr. Kahn, it's finally time for you." The people from Lichuan bookstore came in and saw Kahn, and hurriedly stepped forward and said that he thought he would have to wait for a month or two, because it took such a long time since Kahn disappeared. "If we really have to wait so long, the second volume of the novel will be delayed for a long time. Now the 3 books of Kahn are treasures for Lichuan bookstore. Let's come in and talk." Kahn smiled and said, and then led the people to the inner room. There will be a few years of transition in the middle. The ninja world and the Marvel world, mainly because of the development of forces, will not be written in detail, otherwise it will be a running account. After the tea was served, Kahn frowned slightly and felt that something was wrong. How did Kushina follow up so naturally? He also took the initiative to make tea and brought it up, and then sat aside, with a curious look in his eyes. "Mr. Kahn, the current sales of your 3 books are really good. The first batch of printing was sold out in a short time, and the second batch of reprinting was about to be sold out. When I left, the boss a 3rd batch is being printed." The one who spoke was the assistant of the owner of Lichuan bookstore. He took out 3 samples of books with a respectful face, put them on the table together with the sales share of the first 2 batches, and pushed them towards Kahn. The owner of Lichuan bookstore has already the money was deposited in advance, so what was handed to Kahn was a passbook. "It seems that your bookstore has made a lot of money. Is it for the content of the 2nd volume this time?" Kahn opened the passbook and looked at it. The first 2 batches were divided into about 25 million taels. If calculated in this way, Lichuan bookstore earned at least nearly 70 million taels. Such a large revenue must not only be sold in the land of fire of. There are not many people who can read novels in the ninja world, and it is not like decades later. The owner of Lichuan bookstore has such great confidence in Kahn's books, and he is definitely not willing to sell them only in the country of fire. His channels and connections, maybe the land of thunder and the land of earth, as well as some small countries, are selling Kahn's books. It did make some money, but it all depends on Mr. Kahn's writing. The assistant of the owner of Lichuan bookstore said with a flattering smile, and then asked with some expectation, "Mr. Kahn, the 2nd volume." "Wait a minute." After Kahn finished speaking, he immediately got up and went back to the house, and then took out the 2nd and 3rd volumes of the 3 novels, and handed them to the people in Lichuan bookstore. "This is the content of the 2nd and 3rd volumes. There are 7 volumes in these 3 novels. If Lichuan bookstore performs well, there will be some good novels in the future. I will seek in-depth cooperation with Lichuan bookstore. It's too easy to just dump a few novels and wait for the money to be collected." After hearing Kahn's words, the assistant of the owner of Lichuan bookstore was even more joyful, and excitedly stated that he would report this matter to the boss after returning, and then return quickly with the contents of the new volume. Bookstores around the world have already received many inquiries from people. They are very eager for the content of the next volume. They, who have never seen this kind of novel before, are fascinated as if they have discovered a new world. After the people from Lichuan bookstore left, Kushina looked at Kahn with bright eyes and asked, "Boss, you are still a writer?" "That's amazing." In Kushina's impression, it is amazing that people in the bookstore treat her with such respect. Although she still doesn't quite understand the status of Lichuan bookstore, people in the ninja world have a general respect for writers. This is an inherent impression passed down from daimyo and nobles to ninjas. Even nobles and daimyo should respect writers, so their ninjas should follow suit. As long as you study hard, you can become a writer in the future, Kushina. Kahn waved his hand and said, "He is Wen Chaogong, but the ninja world is really a cultural desert now. It is still easy to become famous, just enough pornographic and violent novels, the impact must be strong. I can't do it. It's hard for me to learn the lessons of ninja school." After Kushina finished speaking, she pointed to the 3 sample books on the table and asked, "Boss, can I read the books you wrote?" "No, this is for adults, and children are not allowed to watch it." Kahn refused without hesitation. "For you, this kind of book is like the forbidden technique among ninjas. You must not read it, otherwise there will be very serious consequences. But in order to satisfy your curiosity, let you find out what a writer earns." After speaking, Kahn showed Kushina the passbook sent by Lichuan bookstore. When Kushina saw the numbers on it, her eyes widened and her mouth dropped in surprise. "This many zeros?" She asked Tsunade for 100,000 taels, and she was considered the richest man in the ninja school, but the passbook in front of her had 8 figures, and it was the income of the boss as a writer. "Boss, you are so rich, why do you want to cheat me?" Thinking of this, Kushina couldn't be happy again, which is very unreasonable. "That's the money to compensate me for the planks and weapons, and I was taken aback by you at the time, and there are subsequent psychological medical expenses." Kahn said without the slightest sense of guilt in his heart, his money is his own money, and it is because he cares about every penny that he can become so rich. If he keeps pretending to be generous, he is a bodhisattva. The 2,502 must be invested in the business to establish a snowball effect as soon as possible. Compared with the native businessmen in the ninja world, Kahn is almost equivalent to a downgrade blow. He uses the products 30 years in advance to earn profits. When you're done drinking, you can give some to others. It was very late, and Kushina returned to the Senju tribe. Not only did she play games for nothing today, she also got a pastry, which is a milestone improvement compared to before. After returning to the clan area, the joy on Kushina's face dissipated a little. Grandma Mito is getting older. Although she usually has a lot of communication, it is more to urge her to learn the seal technique and the communication between family. After Nawaki came back to recuperate, he was not in a very high mood and seldom talked. Miss Tsunade was concentrating on other things again. In the ninja school, Kushina has always had a bad relationship with her classmates because of her identity as an outsider and her hot temper, and she has no friends at all. This is why she likes to go to Kahn's food store. At least Kahn didn't laugh at her appearance at first. I will also talk about speculation later. Although it costs money quickly, most of it is Tsunade's money, so Kushina doesn't feel bad about it. After returning, Kushina chatted with Tsunade for a while, but most of the time they were talking about Kahn, because the ninjas were full of things that made her unhappy, so Kushina subconsciously avoided. That guy is still a novelist. The manuscript fee is more than 20 million taels. Tsunade was also very shocked when she heard the news. She had to do at least 20 S-level tasks to earn more than 20 million taels. Then she heard the adult-oriented novel from Kushina, and remembered that Jiraiya used to secretly read it at home. The one she found, she said to Kushina with a look of disgust. "Kushina, that guy is right, don't be curious about this kind of novel, children can't read it." It turned out that he wrote this kind of novel, but it was only over 20 million taels. It seems that the novel was bought very well. After the two chatted for a while, Tsunade found that Kushina was often talking about Kahn, so he asked with a smile, Kushina, do you often go to see him recently? But this sentence made Kushina silent, and after a few seconds, she said in a low voice, people at school don't like me. Ever since she had a fight with her classmate's ninja big brother and won the fight, the schoolmates have been deliberately avoiding her, or talking about her nearby. Thinking of what happened to Kushina, these guys Tsunade couldn't help but stroked Kushina's hair, and said, if anyone bullies you again in the future, you should teach them a lesson, and if something happens, come to me. You. How's the progress? Is there a new breakthrough for the extremist virus? Kahn came to this biological research center that has been built for more than a year. At present, there is only one project team of extremist virus. Kahn is trying to recruit other people, but it has not been effective so far. However, in the past year or so, he has filled all the management and logistics personnel of the Biological Research Center, which is more than enough. It is not very ideal at present. There are too few data obtained from experiments on plants and animals. We need to conduct human experiments so that we can get more data. Killian rubbed his temples, and said plainly, he especially hopes to enter the process of human experiments, because the experimental data on plants cannot be perfectly reflected in the experiments on mice, and there are too many differences. In the same way, the experimental data and experience obtained on mice may not be applicable to human experiments, and they will eventually conduct human experiments. Killian, don't do this. After shaking her head, Maya raised her voice slightly, and completely refuted Killian's opinion. Conducting human experiments now is tantamount to killing people, and the failure rate is almost as high as 90%. If there is no next breakthrough, there is no need to conduct human experiments. Experiment. Killian argued without giving in, Maya, maybe the next breakthrough will be in human experiments. After finishing speaking, he looked at Kahn again and said, Boss, if we don't conduct human experiments, we may not be able to break through to the next step in a few years, because the experiment lacks a critical step, and without this step, we cannot make progress. Killian. Stop arguing, let's conduct human experiments. I'll apply for IRB review, Ms. Maya. This application will take about 3 months. If you can't make a breakthrough within this time, then you should follow Mr. Killian's instructions. Propose it. Kahn interrupted the quarrel between the two and made a decision. It has been more than a year. The extremist virus project cost nearly $40 million, and now all expenses are supported by the income from the pharmaceutical wholesale trade company. But if it drags on, Kahn will not have much patience. After hearing Kahn's words, Maya also fell silent. She knew that the recent lack of research progress made many people a little impatient, and even she was a little anxious, but the failure rate of the extremist virus is too high, and it is necessary to ask for a little data. Killing, Maya is very resistant to this behavior. The IRB that Kahn said is more acceptable to her. The premise of this kind of approved human experiment is that the other party is voluntary and tells you to ask for money to work hard, so that it will not burden her too much. It's just that it costs a lot, often a volunteer costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it's even very difficult to recruit, and you can only go to some slums to pay for your life. If the number of IRB volunteers is not enough, then you have to think of other ways. After the human experiment begins, this project will be considered a real gold swallower. However, we can't fully expect a team. There are 2 masters of human body research in the ninja world, and maybe they can be involved. Next, I have a very important thing. Does anyone want to help his boss complete a biological report? I have learned all these, but I don't want to waste time on writing. Kahn took out a biology major assignment from a university. The people here are the most suitable to help him complete it. Most of them are biology majors. It is a breeze to complete an assignment. A person came over and took the homework and said, $2,000. Give it to me tomorrow morning. Kahn took out $2,000 and handed it over, and then leaned forward to look at the latest round of experimental data of the extremist virus. His mind is not weak, and his learning ability has always been good, and the extremist virus is his hope to become stronger, so Kahn has been I am working hard to study with Maya and Killian. After a year of modest study, Kahn has understood the principle and operation mechanism of extremis virus, and has 2 tubes of serum of extremis virus and a full set of experimental data. As the boss, it is very easy for him to do a little bit of this. Kahn left after a while, and the progress didn't have much effect compared to the last time he came. Although Kahn successfully entered Columbia University, he has already been called the most mysterious person by his classmates. Except for some necessary courses, Kahn basically invites him if he can, and finds someone to substitute for him if he can't. There are a lot of facts about him. In addition to things in the ninja world, there is also a pharmaceutical wholesale trading company, a securities company partnered with Connor, and going to Hell's Kitchen to deal with a large number of jewelry and so on. Fortunately, Kahn knows shadow clone and transformation technique, otherwise, he would definitely be targeted if he took a large number of jewelry there several times in a row to sell. The pharmaceutical wholesale trade company is the fastest growing company under Kahn. Within 2 years of its establishment, it has opened up the markets of Mexico, South America, Australia and Southeast Asia, and is gradually occupying them. This year's revenue is estimated to reach over $100 million, but other drug wholesalers have begun to pay attention to overseas markets, and have signs of competing with Kahn for business. This is why Kahn wants to develop new drugs by himself. This market will eventually be integrated, but Kahn can make as much money as possible, and then research and sell new drugs, changing from a middleman to a source of shipments. Although a lot of money has been invested in the Biological Experimental Research Center, Kahn's personal assets are still expanding rapidly. Now his total assets are at least $700 million and nearly 2 tons of gold. This is just Kahn's achievement for more than a year, although it's a bit slower, but it's better than being safe. Neither the IRS nor Fobral nor SHIELD found Kahn. A year ago, Kahn also changed a residence, which was much larger than the current residence, and had a large basement. Kahn transformed the basement into a safe house, and hid in the basement when he went to the ninja world. It's almost time to ask Tsunade to study the extremis virus and some special medicines for terminal illnesses. I hope she won't let me down. Kahn decided to think that the relationship between him and Tsunade has been getting along well during this period of time, and he also learned about Nawaki's specific situation from Kushina. If Nawaki's recovery is used as a lure, Tsunade will definitely be interested in the extremis virus. There are also samples and detailed data of several terminal illnesses. Kahn also brought them. He inquired about them in the ninja world. That age, so Tsunade didn't pay much attention. However, with Kahn's entrustment and the temptation of extremis virus, Tsunade will probably agree. Next, Kahn dealt with the affairs of the Marvel world. According to the usual practice, he arranged a substitute person in advance, and after all the company's affairs were arranged, he replenished all his space backpacks before going through. In the next second, Kahn came to the ninja world. Meha, isn't Xia Chuan here? Someone is making trouble on Bamboo Street. Xia Chuan has gone to deal with it. After that, she may have to go to the Kingdom of Waves and won't be back in a short time. Boss, do you need to send someone to send a message to Xia Chuan? After Miwa Kawaki reported Xia Chuan's movements, she lowered her head slightly and waited for Kahn's next order. No need, let her go to work. Except for Bamboo Street, is the business in other places still stable? Kahn took over the ledger from Kawaki Miwa and continued to ask. Last time, some indigenous nobles in the Land of Fire were jealous of Kahn's power, but they didn't take action because of his strong force. It seems that they are about to bear it now. I couldn't help but shot in the dark. Chuanmu Town is the place where we have the strongest armed forces. It is very stable, and all incomes are steadily increasing. Except for Bonshu Street, only Higu County is in chaos. Kawaki Miwa paused slightly when she said this, and then continued to say to Kahn, someone hired wandering ninjas, it seems that they are specifically targeting us. Then contact Kakuzu's subordinates, 7 million taels, if Kakuzu thinks it's cheap, increase it to 10 million taels, but tell Kakuzu that the people behind the scenes must be eliminated. After Kahn finished his orders, he closed the ledger. He is not a professional financial person, but he can also understand the accounting model in the ninja world. The income in Konoha village is not included in this ledger. The monthly total profit increased to more than 70 million taels. Including the total income of 3 casinos, 4 dessert shops and a dessert factory, 4 izakayas, 3 restaurants and 3 food stores, of which the casinos account for the bulk of the income, accounting for 70% of it, and the others are just incidentally. Kahn didn't put a lot of thought into these stores. These are all managed by Xia Chuan, and Kahn has given her some autonomy, so when Xia Chuan senses an opportunity to make money, she will take the initiative to make it. At the beginning, he just opened an izakaya outside. After slowly earning money, Xia Chuan started to invest step by step, which was also within the scope allowed by Kahn. Now Xia Chuan is planning to establish a production chain from the source, buying grain directly from farmers, and then supplying grain stores and wineries in various places in batches. The winery has not yet been built. Kahn said the production equipment of the winery last time. Come on, he can't see the traditional way of brewing in the Jonin world. There is also the income brought by Lichuan bookstore, which is nearly 20 million taels per month on average. With the 7 novels Kahn gave them, now Lichuan bookstore has expanded to more than 20 branches, and established distribution agreements with bookstores in several other major countries. It can be said that they are making a lot of money and winning. The Fireland Daming Mansion's annual allocation to Konoha village is only more than 200 million taels, while Kahn's monthly income is more than 90 million taels. It may be an exaggeration to say that he is rich and powerful, but with his own strength, he can completely the entire Konoha can be supported, provided that there is no war. Once a war starts, the daimyo prefecture's war budget for Konoha may be 3 or 4 times the usual amount, and the weapon expenditure alone is a big one. Usually Konoha is not responsible for the ninja's ninja equipment expenditure, but it is different during wartime. Konoha is fully reimbursed. There are also mission rewards, pensions, medical and logistical supplies, etc., which add up to a huge sum. You can't let the ninja spend your own money to work for Konoha, so reimbursement is inevitable, and after the ninja dies in battle, Konoha will be responsible for the children who died in the battle. Until he graduates from the ninja school or has certain source of income. If Konoha doesn't even care about this, then the will of fire will become a joke. Meha-san, I'm going to Konoha, I'll leave it to you here. Kahn said to Miwa Chuanmu after watching the affairs of Chuanmu town, but after hearing what Kahn said, Miwa Chuanmu quickly suggested, Boss, please bring Konoha's ninja guard team, although there is no assassination yet thing, but just in case. Kawaki Miwa was a little worried that those people would assassinate Kahn recklessly. Their power seemed huge, but if something happened to Kahn, the power would definitely fall apart. Well, this can be regarded as a wake-up call for me, but forget it this time, it is difficult for them to collect my whereabouts. Kahn told Kawaki Miwa that he came to this world through the shuttle function of the trading system, and the place where he appeared was related to Tsunade. You and Xia Chuan have too few guards. The people around her can deal with the common people, but it is difficult to deal with some bounty hunters. You can send people back to Konoha and release 2 B-level guard missions. In the future, you will be around follow 2 Chunin squads each. 2 Chunin and 6 Genin, and the scope of activities are all in the country of fire. Konoha village will definitely not accept the assassination mission in this regard, even if other ninja villages borrow it. They should also consider coming to Konoha to deal with the 2 Chunin teams. If you are not careful, it may become the fuse of the war. Well, thank you boss, I will arrange it right away, but you should pay more attention to your own safety. Miwa Chuanmu was a little moved and said to Kahn that the boss really valued the 2 Chunin teams to protect them at all times. After explaining Kawakimi and some things, Kahn quickly came to a forest near Konoha village through the shuttle function of the trading system. This kind of movement is the same as space ninjutsu, even if someone wants to collect his information is also very difficult. After entering Konoha, Kahn walked towards his own commercial street. In less than 2 years, he has opened a total of 13 shops in Konoha, basically covering food, drink, entertainment, clothing, etc. Although that street is a bit biased, it is the only commercial street in Konoha. The main street is gone. At present, the person in charge of managing all the shops in Konoha is Chihai, who is very serious and responsible, and the management is in an orderly manner. Recently, he is talking about house sales with several other families on this street. Chihai knows that Kahn is planning to build a commercial street. So efforts are being made in this direction. The 13 stores, except for the pharmacy, the rest of the business is very good. After all, the war has stopped, and the ninja world has entered a brief state of peace. Except for the civilians who are sick every day, other people no longer need to buy medicines. Slow sales are inevitable. Kahn is also thinking about opening up the pharmaceutical business in small countries. The big countries have ceased war, but some small countries are still in turmoil. After listening to Chihai's report, Kahn felt that Konoha had nothing to worry about, but he asked one more question: has anything happened recently? There is one thing that needs to be told to the boss. Uzumaki Kushina will come to the store every day recently. She wants me to tell her the news when the boss comes back, but I don't agree. I think it's better to inform the boss about this in advance. Chihai did not hesitate to sell what Kushina asked her to do. Although she had a little relationship with Kushina, she also knew that Kushina had a good relationship with her boss. But this matter is related to her principles, so Chihai definitely cannot agree to Kushina's betrayal of her boss's whereabouts. Kushina, don't worry, just let her go. Nanami, is Tsunade in the village recently? Master Tsunade doesn't seem to have left the village. I saw her in the village the day before yesterday. Chihai replied, but she was still thinking about what happened to Kushina just now. Does she mean to care or not? Did you mean to casually disclose information about your boss? Kahn nodded and said, help me contact Tsunade. If she has time, I'll buy her a drink in the private room on the second floor of Kahn's izakaya. I see. Afterwards, Chihai talked to Kahn about other things. The 13 stores in Konoha village are all in good business. Except for the drugstore, which is a little deserted, the revenue of other stores is steadily increasing, especially the game store and dessert store. And izakaya, basically become the signature of Konoha. The gathering of people will bring about a steady increase in fame, not to mention that this street is full of consumers, which will naturally attract other people to come here. What's more, in Konoha at this time, the only commercial street gathered here is Kahn. Even people from Uchiha will come here to consume, and there seem to be quite a few people in their group who love desserts. The sponsorship of the orphanage has lasted for more than a year. Up to now, Kahn has already gained a lot of fame in Konoha village. Many people know that Kahn sponsors 2.1 million tales of orphanage every month. Those street children who were homeless because of the war can eat and clothe themselves warmly. Because the number of children adopted by the orphanage has increased a lot, the sponsorship amount has changed from 500,000 tales to 700,000 tales half a year ago. Now the 3 orphanages have adopted more than 300 war children. If Kahn sponsors, Konoha doesn't want to bear such a big expense at all. This is also effective. There are 13 people in the 3 orphanages who were sent to the ninja school by Kahn. Among them, Yakushi Nanoyu is the smartest. She is in the same class as Kushina, and she was 4th in the last exam. The results of the practical class were a little bit behind, but her theoretical class was well-deserved first. And Yakushi Nanoyu also told Kahn from time to time some of the information she collected in the ninja school. Although this was not Kahn's order, it was Nanoyu's initiative to do so. She usually has a relatively low sense of presence. Listening to the small group discussions in the school when they are together, they can get a lot of news about the elders of the other party's family from them. Yakushi Nanoyu doesn't know which ones are useful and which ones are not, but Kahn is still very satisfied with her performance, but sometimes it is too obvious. After Nanami left, Kahn waited in the house for the evening. Even if Tsunade has not left the village, she is probably busy with medical reform. In the past year or so, Tsunade has become more and more famous, but it has little to do with Sanmin. Surgery. Although Kahn doesn't live in Konoha very much, the house is cleaned very clean, and Kahn has set up a few cameras in the house, and he will check it every time he comes back. So far, no one has been found uninvited, except for those cleaning. After a while, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside, and then Kahn heard the sound of pattering footsteps. After a lesson of more than 100,000 tales last time, Kushina has developed the habit of knocking in more than a year. Door habit. Come in. After Kahn finished speaking, the door was opened, and then a small red-haired head poked in. After seeing Kahn sitting in front of the tea table, Kushina walked in with a smile. "Boss, I didn't expect you to come back so soon." While talking, Kushina skillfully poured himself a cup of tea, and then sat on the other side of the tea table. "What I didn't expect was that you came to see me as soon as I came back. It seems that it is really destined. You graduated from the ninja school. Congratulations, Kushina." The first half of Kahn's sentence immediately made Kushina smile, but after hearing the second half of Kahn's sentence, she immediately rolled up her flame-like red hair proudly, revealing the entire forehead protector. "Well, this forehead protector is handsome, I'm the third in the school. It's really amazing. This is a graduation gift for you." After Kahn finished speaking, he took out a piece of chocolate from the snack box on the side and placed it in front of Kushina. His perfunctory behavior immediately made Kushina's good mood disappear, and then looked at Kahn with a puffy face. "Too stingy, boss, and these snacks were confiscated last time." "Is that so?" Kahn chuckled twice, then got up and walked into the house. "Wait a minute, I'm going to change a present." Seeing this action, the dissatisfaction on Kushina's face dissipated. She sat there, waiting with some small expectations in her heart. Kahn went back to the room to see what was in the space backpack, and the little girl was easy to fool. After a while, when she saw Kahn coming out of the room, she immediately opened her mouth in surprise. "Although I have eaten cakes twice, this is the first time Kushina has seen a cake that is nearly 1 meter high. She has eaten one layer before." "Boss, is this for me?" Kushina asked without taking her eyes off the cake, and kept clasping her little hand under the table, looking at Kahn expectantly, waiting for his answer. "That's right, I gave it to you, remember to eat it at night, it might be broken tomorrow." After speaking, Kahn put the cake on the table and signaled that Kushina could take it away. Kushina stared intently at the cake in front of her, licked her lips and said, "Then I'm going to call my teammate to eat together. Boss, can you come too?" "I'll forget it. I have something to do tonight. Go celebrate." Kahn refused, saying that he didn't want to go to the Senju land. Later, Kushina stayed with Kahn for a while before preparing to leave because he had to inform his teammates. "I'll see you off." Kahn got up together, and then sent Kushina out of the door. Now Kushina is a bit funny, holding a cake that can cover her face, making it very difficult for her to walk on the street. She has to poke her head to ensure that she does not collide with others. When walking out of the dessert shop, Kahn suddenly felt that someone was looking at them, and then he looked around, and found that there seemed to be a person behind the telephone pole at the corner. Kahn gestured to Kushina, then asked, "Kushina, do you know that guy over there?" "That guy, I know him, but he's not very familiar with him." Kushina saw Namikaze Minato, who was pretending to be passing by, pouted with a frown and said, "My classmate from the ninja school, but he's AB****ch when he talks, and he even laughed at me. Why is this guy here?" "Maybe I came to celebrate with you." "I don't want to celebrate with people who laughed at me, boss, I'm going back first." After Kushina finished speaking, she poked her head and carefully walked home. If the cake was damaged, she would feel sorry for half a month. "It's rare that you take the initiative to find me. Can I help you with anything?" As Tsunade said, he poured himself a glass of wine, and drank it straight away. After a busy day at Konoha Hospital, it was rare to relax at night. After finishing the glass of wine, Tsunade asked again, "Is someone bothering you?" "That's not true. There is something I want to ask you. Among all the people I know, only you are the best in medical ninjutsu." After speaking, Kahn took out several terminally ill details from his backpack, including some case history, and handed them to Tsunade. "Is it possible to develop a cure for these diseases?" Tsunade didn't say anything, took the documents that Kahn took out, and then looked at them carefully. After nearly half an hour, Tsunade rubbed the center of his brows, closed his eyes and thought about it in his heart. After a busy day at work, he didn't take a long break after get off work, and read the documents for another half an hour. It's not difficult to be cured, but it's not guaranteed to find a cure. It needs to be tested, but the first two diseases are not difficult. I remember that the second grandfather has done research on this. I need to find some information. Did second Hokage also study medical ninjutsu? After listening to Tsunade's words, Kahn was a little surprised. He didn't expect that second Hokage also studied cancer and high blood pressure, which was surprising. That's not medical ninjutsu, but it just happens to be similar to the disease you brought out. Tsunade didn't want to say more about this, so he changed the subject, but I've been developing medical ninjutsu recently. Regarding this matter, maybe it's going to be delayed for a while. Is it because of your brother? Kahn asked. After more than a year, this matter has slowly spread in Konoha. Many people are discussing that the younger brother of Tsunade, one of the Sannin, cannot be a ninja. This is also the story of Yakushi Nanoyu most news. I didn't expect that you, who are often away from Konoha, would know about this. Speaking of this incident, Tsunade was in a bad mood, and she poured herself a few more glasses of wine. The more depressed Nawaki was at home, the more she wanted to develop regenerative medical ninjutsu as soon as possible, otherwise even Mito grandma can't persuade Nawaki well, and the fact that he can't be a ninja is a big blow to him. The second thing I want to discuss with you is that it has something to do with Nawaki's inability to be a ninja. You don't want to drink it. You won't be able to read clearly after a while. After hearing Kahn's words, Tsunade put down her glass a little unconvinced. She thought that she was huge, and she would definitely not be drunk with such a small amount of wine, but when she heard Kahn said that the next thing was related to Nawaki, she honestly said obedient. Look at this, I have a team working on a project that, if successful, could help a person regenerate even a broken arm or leg. While speaking, Kahn handed Tsunade information about extremis virus, which should be easy to understand based on her understanding of human organs and tissues. This is. After Tsunade looked at it for a while, he was attracted by the above content. These materials include extremis virus from development to conception, and some algorithms. The professional terms are explained again. There are also experimental materials in the back, which is also the most important part of Tsunade. This time Tsunade was very attentive. After 2 hours, most of the customers in the izakaya had already closed, and only their private room was still open, but this is Kahn's shop, so it doesn't matter. Have you done experiments on mice? Then the next step is human experiments. Seeing the end, Tsunade silently thought in her heart that she didn't know what to say about human experimentation, at least her second grandfather was the person with the most human experimentation, but Tsunade felt a little resistant when she was asked to do it herself, but when she thought of Nawaki, she realized you can overcome your resistance. A great experiment. For now, it completely exceeds the medical ninjutsu I have mastered, and even in some respects it is somewhat similar to the regenerative ninjutsu I have studied. Tsunade gave a very high evaluation of extremis after watching it, and then Brown stared at Kahn with bright pupils and asked. You want to cooperate with me, right? Let's research the perfect extremis virus together. Yes, I have this plan. Its effect is not only to repair the body, but also to enhance the limit data of the human body. If the perfect extremis virus is developed, it will also be of great benefit to me. Kahn made no secret of his thoughts. He wanted to study the extremis virus, and this was also the hope of curing Nawaki. Tsunade could not refuse Kahn's invitation so that Nawaki could slow down the reform of the medical system. If the extremis virus can be thoroughly studied, Nawaki can not only become a ninja again, but also become stronger. The extremis virus test data given by Kahn shows that the difficulty of the extremis virus experiment lies in the self-regulation of the experimental subjects, and whether it is the plants or animals in the test subjects, the self-regulation cannot catch up with humans. If humans can't do it, then think about it. Ways to enhance human metabolism and prevent bioelectrical overload. It didn't take long for Tsunade to think about the experiments on the extremis virus in her heart. It was a coincidence that she just thought of the human experiments done by the second grandfather. After watching the extremis virus, Tsunade thought of her big grandpa's cell. The second grandfather studied many grandfather's cells before his death, so he left a lot of relevant data, which are all stored in the Senju tribe. Tsunade saw it once before, but he didn't think much about it. Looking back now, her grandfather's cells seemed to be able to compensate for the risk of extremis virus in the experiment. The erosion of cells can increase the fusion of extremis virus, and at the same time enhance human metabolism and various organ functions. Is this a coincidence? Tsunade bit his thumb, frowned slightly and thought in his heart that the hope of his brother's recovery was just around the corner, as long as he did a few more experiments, but he used his grandfather's cells for research. Do you want to go back and ask Grandma Mito? Tsunade. Kahn's voice brought the pensive Tsunade back to his senses. What do you think? Do you want to cooperate? I'll have to go back and ask before I can give an answer, but I think Granny Mito will agree. Tsunade squeezed her brows, read the documents for a day, read them for a long time at night, and drank some wine. She already feels dizzy now. If that's the case, then I'll wait for your good news, Tsunade. Kahn could see that Tsunade was moved, just had some concerns, but if Uzumaki Mito agreed, Tsunade's worries would disappear in an instant. Are you leaving? Yes, it's so late, but unfortunately I haven't eaten yet. Tsunade got up a little dizzy and said, but when she walked to the door, she saw Kahn holding a food box and said to her, there are packed wine and vegetables in here, you can take it home and eat slowly. Today Kushina also I brought back a big cake, I think it will leave a lot for you, so that's it, I'll go back first. After speaking, Kahn left. When Tsunade walked out of the izakaya with the food box, he was a little sober when he was blown by the cold wind. Looking at the food box in his hand and the sound of wine bottles colliding inside, Tsunade couldn't help but pursed his lips and thought, this guy is quite good at taking care of people. The book is so deserted, is there anyone who voted and commented? It was too late when we went back, Kushina, Nawaki, and Grandma Mito had already fallen asleep. Tsunade looked through the refrigerator, and found a piece of cake for her, with a note saying, Sister Tsunade remember to eat. This little girl. Tsunade smiled when she saw the cake and the note, and then took away another bigger cake without the note. She consumes a lot of chakra every day, so it's impossible not to add a little more energy. As for Kushina's little tricks are useless to her. After drinking and eating, Tsunade simply tidied up, and then went straight to sleep. In the early morning of the next day, Tsunade heard Kushina's exclamation in the kitchen in a daze, and then pretended not to wake up. Even though Kushina came in and slapped her but twice, Tsunade still pretended to be asleep. After a while after the meeting, Kushina had to go to the team to assemble, so he didn't stay for long, so he went out. After Kushina left for a while, Tsunade got up from the bed, and when he came out, Nawaki had already put her meal on the table. Sister, the meal is ready. After saying this, Nawaki walked upstairs silently. Ever since he knew that he could not be a ninja, he has been very depressed. The incident hit him too hard, and even after more than a year, it barely allowed him to return to a normal life. Nawaki. Tsunade called to stop Nawaki, and when he turned his head, he said to him firmly, Sister, I assure you, you will definitely become a ninja, within a year at most. After hearing this sentence, Nawaki's eyes slowly regained some light. Seeing the confident look on Tsunade's face, Nawaki's heart ignited hope again. In the past, when Tsunade assured him, his face was more reluctant, but now he is very confident, as if he has really found a way. Thank you, sister, but don't force yourself. Don't worry, it's easy for me. After Tsunade finished speaking, he took a bowl of miso soup and drank a bowl, then ran upstairs to find Uzumaki Mito. After a while she came out with a smile, changed her clothes, and left the house. Tsunade, you mean that he wants to cooperate with you to research a potion that can improve people's constitution and cure everything? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Tsunade repeatedly with a solemn face. He knew that Tsunade had been researching regenerative medical ninjutsu recently, so he was worried that Tsunade was worried that his brother's weakness would be exploited. Yutane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura also had expressions of disbelief. Judging from Tsunade's description, this potion can regenerate and heal even broken limbs, and it only takes a few seconds, which is comparable to the first-generation Master Constitution. To be precise, it's not a medicine, but a serum that can change the mechanism of the human body. Tsunade briefly explained to the three of them, but only Yutane Koharu understood a little, and the other two were still confused. After Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while, he slowly let out a puff of smoke. Tsunade, what Kahn said, is it credible? Do you want Yuhi Makoto Jonin and the Yamanaka clan to find out about him? Yutane Koharu suggested that her intention is obvious. Illusion and mind reading can basically empty out all the details of a person. As long as there is no restriction in the person's mind, there will be no secrets in front of the Yamanaka family. However, Yutane Koharu's suggestion directly caused Tsunade to retort loudly, impossible, you'd better give up this plan. What he brought up is obviously not something that one person can research. Even a medical team will have to study it for a long time. If Kahn makes a move, you don't want to get anything, maybe it will arouse the anger of the people behind him, when the time comes. Speaking of this, Tsunade paused for a moment, and continued, don't think I don't know what you are thinking, the cracking of the medicine has not been smooth so far, so you want to get the formula from Kahn, give up this idea as soon as possible, as long as if he doesn't threaten Konoha's safety, no one can even try to attack him. What tone are you talking about, Tsunade? Yutane Koharu was punctured by Tsunade to reveal the secret in his heart, and asked in a panic. I'm for Konoha, what if he has evil intentions for Konoha? Tsunade snorted softly and said, hiding evil intentions on Konoha? Shall I ask Grandma Mito to observe Kahn again? He has hardly done anything except earn money in the past 2 years. This can also be called harboring evil intentions. How about arrest and interrogate all the merchants who came to Konoha? Yutane Koharu was choked by Tsunade, and suddenly couldn't say the right words, you. Okay, stop arguing. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, quickly stopped the two quarreling, and then said to Tsunade, Tsunade, the village's finances are very tight now, and it is really impossible to draw out more research funds. I'll find a way in this regard, I just came to tell you. Tsunade said with a slight frown, although she knew that the old man would probably not transfer the money, but she was still a little upset to be rejected so simply. In this case, I hope you can report the progress of the potion to the village at any time. After all, Danzo was seriously injured in the Second Ninja World War. Danzo was injured in the hands of Sand Shinobi's puppeteer. Although he tried his best to treat him, he still injured an eye and half of his shoulder, so he is now only wrapped in bandages. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words meant that he didn't want to pay money, but also wanted to succeed in the free prostitution experiment. After hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Tsunade couldn't help but smiled angrily, and then said, I will try my best. The other party provides serum and equipment, and oneself provides people and money, so that the results can be shared, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who wants things but is unwilling to pay, is Sannin so valuable based on her? After speaking, Tsunade left the Hokage building. She wanted to discuss with Kahn first. If it was impossible to sell some of the collections of the Senju family, she also needed to raise enough money for the experiment. Kahn is still waiting for news from Tsunade at home. If she agrees, he will be the biggest beneficiary after the research is successful, and if Tsunade agrees to the research, she can also let her take Nanoyu. Thinking of this, Kahn couldn't help but came to the pharmacy next door, planning to ask Jikung Future about Yakushi Nanoyu's study status. When he walked into the store, he saw that Jikung Future was explaining the medicine to a common villager, but after seeing Kahn, Jikung Future asked respectfully, Boss, what do you need? But before he finished speaking, Kahn pointed at the villagers and asked him to solve the villagers' affairs first. After the people in the store had left, Kahn stepped forward and said, It seems that many people come to the store to buy medicines at ordinary times. Yes, after all, medicines can be stored, and ordinary families will still prepare some commonly used medicines. Like the person just now, this is the third time to buy medicines. You can remember this? It seems that he bought a lot. Jikang Future shook his head, said with a smile, "That's not true, it's because this guy is so conspicuous, it's hard to forget." Kahn thought about it for a while, and the man just now was indeed a bit dark, and he was indeed rare in the village, but he didn't think much about it, and asked Jikang Future about Yakushi Nanoyu. Although Jikang Mirai lost a hand, his knowledge of medical ninjutsu is still there, and he often taught Yakushi Nanoyu during this year. The next world Harry Potter, in the next black robe? Yakushi Nanoyu's learning talent is quite good. In more than a year, he has learned all the medical knowledge from Jikang Miki and learned 2 medical ninjutsu. In addition to lack of experience, Yakushi Nanoyu has already put Jikang Miki has learned all the skills. Next, if you want to improve, you can only go to Konoha Hospital to learn. There are only 2 medical ninjutsu in Jikang Miki Club. Kahn is very satisfied with Nonayu's situation, and he plans to recommend Nonayu to study with Tsunade for a period of time, although she has already been divided into classes, but with Tsunade's status in Konoha village, she wants a genin still very easy. In this way, Danzo can also be avoided, at least Danzo will not blatantly snatch people from Tsunade, otherwise, with her hot temper, she will definitely not give up. Just when Kahn was thinking about this, Tsunade came to him directly, but after Kahn saw Tsunade, he felt that she was in a bad mood, not like she was disappointed, but simply angry. "What are you, did you meet a dog on the road?" Kahn asked jokingly, pouring Tsunade a glass of iced lemon tea to calm her down. After hearing Kahn's words, Tsunade burst out laughing, recalling what happened just now. It was no different from meeting a dog, although it is not good to think so. The behavior of the old man and the 3 of them is really disgusting. "About cooperation, I want to discuss with you. When it comes to business, Tsunade is a little awkward, she doesn't know how to speak. She just went home and checked the treasures of the Senju family, and found that there is really not much money. The most precious things of the Senju family should be those houses and her second grandfather. The research notes below. The remaining bits and pieces should add up to more than 100 million yuan. It seems like a lot, but it will consume a lot to buy equipment." Seeing that Tsunade hadn't spoken for a long time, Kahn couldn't help asking, "Tsunade, it's rare to see you look so shy. Could it be that you agreed to cooperate but couldn't offer anything? How is it possible? It's just the people in the village." Tsunade shook his head hastily, and then stopped hiding, and simply said something about the attitude of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Although there was a lot of beautification in it, Kahn still heard the word greed from it. "Let's keep those things in your house. I'll take care of the research equipment and experimental human bodies. I'll go to other places in the Fire Country to buy some condemned prisoners. It shouldn't cost much." Kahn calculated in his mind that human life in the ninja world is much cheaper than that in the United States. If there are too many death row inmates in Fire Nation prison, 100,000 taels per person, or even 50,000 taels can be negotiated. As for the equipment, he brings some more advanced instruments over there. Anyway, the results will be used on yourself. It's best not to think about the serum. A serum of extremis virus is too precious for you to imagine. If it produces results, I will give you one at most. You must know that the cost of a serum is almost 100 million taels, and Guetsuan can't afford it without money. Forget it, I still want to. If it wasn't for you, I might have to try my luck elsewhere." After Tsunade heard the words, he quickly said, "I know, I will tell them about this at that time." If Kahn is really scared away, then Nawaki's hope of becoming a ninja is gone. After reaching a consensus, Tsunade discussed with Kahn about the cooperative experiment. The laboratory is best placed outside the village, but it should not be too far away from the village. When doing human experiments, the living people go in and the dead bodies come out, which is not good for the villagers to see. Moreover, Tsunade is busy with Konoha Hospital, so it is too far away. Can't do both. After the location is confirmed, Tsunade will be responsible for finding Earth-style ninjas to build the experimental base, and Kahn will be responsible for the instruments and equipment, as well as purchasing death row prisoners from all over the Land of Fire. Tsunade will start experimenting with extremist virus and Hashirama cells after everything is ready. Fusion. The amount of serum is limited, and Tsunade can only be given 2 at a time, giving Konoha a phenomenon that the serum is expensive. Fortunately, Kahn has all the information on the extremist virus, and can make it without telling Maya and the others, otherwise he would have to get it from the laboratory every time. Take, is not the way. After finalizing some items, Tsunade went back to prepare. Tsunade thought as he walked home, Hashirama cells are easy to talk about. I remember that the second grandpa sealed up a batch after his research failed. As for the Earth-style ninja, it's better to find Orochimaru. There are not many Earth-styles in the village who are better than him, and Orochimaru can't refuse she. Inside the Hokage building. Hiruzen, are you sure there will be no problems with this method? Yuditane Koharu asked worriedly, knowing that although Master Mito is still alive, his physical condition is already very poor. If something happens to Kushina, they will not have the next Nine Tails leader. Don't worry, I've already arranged a lot of umbu, and the border leading to the Land of Thunder has also been tightly blocked, so they won't be able to escape. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke and said decisively, this is a good opportunity to cultivate the bond between Kushina and Konoha. After this incident, she will be grateful to Konoha, and Cloud Shinobi's spies can also help us test Kahn, if you can get the secret of medicine from him. This is Danzo's suggestion, and he also thinks it's okay. If Konoha is inconvenient to do it, he can just take advantage of Cloud Shinobi's idiots. As long as Konoha has no trace of meddling, even if Kahn dies, the forces behind him will send another person come here, and you won't be jealous of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks that this can be implemented. It can not only remove Cloud Shinobi's spies in the village, but also make Kushina feel good about the person who rescued her, and finally test the secrets of Kahn. You can try it. After finalizing the cooperation, Kahn decided to arrange the affairs in Konoha village, and went to prepare research equipment for death row prisoners and extremist virus. In the afternoon, Kushina suddenly came to the door. This was her first day in the mission team, and Kahn thought she would not come. But now that he's here, Kahn still entertains Kushina, pours her a cup of tea and asks, how's your first day as a ninja? It's not interesting. After the self-introduction, there will be a practical exercise. The leader Jonin has a problem. I hope that our teamwork will not be announced earlier. We have to wait until we cooperate before announcing the approval. This shows that your leader Jonin wants to train you, so. Before Kahn finished speaking, he suddenly heard a shout from the front, is the boss there? I want to buy something. Someone wants to buy something. Boss, I'll help you. Kushina hadn't experienced selling goods yet. When she came here just now, she saw that the shop assistants were off work, so she wanted to try to be a shop assistant, but before she could run out, Kahn grabbed her back by the collar and dragged her back. Come back to me, stay here, and I'll go ahead and have a look. Kahn said to Kushina in a slightly dignified tone, the wooden door has been closed just now, if it was a guest, he would at least knock on the door before coming in. What is the caller going to do by opening the door and coming in? And this is a dessert shop, not a pharmacy. I saw that the dessert shop was closed, so are you so anxious to eat dessert tonight? What's your business? Kahn came to the food store and the door of the house behind, saw a person trying to go inside, so he called to stop him. This person is very familiar, as if he came to the nearby pharmacy to ask questions during the day, because this person's skin is too dark, and Kahn hates this color very much, so the impression is a bit deep. Boss, the children at home are making a fuss and want to buy a box of desserts. Stop your steps and just stand there. Before the man finished speaking, Kahn immediately pointed at him and shouted, this guy said it, but he kept trying to get closer to him. Kahn is now 90% sure that there is definitely something wrong with this guy, and he remembers most of the ninjas at Cloud Shinobi Village have black skin. After the man was interrupted by Kahn, although the forward body paused, he still explained, "Boss, I just want to buy a box of desserts." But he didn't finish his sentence, so he stopped by himself, because behind Kahn, a red-haired girl's head stuck out. After seeing Kushina, this person showed a suspicious and successful smile on his face. It's great that the two mission goals are brought together. Bang bang bang. Kahn didn't wait for the man to talk nonsense, and directly took out two submachine guns from the space backpack, and quickly fired at the Cloud Shinobi spy. His body has been strengthened by chakra, and it is not difficult for him to hold two submachine guns to shoot. What's more, at such a short distance, there was no need to press the gun to aim at all. In just a few seconds, Kahn shot the front of the bullets of the two submachine guns. Boom! After being scanned by Kahn, the Cloud Shinobi in front of him suddenly turned into a stake, and a puff of smoke appeared at the same time. Body replacement technique. Kahn quickly looked around the corner and found the Cloud Shinobi spy with his arms bleeding and riddled with bullet holes. The Cloud Shinobi spy stared at Kahn with a sullen look on his face, and said with a hint of sternness in his eyes, "I didn't expect that you still have this kind of weapon. It's really worthy of what the captain said." Duh. Kahn didn't intend to listen to this man's nonsense. He dropped the gun in his hand, took out a Thompson submachine gun from the space backpack again, and shot at the Cloud Shinobi spy at a very fast speed. Seeing the same weapon in Kahn's hand as before, the Cloud Shinobi spy shrank his pupils, and immediately wanted to use ninjutsu to escape again, but the pain on his arms reminded him that he was not in good condition, with nearly 20 bullet holes, so that he can't even do a quick seal. That's too late. The Cloud Shinobi spy anxiously thought in his heart that he could only use his hands to block in front of his body, ready to carry a wave. But he obviously overestimated his physical strength, because Cloud Shinobi spies rarely practice lightning-style chakra mode. Although it will increase their strength, it will make the body muscles very conspicuous. But at this time, this Cloud Shinobi spy regrets the most. The only problem is that he did not apply to the village to practice lightning-style chakra mode. Puff puff puff. In an instant, dozens of bullets were released on the body of the Cloud Shinobi spy, and the blood spattered from the fresh bullet holes dripped on the ground of the dessert shop like rain. Kahn focused on taking care of the man's internal organs, so after Thompson's bullets ran out, he was dead, but to be on the safe side, Kahn took out an assault rifle and smashed a big hole in the man's chest. After killing the man, Kahn put the gun on the ground into the space backpack, then took out a few grenades and threw them on the street outside. He wanted to use the sound of the explosion and the light of the fire to attract Konoha's ninjas. Go back. After throwing the grenade, Kahn directly clamped Kushina under his arm and walked to the bedroom inside. There is a hidden basement in it, which most people can't find at all. Kushina was already stunned, until she was caught under Kahn's arm. She came back to her senses and asked, "Boss, was that an enemy just now?" "It's an enemy, don't speak loudly, maybe he has accomplices." Kahn threw a few more grenades at the entrance of the dessert shop. If someone outside heard the gunshots just now, they might not be able to resist coming in to check, so that they can enjoy the explosive dessert Kahn's boss gave them. Rumble. The Konoha near night suddenly heard an explosion sound, like the sound of several detonating cymbals mixed together. Is someone using detonators in the village? After hearing the explosion in the village, the Konoha guard, who were still on patrol, immediately jumped onto the nearby roofs, found the location of the fire, and immediately moved towards it. The nearby ninjas were shocked when they heard the explosion, and then took the Jonin bag, rushed out of the house and jumped onto the roof, and followed the remaining flames in the air. Not long after the last explosion, there was another rumbling explosion sound from that place. After seeing this scene, the Uchiha guards who rushed over were furious in their hearts, dare to cause such a big commotion in the village. Hitting the guard in the face. 8 members of the Uchiha guard from the two teams all activated Sharingan, preparing to let the enemy know the prestige of the Uchiha clan. Kahn and Kushina hid in the underground secret room, and he was limited to monitoring what happened outside, but at least it was certain that the 2 explosions just now prevented other Cloud Shinobi spies from rushing in to deal with him. "Boss, what's the matter?" Before Kushina finished asking, Kahn covered his mouth. He was not afraid that the enemy would hear him, but he simply didn't want to answer. The surveillance cameras at the entrance of the dessert shop were blown up, but the surveillance cameras at the entrances of other shops were still working. Kahn could clearly see some people with Uchiha fans behind them, and other ninjas also came one after another. "It's okay, let's go out." Kahn said to Kushina, "If you don't go out for a while, the people of the Hyuga clan should look for them with blank eyes, and then they will find this basement." Then, he and Kushina walked out of the basement of the house. "I'm the owner of the dessert shop. I encountered a ninja attack tonight. I hope you can help me inform Tsunade Jonin." After the two walked out of the dessert shop, they immediately attracted the vigilance of members of the Uchiha Guard. If Kahn hadn't shouted quickly, he might have been attacked with a shuriken. After confirming the identities of Kushina and Kahn, the guards began to conduct routine interrogation, and Kahn did not hide anything. He told all the actions of Cloud Shinobi spies, and there were some exaggerations. He said that Cloud Shinobi spies actively exposed their identities. Intention to attack him. Anyway, when Tsunade comes, he will be protected, and Konoha's defense is too stretched, and a Cloud Shinobi spy has watched him for so long. "Kushina, are you alright?" Namikaze Minato jumped down from the roof, came to Kushina and asked with concern. Faced with Namikaze Minato's concern, although Kushina usually felt that he was a bit of but now that the other party cared about her, he replied in a much better tone, "I'm fine, the enemy didn't hurt me. Student Minato, why are you here?" "Kushina-san is fine, it worries me too much." Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Kushina, "On the way back after practicing, I met Umbu. He hurriedly told me that there were spies trying to harm you, so I rushed over." After hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Kushina just felt that Namikaze Minato was a good person, and rushed over immediately when he heard that she was in danger. It seemed that his previous impression of him was too rigid. However, Kahn on the side suddenly felt something was wrong when he heard these words. He took 2 steps closer, interrupted Namikaze Minato and Kushina, and asked, "Excuse me, Student Minato, what you just said is that there is an Umbu tell you, Kushina herself is in danger, that's why you came here." After Namikaze Minato's words were split and questioned by Kahn, everyone present heard something was wrong, and the Uchiha security team felt something was wrong. They slowly gathered around and prepared to question Namikaze Minato in detail. "How is this going?" Tsunade asked with a slight frown. She was preparing for the laboratory, but immediately put down her work and rushed over after receiving the notice. She was relieved when she saw that neither Kahn nor Kushina was injured. Either of these two people had an accident. It was intolerable for Tsunade, not to mention Kushina. Kahn was related to her brother's hope of recovery. "I was attacked by Cloud Shinobi spies, but I feel a little bit insider, you can find out for yourself." Kahn said with a calm face, "Konoha's politics is so dirty that it breaks through his bottom line, at least now he can bring benefits to Konoha, but the other party can't help but want to plot against him. But he alone, even if he fabricated a huge power behind his back, he still couldn't stop the other party's greed." "What happened?" Tsunade asked with a frown. She could feel that Kahn had some bad feelings towards Konoha, so she was eager to know what happened just now. "Wasn't it just a simple spy attack?" "I won't say much about this matter, you should look it up yourself, Tsunade-san." Kahn shook his head, then patted Kushina on the head, and continued, "Since you are here, please take Kushina with you. Let's go back. UB******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Felt a little uncomfortable when he heard Kahn's addressing her back to honorifics. "This incident has nothing to do with her, is this to blame her? Then what do you do?" "I don't know if there are any spies in the village. Why don't you come with me to the Senju tribe's land, and I will arrange it for you." Before Tsunade finished speaking, Kushina on the side nodded to Kahn like a chicken eating rice, and persuaded, "Yes, boss, go to the Senju tribe, Sister Tsunade will protect you." "No. Kahn directly refused and said, how could he rest assured of Konoha after such a thing happened, and go back to the Marvel world to rest? If possible, Tsunade-san, can you please send me out of the village? I'd better go back, but the security team seems to have to ask questions. Tsunade frowned and persuaded, it would be dangerous to leave the village now. It's safe for me, if you can, Tsunade-san. Kahn said please, he can guess what Tsunade is worried about, he will definitely not stop the research on extremis virus, the businessmen will not be angry because of other people's hatred, this matter probably has nothing to do with Tsunade. Kahn also needs her study of extremis virus and Hashirama cell combination. He is going back now, just to show his attitude to Konoha, and medicine will definitely not only be supplied to Konoha in the future. If the other party asks, then Kahn will use the excuse of not wanting to be assassinated again, and start to supply medicine to people from other countries. Provide medicines. For Kahn, drugs are profiteering just like casinos, and Konoha did the trick first, so don't blame him for breaking the contract. Of course it's okay to arrange to go out of the village, but now, well, I'll go and talk to them. Seeing the expression on Kahn's face, Tsunade reluctantly agreed, but she cursed secretly in her heart, which bastards did stupid things, could it be Danzo? The explosion here also attracted Chihai, and Kahn took this opportunity to explain some things to her. He couldn't go in person to buy the death row prisoner, so Chihai had to tell Xia Chuan. Then Tsunade went to talk to the security team, although the security team wanted to ask about the Kahn Cloud Shinobi spy again, but Tsunade insisted, and with her identity, the security team agreed to let it go. Anyway, there was the spy's body, and after they were finished, they handed it over to the interrogation squad, where the Yamanaka clan searched the brain for memories. After getting permission from the security team, Tsunade took Kushina and Kahn out of Konoha, and then outside a forest, Kahn let Tsunade and Kushina go back, and when the two were no longer visible, Kahn went around to a tree after that, returned to the Marvel world directly through the system. Kushina, tell me exactly what happened just now. On the way back, Tsunade asked Kushina solemnly. She wanted to know why Kahn's attitude changed so quickly. If he handled it carelessly, the reform of Konoha's medical system might also be affected. You must know that Konoha now has a strong dependence on Kahn's medicines, and Konoha Hospital has not analyzed the ingredients of the medicines, there will be no small impact. Just now, after the team disbanded, I went to the dessert shop to find the boss, and we didn't talk for long. Kushina saw Tsunade's solemn expression, so she told all the things just now, especially the sentence Kahn asked Namikaze Minato. Kushina is not an idiot. After thinking about it carefully, she also felt that there was something wrong with Namikaze Minato's words, but it may have nothing to do with Namikaze Minato, it is the problem of that Umbu. Got time to inform Namikaze Minato this genin, no time to save people. Is this Umbu out of his mind or under instructions? How many people can command Umbu in Konoha? Damn be asterisk 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 D. Tsunade cursed angrily after hearing this, and she wished she could go to the Hokage building immediately and ask the people behind the scenes. Kushina, I'll take you back first. After sending Kushina off, she would go to those old bastards to ask for clarification. Miss Tsunade, will the boss come back? Kushina asked with some unease. She just felt that Kahn's mood had changed. If she didn't return to Konoha, then the only friend she could turn her heart to would be gone. I will definitely come back, and then you don't have to worry about it. After sending Kushina back, Tsunade ran into Orochimaru on his way to the Hokage building. Orochimaru, why are you here? Orochimaru smiled and said, because you left suddenly in the middle of the work, and the old man asked me to come here to wait for you, so I came here. It really has something to do with them. As soon as Tsunade heard this, the anger in his heart burst out. The extremis virus in Kahn's hands is related to Nawaki's health, these bastards. You want to stop me? No, Tsunade, I'm on your side. If you need me, I can go with you to meet the old man. Orochimaru quickly waved his hand and said, he didn't want to get punched by Tsunade, who was in a rage. His software modification technique was just an idea and not completed. I just hope that you will let me participate in the experimental research. I am also very curious about what you said. Besides, Nawaki is my student, and I hope to contribute, Tsunade. After Tsunade heard this, the anger in his heart subsided a little, and then he directly agreed to Orochimaru, saying to him, "Okay, I agree, but first go to the Hokage building with me." That night, the ninja who was still on duty in the Hokage building heard a roar coming from Hokage's office, but it didn't take long before the sound disappeared, and it was suspected that a sound insulation barrier had been launched. But in the end, Tsunade was seen leaving the Hokage building with an angry face, followed by Orochimaru. "Tsunade, don't be angry, Mr. Sarutobi is just a little more cautious. If it were me, I'm afraid I would test 3 points for the unknown and uncontrollable existence. This is the instinct of a hunter. Who told the other party not to let Mr. Sarutobi see it? To an irresistible force." After Tsunade heard this, anger appeared on his face again, and he asked, "Orochimaru, which side are you on?" "Of course it's on your side, Tsunade, I was in Hokage's office just now, and I spoke for you." Orochimaru waved his hand and took a step back, saying that it is useless to continue arguing with Tsunade about politics at this time. His purpose is to participate in research. Then, when the research will start, I will push down the mission in the village in advance. I don't know, just wait. Tsunade glanced at Orochimaru and continued, "Don't think I'm lying to you. I really don't know. The serum of extremis, research equipment and experimental subjects of death row prisoners all need to be handled by Kahn. We only went out to the venue and people, and this happened just now. He can no longer feel safe, and left Konoha overnight." Orochimaru was stunned when he heard the words, and he realized that the other party had left Konoha, and then complained to Mr. Sarutobi, "This is really bad news." Tsunade said angrily, "I am more anxious about this matter than anyone else. I have already promised Nawaki, but this happened. I'm afraid it will be troublesome for Konoha in the future, Tsunade." Orochimaru's heart moved, and he thought of the meaning of Kahn's business, this matter. It is impossible to sell medicines only to Konoha, and medicines will appear in other ninja villages in the future. If there is a war at that time, these can greatly make up for the shortage of medical ninjas. Thinking of this, Tsunade became even more upset. It was all the result of those bastards arbitrary. They clearly knew the value of Kahn, but they still acted so recklessly. "I'll let you know when he comes back to start the experiment, Orochimaru." Tsunade waved his hand and walked to the Senju tribe. The medicine thing is a headache for those who can calculate. She doesn't want to worry about it anymore. Kahn didn't feel sorry for her. The experiment was her again. As a result, in the village, Kahn was tricked by his own people, and his life was almost in danger, and Kahn also knew that the village was plotting against him. Now Tsunade doesn't know how to reply to Kahn. That guy is a cautious person. After thinking about it, it was the trouble caused by those incompetent guys. After returning to the Senju tribe, Tsunade saw that Kushina and Grandma Mito were still up, so he asked, "Kushina, why aren't you going to sleep?" "And so is Grandma, she's so old." Kushina interrupted anxiously and asked, "Miss Tsunade, the boss, will he come back?" "Sure, if you're just waiting for the answer, you can go to rest." Tsunade said to Kushina with certainty, and then comforted her to go upstairs to rest. Kushina is also a victim of tonight's incident, so it is not appropriate to let her get involved. After Kushina left, Tsunade sighed and said to Uzumaki Mito, "Grandma, can you go and warn those bastards, they are starting to plot against Kushina." After Uzumaki Mito listened to what Tsunade said, he was silent for a while, and then slowly said, "Tsunade, I'm afraid I don't have much time. In the future, both Nawaki and Kushina will depend on you to take care of them. If Nawaki is not cured, I hope you don't blame yourself too much and don't get stuck in it. Although she has a high status, she doesn't have much time." If this happened a few years ago, Uzumaki Mito would have gone to the Hokage building without Tsunade saying. But not anymore. Politics can corrupt people's hearts. Even a talented ninja like Senju Tobarama cannot escape the corruption of politics. Uzumaki Mito remembers clearly that before Hashirama left, he specifically told Senju Tobarama not to target the Uchiha clan, but after nearly 20 years of Hokage career, Tobarama gradually distrusted Uchiha. Compared with Uchiha clan and Hashirama's exhortations, Tobarama believes in his own judgment more. The same is true for Sarutobi Hiruzen now. No matter what Uzumaki Mido says, no matter how good he promises, it is useless. Once she dies, Sarutobi Hiruzen will still believe in his own judgment, and only Tsunade can protect Kushina and Nawaki. Tsunade also fell silent. She understood Grandma Mido's difficulties, but her current status is not enough. At least she has to complete the medical reform and take control of the medical department before she can have a certain voice in the village. I see, Grandma. Tsunade secretly decided in her heart that she took care of the overall situation in the Hokage building just now, and after she controls a part of the power in the future, she will never compromise with the old man and the others. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. As for now, Tsunade can only hope that Kahn will come back soon, at least let her start the Extremis experimental project. After returning to the Marvel world, Kahn temporarily relaxed. It was the first time he killed a man, and he was still a ninja. His mentality didn't change much. He just didn't want to stay there when he left Konoha overnight. This time, the Cloud Shinobi spy did not have his intelligence and did not understand the power of modern firearms. Although there are guns in the Hokage world, those guns are still a bit old, and it will take decades to develop to the point of modern weapons. This time it was Konoha's miscalculation, but after collecting information, it will be hard to say next time. Kahn will not stay in Konoha unless necessary, unless he lives in the clan land of the Senju clan or the clan land of the Uchiha clan. Those old bastards, using the hands of Cloud Shinobi spies to test me. Kahn originally only wanted to trade honestly and earn the resources he wanted, but after being tricked by those old bastards, Kahn always felt that if he didn't get revenge, he would not be able to go along with this tone. Uchiha family, try to contact them when you get back. For this family, Kahn has no confidence in friendship. Apart from medicine resources, he does not have what Uchiha needs, and this kind of self-sufficient big family has its own medical ninjas. It may not be enough on the battlefield, but there is absolutely no shortage of medical ninjas to help their clansmen see a doctor. Kahn can only try his best. If the money is not enough, start with the reputation. People of the Uchiha clan will always have weaknesses, the thorn. But now Kahn needs to relax, and then prepare the serum and research equipment for Extremis. For more than half a month, I thought you weren't coming. After seeing Kahn again, Tsunade was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief after hanging for a long time, and then punched Kahn, complaining, Kushina has been asking about your news, she has been depressed recently. When did you guys have such a good relationship with Kushina? The relationship between other people and her is too bad. What Kushina usually says most is that no one in the class wants to make friends with her. If you find a taller person among the short ones, it seems that I have a good relationship with her. Kahn shrugged and explained, before getting back to business. I brought some serum and experimental equipment with me when I went back this time, but Tsunade, I want to make a request. After Tsunade heard Kahn's words, he felt some bad feelings in his heart, but he still asked, whatever request, as long as it is not too much, I will agree to it. Kahn smiled and said to Tsunade, that's great, it shouldn't be a problem for you. Let's relocate the laboratory and build it outside Konoha. Why build it outside? It's been chosen now, me. It will be safer to build it outside, please Tsunade, I rarely ask you, and I will install a lock on the door of the laboratory, except for relevant personnel, no one else can enter the laboratory. Kahn's attitude was very firm. This was also to test Tsunade. After all, no matter how good she said, she could not change the identity of Konoha Shinobi, unless the fingerprint lock and iris lock were broken violently, Kahn would block all sneaking methods. Tsunade frowned slightly. She knew that something happened a while ago that made Kahn feel wary, and now she might not even want to go to Konoha village, so she sighed and agreed to Kahn's request. I see. I'll ask Orochimaru to rebuild an underground laboratory later. By the way, I want him to participate. It should be fine. Kahn didn't have any objection to this. He had intended to let Orochimaru join in. Of course, I will let people participate in the construction of the underground laboratory, at least the protection is better. If it's just Earth-style, it's too easy to sneak in. At least you need to paste other materials on the walls, floors and ceilings, such as iron sheets, build the foundation of the underground laboratory and leave the rest to the construction team. The death row prisoners have also been contacted. There are 30 people in the first batch, all of whom are detained in Chuanmu town, as well as the funds for the laboratory. You can just go to Chihai directly. I have more than a dozen shops in Konoha, except for the funding. Outside the orphanage, it should be enough for experiments. The more Tsunade heard it, the more he felt that something was wrong. How could this seem to be explaining the funeral? Could it be that this guy will not go to Konoha in the future? So she quickly asked, "Hey, don't you go to Konoha in the future?" "I will still go, but I will leave after finishing the matter. After all, I am a foreigner, and it is not safe to stay in Konoha." Kahn said helplessly to Tsunade, "I hope you can understand, but it will not affect the research experiment of extremis virus. I will still send serum regularly." "Okay, I get it." Tsunade replied helplessly, although she is still a little unwilling. She will become Konoha's friend, but now she is forced to dare not even go to the village, which is a bit ridiculous. Later, Kahn took out several gifts and letters, which were sent to Kushina, Yakushi Nanoyu, Uchiha, etc., and Tsunade. Will rarely go to Konoha. As for the gift for the Uchiha clan, Kahn also had an excuse. The last time he encountered Cloud Shinobi spies, the Uchiha guards were the first ninjas to come besides Umbu in the dark. Although it was their duty, they at least intimidated other Cloud Shinobi spies. It's just that Tsunade muttered a little dissatisfied, and asked her, a member of the Senju clan, to deliver something to Uchiha. It turned out that Kahn took it for granted. It would be stupid to throw all eggs in one basket. Which businessman does not resell supplies in several countries? If you only do business in one country, you can only earn hard money if you die, especially the medicines in Konoha have become saturated, and you will no longer buy them in a blowout like before. Kahn should also start a business in other countries, and he already has a goal. Use the Land of Waves as the foundation springboard, then open the market of the Land of Waters, and build a relationship with Kirigakure. Speaking of when the Blood Mist policy was started, Third Mizukage shouldn't have started the Blood Mist after the Second Ninja World War. If it hadn't started, maybe I could recruit some blood successors. Kahn shook his head after thinking of this. It is simple to think about, but it is not at all difficult to do. Blood ninjas have families, and at the same time, blood ninjas who are disappointed in their families and villages let him meet, the probability is too small. However, other ninjas can still recruit a lot. Not everyone can withstand the high pressure, especially the high pressure policy maintained by killing companions. It's useless to think about it now, let's go find out the situation. Now Kahn is mainly waiting for the success of the extremis virus research, so that his survivability will be improved a lot, and the second is to develop power in the ninja world and earn resources. It is not impossible to earn money at the beginning, gradually to chakra metal, and finally to tailed beast. Xia Chuan has been working hard in the Land of Waves for a while. She has not only 2 Konoha's Chunin squads, but also more than 20 samurai guards. There is absolutely no problem in terms of safety, plus there is no shortage of money in hand. Soon a group of shipwrights and carpenters was recruited, and a shipyard was acquired at the same time. She always remembers Kahn's arrangement that shipping is the easiest industry to develop in the Land of Waves. If you start from the Land of Waves by sea, whether you go to the Land of Tang or the Land of Thunder, it will be faster than land. Moreover, it can also lead to places such as the Land of Water and the Land of the Rainbow. After the development of shipping, it is equivalent to monopolizing the business of a port. Cardo relies on the port to develop. Now that Kahn is going to develop business in other countries, Xia Chuan can be brought back. She is from the Senju clan, and she will definitely not be targeted after returning. Orochimaru, I need to trouble you again. The original experimental base is no longer used, and it will be changed to this location. After Tsunade found Orochimaru, he directly gave him a map and a plan of the experimental base, then waved his hand and said, "As soon as possible, if it is built earlier, we can start research earlier. Serum, research equipment and death row experimental subjects are all ready." "Alright. It's so far away, hehe, it seems that Kahn is very wary of Konoha." After Orochimaru looked at the map, he couldn't help but smiled hoarsely. He didn't care about using a few earth styles, it wouldn't waste much chakra to him, it's just that things are getting more and more interesting. "Tsunade, I'm afraid Mr. Sarutobi won't let it go. It's not that easy for the prey to escape after spinning around in the mouth. If you don't eat it, the hunter will not give up. Master third generation, someone outside wants to see you. The other party is a businessman from the land of fire. He seems to want to do business with the village." Assistant Mizukage reported respectfully to third Mizukage. Recently, the temper of the third-generation master has become more and more eccentric. He has disposed of 2 Umbu directly under him. Under the influence of third Mizukage, the atmosphere in Kirigakure is very strange. A businessman from the land of fire? Let him go to Yuansha for this kind of thing. Is it because I, Mizukage, do all the other people's affairs? What do they do for food? After hearing this, third Mizukage shouted coldly, this kind of thing bothered him too, it's time for the village to make a change. It's just that when he finished saying this, third Mizukage completely forgot that he had issued an order a few days ago that no matter how big or small it was in the village, he had to know this order. "Yes, Mizukage-sama." Assistant Mizukage lowered his head and replied, suppressing the trembling in his heart, and then slowly backed out. After the Second Ninja World War, third Mizukage's temper was not very good. Second Mizukage and second generation Rock Shinobi died together, and Kirigakure was defeated by Sand Shinobi. Serve him this Mizukage. Kirigakure's strength is not weak, but there are too many small groups, and they can't play the strength that Mist Shinobi should have played on the battlefield. As a result, they can't even beat Sand Shinobi who are fighting on the 2 fronts. What a shame. It is necessary to use iron and blood methods to integrate the power of Kirigakure. Later, third Mizukage wrote the word blood mist. He wanted to use this method to weaken those disobedient blood successor families, and at the same time increase the strength of civilian ninjas through raising goo, so that he, Mizukage, can truly take power. Kahn did not see Mizukage, or not every chief of ninja village has a very good vision, not even Konoha. At the beginning, Tsunade, a professional, made bags for Kahn, so he could trade with Konoha smoothly. Now being dispatched to another person, Kahn is mentally prepared. Please wait here for a moment, I will report to Master Yuan. After speaking, Assistant Mizukage knocked on the door and went in to inform the people in the room. Hearing the name of Gensher, Kahn suddenly recalled the existence of this person. He played very few times in Hokage Ninja, but his status is quite high. It is said that Mizukage, who assisted the third generation of second generation, third generation, fourth generation, has a high status in Kirigakure. After a while, Assistant Mizukage came out and said to Kahn, please come in. Gensher is a middle-aged man with a bald head, a few years older than Sarutobi Hiruzen. He handles all the trivial matters in Kirigakure, such as the handover with the daimyo, logistics guarantee, and so on. After Kahn said what he wanted, Master Yuan was also a little surprised and moved. Kirigakure also sent spies to Konoha, knowing that there was a businessman selling convenience medicine in Konoha. They all received news from the dispatch of spies. It's just that Cloud Shinobi is the most decisive and wants to tie Kahn and Kushina back together. Master Yuan was surprised that Kahn came to ask for cooperation. He originally wanted the spies lurking in Konoha to contact Kahn. For those medicines, Mist Shinobi's spies in Konoha also bought some medicines and sent them back to Kirigakure. After experiments, the effect is really good. If it is on the battlefield, it is indeed a life-saving good thing. After knowing that Kahn's intention was to sell medicines, Yuansher thought for a while and readily agreed. This would be of great benefit to Kirigakure. Even Konoha felt the lack of medical ninjas, how many medical ninjas could there be in Kirigakure? Go. Except for the blood successor family, commoner ninjas usually have to wait in line when they get sick or get injured, or they have to rely on their own experience to resist. Even common healers are hard to find, because they can only be supported by nobles and wealthy businessmen. If there are medicines from Kahn, then Kirigakure's wounded will be relieved a lot, and besides medicines, Kahn also has other businesses to trade with Kirigakure, such as food or ironware and so on. At this time, Kirigakure represents the dominance of the nearby waters. Rock Shinobi has a joint earth style, and Mist Shinobi has a joint water style on the sea. More than a dozen water-style ninjas can easily overturn dozens of large ships. In addition to the content of the deal, Kahn also asked Kirigakure to ensure the safety of his shipping fleet in the kingdom of Nami. At least the Mist Shinobi ninjas cannot attack him. If an enemy attacks his fleet, Mist Shinobi will be responsible for finding the culprit. As for the money and goods used for the transaction, it is basically the same as Konoha. Mist Shinobi's daimyo fund support this area, which is even rarer than Konoha, and they can only use gold and jewelry as collateral. However, Kahn also made a requirement that Kirigakure's mortgaged items contain chakra metal, which must appear once in 2 or 3 transactions. After Yuanshi heard this request, he fell silent immediately. For ninjas, chakra metal is very valuable and can improve a lot of strength. When forging weapons, it can improve the flow of chakra and so on. Kirigakure does not get much chakra metal every year, and they are all collected from the Rainbow Country, the Tea Country, etc., and there are many hungry wolves in the village staring at them. Every blood family wants to share more chakra metal. However, with medicines, Kirigakure can guarantee the survival rate of civilian ninjas. Required by most ninjas. The trading location is located in a port in the Land of Water. After Kahn's shipping ship is built, the Land of Waves will begin to transport items. The first batch of transactions will be scheduled 2 months later. Kahn plans to build 2 factories in the country of Waves, a pharmaceutical factory and a fresh food processing factory. It is close to the country of Waves, a big fishing country. If the resources here are not well utilized, it will be a waste. People in the ninja world have a lot of love for river fresh seafood, but it is difficult to get them in the land of the wind and the land of the earth. If they are made into fresh cans and sent there for sale, they can also develop a large business scale. Kahn is also planning to recruit more guards, with a base of 2,000 people, all of whom will be trained according to the methods of the regular army, equipped with submachine guns, assault rifles, rocket launchers, etc., which one will have an advantage. The Land of Waves is too small, only suitable for business development while leaving a small number of guards, so Kahn is planning to develop a modern army in the Land of Tea. But in that case, Kahn would have to bring the production line of the military factory, otherwise he would have to carry it again and again, and it would be troublesome to buy large quantities of arms in the United States. The subterranean laboratory outside Konoha village in the Nation of Fire. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and the death row prisoners turned into a cloud of blood mist, and even the ground paved with iron plates was slightly concave due to the impact of the explosion. Orochimaru said with great interest in his eyes, after adding the target cells of the first generation, the power of the explosion has been reduced instead. A single extremist virus can emit terrifying high temperature and shock, but just now it was Tsunade in the form of flesh and blood. The data collected. How's it going? The data was collected, but the equipment was destroyed again, and the serum was gone. Tsunade scratched Gold's hair and said to Orochimaru, "It has been a month, 3 tubes of serum were divided into batches, 10 death row experimental subjects were killed and 3 devices were destroyed, so far only a little progress has been made. Contact him, the experiment can't stop." After Orochimaru finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to continue his research. Tsunade muttered a few words in a low voice, mainly because the cost was too high, and he was a little embarrassed to speak to Kahn. Kahn rushed back from there after dealing with the affairs of the Land of Waves and the Land of Water, and went straight to the underground laboratories of Tsunade and Orochimaru. After seeing Kahn, Orochimaru said to him with bright eyes, "Mr. Kahn, the serum has been used up." Although some progress has been made, we need to carry out the next test. After Orochimaru finished speaking, Tsunade saw Kahn's eyes looking at her, and continued Orochimaru's words. Orochimaru is right, now we have collected a lot of useful data, and we can basically confirm that the extremist virus can suppress my grandfather's immune system. Cell erosion, and grandfather's cells can also enhance the metabolic function of the subject, making the two tend to a peaceful state. Kahn asked, just what? It's just that when we thought the experiment was successful, they exploded again, which may have something to do with emotions. Tsunade said helplessly that if the subject had been in a coma, they could basically announce that the first experiment was successful. No matter what kind of wound, they could quickly recover from the extremist virus, and even cut off the subject's palm. But when the experimental subject woke up, his mood fluctuated, until it climbed to a peak, and his body exploded violently. However, judging from the scale of the explosion, Tsunade and Orochimaru did make a lot of progress, and at least a few intact bones could be found in the last explosion. The equipment for data collection and medical examination should be replaced in the ninja world. Although it is a bit more expensive, let's use that instead. As for the serum, it will be delivered to you in a few days. Let me take a closer look at the data first. Kahn rubbed his head and said, Orochimaru doesn't care about human life experiments, the method is rough enough and the efficiency is fast enough, but it's too expensive. He brought 3 sets of equipment, among which the medical testing equipment has been completely destroyed. Compared with the cheap human life, Kahn is more distressed about the money for these equipment, and he does not want to travel back and forth between the two worlds frequently just to send equipment to Orochimaru. It's better to customize a few more in the ninja world. Anyway, the testing equipment is not the core. If other equipment is destroyed, then Kahn will have a real heartache. When Kahn was looking at the experimental data of the past few days, Orochimaru said from the side, if possible, it is best to send some different experimental subjects over, such as teenagers, women, children, and ninjas. After hearing the words, Kahn raised his head and asked, Mr. Orochimaru, can I call you that? Just call me Orochimaru. Okay, you can just call me Kahn, Orochimaru, the first 3 are okay, and they are all in the prison of Fireland, but the last one may be difficult for me. Do you have any ideas? Orochimaru smiled and said, there are many ninjas in Konoha prison, but if you want people there, I'm afraid they have a fair reason to intervene here. I believe you will not want to see that kind of situation. Is that so? Then let me figure out a way. Kahn shook his head and said, let Kakuzu catch some ninjas by spending more money, and by the way, we can clean up the wandering ninjas in the land of tea. Tsunade didn't intervene in this kind of matter. Although she accepted the human experiment, she didn't want to take the initiative to participate in this kind of topic, probably because of the mentality of, for my brother, there is no other way, she can be passive but doesn't want to take the initiative. Even a ninja can do it, as expected of Kahn-kun. Orochimaru praised with a smile, he is now more and more interested in the forces behind Kahn, and even something like extremist virus can be researched, which is impossible without a professional team. Can even the wood-style blood successor be activated? Kahn couldn't help asking in surprise when he saw some of the experimental subjects behave abnormally. Tsunade replied, it is true. If the extremist virus does not get out of control, it will be able to reproduce the grandfather wood-style ninjutsu. If this experiment is successful, Tsunade would like to give herself a shot, but she knows that Kahn is the kind of money-seeking temper, saying that if she gives her a serum, she won't get an extra gram unless she can come up with something to make Kahn's heart beat. After a period of time, Kahn traveled between the experimental base, Chuanmu Town, and the country of fire. He is now basically the logistics steward of the experimental base. He and Killian's research results on the extremist virus were brought to the ninja world. The two of them had never seen Hashirama cells, so Kahn was not going to give them the research data of Orochimaru and Tsunade, otherwise it would not make sense at all. In addition, Kahn also took a lot of time to practice ninjutsu. He has already practiced the 3-body technique and shadow clone technique more proficiently, but the formation of seals is a bit slower, and the fastest can be 3 body techniques per second. That was when he performed supernormally. Normally, Kahn still had 2 seals per second. However, Kahn's chakra attribute is strange. His chakra attribute has become a chakra with all 5 attributes. Kakuzu was surprised when he heard the news, and then he shook his head and lamented that such a good attribute was wasted with Kahn's talent. Kahn is not suitable to be a ninja, whether it is the amount of chakra or the talent in ninjutsu. Kahn guessed that his chakra attribute change should be related to Kakuzu's chakra. He is not a person in the ninja world. He has never been in contact with chakra before. Strictly speaking, he and the first batch of chakra passed down by Sage of 6 Paths the same as those in Kahn, except that Kahn is weaker. However, Kahn doesn't care about his own strength. He has a very clear position for himself. When encountering an unavoidable danger, he uses the system to travel between 2 worlds. This is already equivalent to the invincible flying thunder god technique. Any enchantment and seal no technique can limit him. Learning other ninjutsu is just to hide his identity and whereabouts, and studying extremis virus and Hashirama cells is also to strengthen his constitution. Kahn's positioning is the boss, not a thug who rushes into the battle. He spent 30 million taels to ask Kakuzu to teach him for a month, just to learn an Earth-style Earth Dragon hidden technique, which can let him quickly in a critical moment in the Marvel world. Sneaked into the ground and ran away. Calm down, Mr. Tusher, if you can survive, we will let you go and give you a sum of money, provided you cooperate. Ah! Boom! Before Orochimaru finished speaking, the experimental body in the experimental isolation area exploded again, but this time only one arm exploded, and it was still recovering slowly. The bones, blood vessels, and meridians were all recovering visible to the naked eye. Successful. After Tsunade saw this scene, he quickly recorded all the physical reactions of the subject, and adjusted the ratio of Hashirama cells and extremis virus. Hehe, it looks like my guess was correct, Tsunade. Orochimaru smiled complacently. Although his experiment would cause the death of many experimental subjects, those experimental subjects were not wasted. The person in front of him fully explained everything. He was only short of success by the number of repeated experiments.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.